Chapter 158 Broken Jade. Chapter 158 Broken Jade. Lesser functionaries like clerks, 1, should not be confused with governmental officials. They were at the bottom of the hierarchy with no rank and were technically not considered officials. But they could write and count, and they were far more proficient in local law than the local officials. So they could dispose of all incriminating evidence and leave no traces for anyone to use against them whenever they oppressed, hoodwinked, and even extorted the local commoners. Furthermore, mutual cover-ups were prevalent, given the geographical limitations in place. When Luo Mu initially arrived at Chazhou, there were plenty of matters he did not manage to work on, and one of the reasons was that he was impeded by the functionaries of Chazhou. The local administration not only affected the officials' political track record, sometimes they could also become obstacles to the implementation of local policies. The imperial court had assigned a provincial surveillance commissioner to Zhongbua after the defeat of its troops, but Denzhou had already lost the ability to control and hold the other 5 prefectures in check. Consequently, the corruption of local administrations in Zhongbua degenerated over the years to the point it was grim. Gao Zhongxiong had already been taken to a physician, and Zhou Gui was pacing the study. The advisors all sat in the partitioned area and waited silently with rapt attention for Shen Zichuan to speak. This matter concerned the screening of the functionaries, and it was also a question as to whether the yamen would be replacing its current yamen runners. Zhou Gui spoke in a grave tone. "We were just discussing this matter yesterday, and things have gone awry today. That old man Su is a yamen runner, and he has already obtained bribes over a dozen silver taels just for the screening of the functionaries alone. There are so many staff and subordinates from top to bottom in the yamen. If others are also conducting deals on this, then how many of the functionaries we employ as a result of this screening process will be truly of use?" Yao, when you drank the tea, and said nothing as he put the lid back on. Anyone who was discerning could tell at a glance that this affair undoubtedly implicated Zhou Gui's advisors. Old man Su was just a yamen runner, yet he dared to take advantage of the opportunity presented to make a quick buck. This would not have been doable for him at all, not unless someone was in communication with him from behind the scenes. Yao Wenyu was Shen Zichuan's advisor. If he were to speak up and ask for them to deal with the matter severely, he would be suspected of trying to supplant Zhou Gui's advisors. In all the recent discussions, he had remained secure in the seat by Shen Zichuan's side as his counsel, but he was a newcomer, and he could not compare in terms of seniority. The reputation of unpolished Jade Yuanjue had reached far and wide. Others treated him as an immortal when he had been beyond their reach, but now that he had fallen, they treated him as a live target. Criticism among peers was a minor affair, but if this led to friction between Shen Zichuan and Zhou Gui, it would be to the detriment of Cizhou. As the saying goes, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. Shen Zichuan weighed his folding fan in his chair, his expression unreadable as he sat on the chair. Whoever did it, just deal with said person in accordance with the standard procedure. The screening process is no small matter, and there is plenty at stake. We cannot end up hurting the various diligent and hard-working gentlemen because of paranoia. The advisors in the partitioned area did not dare make a sound, although a few inwardly let out sighs of relief. Shen Zichuan was in Cizhou. He still had to count on Zhou Gui's power and influence, so it was only to be expected for him to handle the matter with care. It was still salvageable if the administration was corrupt, but it was obviously not a good time now. If they cracked down too hard and ended up implicating over half of Cizhou's yamen by following the trail, then how are they going to get any work done when all the functionaries and subordinates' positions have been emptied out? Conversely, Zhou Gui was reluctant now. Vice Commander, it is precisely because it's no small matter that it has to be investigated. We cannot let people ruin the ethos of the yamen. If others were to imitate this behavior in the future, then it's still the commoners who will suffer. Of course, it has to be investigated. What I meant is for us to go by the book. Shen Zichuan called for someone to steep the tea, then continued, Old man Su has already been taken into custody. If your excellency doesn't feel reassured, then by all means, send someone you can trust to sit in and transcribe it down. With the imperial bodyguards conducting the trial, there will be results by tonight. Baseless accusations cannot be trusted, but conclusive evidence cannot be disregarded either. Whoever wants to violate the regulations of the yamen then will have to bear the responsibility for their actions. Wasn't the newly transcribed penal laws just posted? This incident came at the right time. Your Excellency can set up court and hold the trial before the citizens of Tsijo. The more turbid the waters, the more they have to be sifted clear. But once the case concludes, we must never take inaccurate rumors for truth and jump to conclusions. The yamen does not do anything that will implicate the innocent. Zhou Gui said, "This matter must be taken as a warning." Shen Zichuan replied, "But of course, those who are lightly punished shall be dismissed from their position, and those who are severely punished shall be exiled to barren lands. If public sentiment runs high, an on-the-spot execution in the court can also serve to bring immense satisfaction to all." A crash rang out from the partitioned area, and the stunned gasps of the advisers suddenly rose. Zhou Gui hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" A few people responded, "Your Excellency, someone fainted." They initially assumed that Shen Zichuan meant to punish only old man Su and show mercy to the rest of them. But who would have thought that Shen Zichuan wanted to make an example out of them? The imperial bodyguards were the ones presiding over the interrogation. So how could an old chap from the countryside like old man Su withstand it? Not implicating the innocent meant not pursuing the matter for the others. But not a single one of the parties involved in old man Su's case this time was going to get away with it. The more those sitting in the partitioned area listened, the more seized with terror they became, so much that when Shen Zichuan uttered the 4 words on the spot execution, one of them promptly passed out cold. It was a state of pandemonium in the study. On the other side, Gao Zhongxiong was grimacing in pain under the hands of the physician. After the physician left, he changed into a clean set of clothes with the help of the maidservants. He was one to keep himself in good health back in Kudu, so even if he was starving right now, he dared not gobble down his meal. After he was done eating, the maidservants led Gao Zhongxiong to the courtyard. On the way there, he did not dare to look around. He knew Shen Zichuan was now residing in Tsijo, and he felt rather apprehensive. For someone who had given Han Jin counsel on the pursuit and capture of Shaoqia, coming to Tsijo could be said to be a risky, last-ditch move. Gao Zhongxiong entered the courtyard and saw that the jasmine orange beyond the wooden railing of the covered walkway had all withered. No one had swept away the blanket of white petals on the ground. Presumably, it was on the specific instruction of the master of the house to allow its natural fragrance to remain lingering in the air. Meanwhile, the green moss and gravelstone left along the edge of the pond bridge made it appear as though it was paved with a new, visually pleasing mattress. Gao Zhongxiong ascended the stairs as he peeked at it, and in a moment of inattention he nearly slipped. After he awkwardly braced himself up, he hurriedly bowed to the maidservants in front who were snickering behind covered mouths, sweating profusely as he repeated the bows. Wind chimes dangled beneath the eaves. Ding Tao waited for Gao Zhongxiong to come over before he lifted the curtains for him and led him inside. Gao Zhongxiong did not know Ding Tao's identity, and so did not dare to offend him. Instead, he lifted the hem of his own robe, intending to stride in, only to realize that there was no threshold in this room. The interior of the hall was bright and spacious, with no valuable ornaments. When Gao Zhongxiong was in Kudu, he often heard that Shen Zichuan kept company with Shi Hongxian and the rest, and was fond of extravagance, carrying small ivory fans on him all the time. Thus, he guessed that the owner of this residence was perhaps Zhou Gui. Gao Zhongxiong sat upright, all prim and proper, his butt barely touching the edge of the chair as he focused and paid close attention to the signs of movement in the courtyard. A short moment later, he suddenly heard the sound of wheels from the courtyard. Ding Tao, who had been under the eaves, stepped out to greet young master. The curtain was lifted up, and Gao Zhongxiong promptly rose to his feet. However, the first one to enter was not Shin Zichuan or Zhou Gui, but a tall, unconventional bodyguard. This bodyguard did not look at Gao Zhongxiong. Instead, he leaned over to take over the wheelchair and pushed in a young master dressed in green with an overcoat draped over him. Gao Zhongxiong was about to go by the propriety and kneel, but then when he got a clear look at who was in the wheelchair, he could not help but gape with wide-opened eyes. Then he took a step back and exclaimed in shock, "Yao, Yuanzhua." This exclamation put a frown onto the face of Shen Zichuan, who entered after the two. He removed his overcoat and made a beeline for the seat of honor. Qiao Tianya pushed Yao Wenyu to the front, and the maidservants came forth to serve the tea. Yao Wenyu held the teacup in his hands and said with a neutral expression, "It has been a long time. I didn't expect Shenwei to come to Cizhou too." For some reason, Gao Zhongxiong broke out in a cold sweat. He dabbed at his sweat and uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Not daring to continue looking Yao Wenyu in the eyes, he hastily paid his respects to Shin Zichuan. Your Excellency," Shin Zichuan found this man's expression odd. After he took his seat, he said, "There's no need to be so formal. Take a seat." How would Gao Zhongxiong dare to? Since Shenwei knows who the vice commander is, then there is no need for me to waste my breath. Yao Wenyu initially wanted to introduce Gao Zhongxiong to Shin Zichuan, but on seeing how deathly pale Gao Zhongxiong was, he paused and changed his tone to soothe him. "Shenwei, don't be afraid. I'm a living man." Gao Zhongxiong still did not dare to look up and merely repeated yes. Shin Zichuan asked, "Yuanzhua, what makes you say that?" Yao Wenyu was succinct in his answer. "I had a chance encounter with Shenwei in Danqing once. The poison and my injuries acted up simultaneously at that time and gave him a scare." But Gao Zhongxiong looked nervous. It was clearly not as simple as a chance encounter. After Yao Wenyu had his legs broken and left the capital, he went to Danqing, where he received the care of Pan Yi and the commandery Princess Jiayue. He was apparently poisoned in Danqing, although he had never told anyone the story behind it. Gao Zhongxiong, however, knew about it. "I left Danqing in such a hurry. Are the commandant and commandery princess well?" Yao Wenyu asked. At Yao Wenyu's tone, Gao Zhongxiong gradually relaxed enough for him to answer smoothly, but he was still turned to the side and did not dare to look at Yao Wenyu. Yes, they are both fine. Shin Zichuan could sense something from this exchange. The maidservants had all retreated, while Ding Tao was striking the wind chimes for fun under the eaves. They clinked and clanked noisily, as if a gale was wreaking havoc. Qiao Tinya lifted the curtain to chase Ding Tao away, and it finally quietened down on the other side of the beaded curtain. Yao Wenyu seemed neither happy nor unhappy to hear this piece of news. He set aside his teacup and broke the silence to say to Shen Zichuan, "When I arrived in Danqing, the commandery princess was looking after me, but she is, after all, a married woman, and there were many areas that was inconvenient for her to intervene with." The commandant thus sought out Pan Yuan, who was still living at home at that time. This Pan Yuan is the commandant's younger brother of common birth. Pan Yuan was an idler who loafed around all day. He was fond of gambling, but he was not a direct descendant of lawful birth from the Pan clan, so he could only rely on Pan Yi and his wife to repay the huge debt he owned. Pan Yi had him take care of Yao Wenyu, hoping that he could be inspired to emulate the virtuous and better himself. Furthermore, Pan Yuan had been very dedicated to taking care of their father in the past and could be considered a filial son. At first, Pan Yuan could be said to be attentive. With Commandery Princess Jiayue's exhortations, he did not dare to be shoddy in his treatment of Yao Wenyu. He did not have to do anything personally, either. All he had to do was watch the physicians and attendants to ensure that they were timely with the meals and medicine and that they were not loafing off on the job. But after time, Pan Yuan got tired and fed up with it and started to find excuses to venture outdoors to gamble. Pan Lin used a prisoner's body as a decoy, But this move did not dispel Shwe Xiuzhou's suspicions. The commandery princess left in a hurry back then, and it was inevitable for there to be spies in her entourage. Yao Wenyu continued. The gambling den later came hounding Pan Yuan for payment, and Pan Yuan went into hiding all over. He did not dare to tell his family, so he often poured out his woes to me. But I was penniless, and I was in no position to help even if I wanted to. Gao Zhongxiong nodded. Pan Yuan sought me out at that time to borrow money too. He said he had been forced into a corner. Despite selling off the fields belonging to his branch of the family, he still could not pay off his debt. I advised him to tell the commandant as soon as possible before it was too late, but he simply refused to. Yao Wenyu did not speak again when Gao Zhongxiong spoke to this point. Gao Zhongxiong continued. In less than half a month, Pan Yuan suddenly came to me for a drink. He said his gambling debt had been fully paid off, as he had met a benefactor who had extended him help. I was worried he had been deceived by the gambling den, so I sounded him out during the feast about this benefactor. He only said this person was a Longyu merchant too, from Kudu, who had asked him to run an errand for him. Another half a month passed. Yao Wenyu's injuries not only did not heal, but had instead even deteriorated further. Commandery Princess Zhaoyue asked all the physicians at home, but Yao Wenyu's condition showed no improvement. At that time, Pan Lin suffered a setback in Kudu, and even Pan Yi was impeached along with him. The issue at hand turned out to be about the Pan clan's fields in Danqing. Pan Xiangjie did not dare to speak up for his sons, fearful that the matter would snowball into disproportionate proportions. But even the Pan clan's repeated concessions did not manage to stop the storm from blowing their way, and the imperial censors got so heated that they vehemently demanded Pan Lin to be suspended pending trial. There was indeed an issue with the Pan clan, but that was a debt born out of Pan Xiangjie's greed. The reason Pan Lin bore the brunt of it was rather obvious. It was because he harbored Yao Wenyu. But he acted in a fit of pique at this injustice, adamant on fighting Shwe Xiuzhou till the end. It did not take long for Pan Xiangjie to learn of the inside story. Fearing that the Pan clan would be implicated, he wrote a letter overnight to Pan Yi, who was in Danqing, and demanded him to send Yao Wenyu back to Kudu as soon as possible. Pan Yi refused, and so Pan Xiangjie blew his top and subsequently became bedridden in illness, putting Pan Yi in a dilemma. At the same time, the commandery princess Zhaoyue noticed the oddness of Yao Wenyu's condition and grew suspicious, so she bypassed the front hall and got her personal maid to call over a physician from outside the residence to take a look. Yao Wenyu had no wish to get into the details. After a moment of silence, he merely said, "The commandery princess was worried that Kudu would use the matter of inspecting the fields as a pretext to come over and capture me. She initially wanted to send me to the manor that came as part of her dowry to recuperate, but there were problems with the medicine, and she could no longer trust the people in the Pan's residence. So she prepared traveling expenses and entrusted someone with the task of sending me secretly to Jincheng, where my late teacher's longtime friends still reside. But misfortune never comes singly. The people in his entourage saw that Yao Wenyu was not only seriously ill, but also had both his legs broken. So after they left the city, they forgot all that the commandery princess Zhaoyue had entrusted to them and ran away with the traveling expenses and horse carriage under cover of the night. That night, Yao Wenyu was thrown into the wilderness. All that remained other than the donkey was the cat. He used to sleep in the wild with Mother Earth as his pillow when he was wandering the mountains and plains, but the experience of it this time was completely poles apart. For the first time in his 24 years of life, he realized that he was nothing. He was a nobody once his reputation was stripped from him. Unpolished jade Yuanjua. It was at that moment Yao Wenyu loathed these words to the core. They were like humiliation branded deep into his bone marrow. In the wilderness, Yao Wenyu broke down and cried inconsolably, for his teacher and for himself. He refused to see anyone when he was in Danqing, merely lying all day long on that bed shrouded in dimness. His legs were the ones that hurt, but his self-esteem was the one that had shattered. He had to face up to the fact that he was no longer able to take care of himself. All that carefree spirit of his had turned into a thing of the past. Such were his dreams for each sleep he took, and it remained the same when he woke. He was broken through and through. He still wanted to live. Chapter 159, Nameless. Chapter 159. Nameless, there was something amiss with Yao Wenyu's medicine. The physicians from the Pan's residence could not figure out what was wrong, but this no doubt had something to do with Pan Yuan, considering that he had been the one taking care of Yao Wenyu. The commandery princess, Jiayue, later checked on the Longyu merchant, who had paid off Pan Yuan's debt, but the other party had long disappeared without a trace. Not long after Yao Wenyu left, Pan Yuan fell off his horse and died, and thus the trail leading to the identity of the person who instigated him to poison Yao Wenyu hit a dead end. However, Pan Lin had the blame pinned on Xue Xiuzhua, and both parties' relationship in Kudu continued to deteriorate. Gao Zhongxiong sensed the atmosphere in the room growing tense. When he remembered he was also on friendly terms with Pan Yuan, he felt as though he was sitting on pins and needles, worried that Yao Wenyu would blame him for it by association. The silence was too much for him to bear, and he could not help breaking it. Although I am acquainted with Pan Yuan, we do not share the same ideals. All the typical exchange of formalities over wine we had are merely a matter of necessity. He was not adept at flattery and stumbled over his words. On the contrary, I am in admiration of Yuanjua's talent. We once had an encounter over poetry meet during the reign of Xianda, and Yuanjua's talent and bearing were so out of this world that it was truly an ethereal sight to behold. Yao Wenyu waited for Gao Zhongxiong to finish before he calmly said, "The past is but a dream. It's all now water under the bridge. It's fate that we can meet again in Xizhou alive. Now that I've found a good master, may I ask what plans you have for the future?" Gao Zhongxiong stole a glance at Xin Zichuan. What plans could I even have now that I've been reduced to such a state? He revealed a bitter smile as he spoke. I've made a laughingstock of myself with my behavior today. I've persevered in my studies for so many years, but in the end, it has all come to nothing. Xin Zichuan clasped his folding fan under his sleeves. The room felt chilly to him. It was time to get someone to prepare the hand warmer. He pulled his wandering mind back in an instant, his jade earring turning to the side slightly as he spoke politely to Gao Zhongxiong. The political climate is currently unstable, and the various heroes are fighting over themselves to make a play for the top. Since Mr. Xinwei has come to Xizhou, why don't you reside temporarily in my residence and take your time to decide? Gao Zhongxiong could not help feeling greatly touched when he heard Xin Zichuan calling him Mr. Xinwei. He had been through a lot of hardships on this life journey of his, and the masters he had successively encountered and served had not been good masters. And so he stood up and bowed deeply to Xin Zichuan, his words even more awkward and inarticulate. Xin Zichuan comforted him a little, and it was an hour later before Gao Zhongxiong withdrew. Yao, when you looked at the bamboo blinds falling back into place, he waited until Gao Zhongxiong had walked out of the walkway before he asked, "Does the vice commander find this man to be of no use?" Even if Xin Zichuan truly thought so, he could not say it outright. Thus he answered, "He must have his forte for you to recommend him to this extent." "That's right." Yao, when you said, "Gao Zhongxiong's courtesy name is Shenwei, and he has always been known as the eloquent brush when he was in the Imperial College. Back then, when Shi Hongxian was setting the storm in motion in Kudu by inciting the Imperial College, he chose Gao Zhongxiong precisely because of the latter's penmanship. Gao Zhongxiong was a student who entered the capital in the 4th year of Xianda, which coincided with the defeat of Zhongguo's troops. It was a scene of devastation everywhere in the 6 prefectures then, and the lamentation of Chaucer he wrote under the influence of wine caused the students to fall over themselves to transcribe private copies for distribution. When it made its way into Tsinyu's hands, it even made Tsinyu shed tears by the candlelight, deeply moved as he was. Xin Zichuan drank the tea and said, "So that's how it is." The Imperial College's disturbance that Shi Hongxian had facilitated was, in fact, instigated by Xin Zichuan. Gao Zhongxiong led the students to demand answers for Xin Zichuan's release from the temple, and ended up being forcibly quelled by Pan Rugi and Ji Lei. This led to a turnabout of the then students' direction, turning the entire farce into a dispute between them and the Pan faction. Ji Lei and the others were caught off guard before they could act, and subsequently they lost the initiative to land a decisive blow on Xin Zichuan to take him down. Xin Zichuan himself knew best what had played a key role in that fiasco, including the Imperial College uproar that Xue Xiuzhua had later stirred up again. They had both gotten a firm grasp on the inclination of the public sentiments before herding them into moving in the direction they wanted. To do this, compelling rhetoric and articles that had the power to move men were the most indispensable. Yao Wenyu's meaning was clear. Gao Zhongxiong's writing had such power. He could stir up a storm, and it was precisely such literary prowess that Shen Zichuan was in need of right now. The Chazhou trip has made the vice commander a well-known name, but because of the taint that is Shenwei, it's still far from enough if you want to lead and command the various heroes in an open and above-board manner. Yao, when you paused for a moment, even if the full story of the defeat from start to end is made public in the future, it'd still prove to be hard for Shenwei to be absolved of blame. An ill reputation lends no weight to one's words. This was a problem that Shen Zichuan could not circumvent. King Yifan Zhou was currently drafting up documents to attack and vilify Cizhou, and he had made reference to the defeat multiple times. Shen Wei's withdrawal from battle without so much a fight was a fact, and there was no way to refute that even if Zhou Gui wanted to. Firstly, Shen Zichuan was indeed Shen Wei's eighth son of common birth. He was Shen Wei's son by blood, and the so-called unfavored treatment he had received held no water in quelling the anger of the public. That was a blood relation, one unlike Fei Sheng with a remote common birth connection, where glib tongue was all that was needed to convince the people. Secondly, the defeat of the troops was a tragedy caused by Hua Xiqian and the rest's attempts to fill up the void in the state treasury, but the evidence had all been destroyed. Shen Wei committed suicide by self-immolation. Hua Xiqian died in prison, and Wei Huaigu succumbed to poison. Not a single trace was left of their collusion with the Bianchi cavalry to sell out Dazhou's military defense maps. This was the dark cloud that was constantly hanging over Shen Zichuan's head. It was also his greatest pitfall. He had risen to power in Cizhou, but why was he faced with such a scarcity of talents? Because the talents of the world refused to come to him. They'd rather follow heroes like King Yi, who had risen in rebellion among the common people, than throw in their lots with Shen Zichuan. The vice commander executed an advisor of Cizhou today, and it's only by holding the trial publicly that the vice commander's name did not fall into further disrepute. But with the rise of Cizhou and the allegiance of Chazhou, the vice commander must first drop the title of vice commander if the vice commander wishes to advance a step further. Noting Shen Zichuan's neutral expression as he fiddled with his folding fan, Yao Wenyu knew then that Shen Zichuan had already considered this. So he continued, Cizhou has long freed itself from Kudu's control. Using the former title makes it all too easy to confound the status of master and subordinates. It's no longer apt to keep the address vice commander. By the time Yao Wenyu had spoken to this point, both men had reached a tacit understanding. Shen Zichuan could be addressed as vice commander or even judge. Those were his titles in the imperial bodyguards, although they were rendered void when he left Kudu. He was now in Cizhou, and Cizhou's prefectural prefect was Zhou Gui. If he had no new form of address, it would imply that he was still the guest and Zhou Gui was the host and the master. The offending advisors could still remain securely seated in place in the partitioned area despite what had happened at the Yamen, because they still treated Zhou Gui as the master of Cizhou. They did not see themselves as subordinate to Shen Zichuan. there was still a line between both parties. Only Kongling had long since recognized the problem. He brought this to Zhou Gui's attention before he set off for Chazhou the last time, and he had reminded Zhou Gui again when he set off for Huaizhou this time. But Zhou Gui truly was not well acquainted with the ins and outs of the matter, and that was why he had been slow to react. Shen Zhechuan could not proclaim himself king, at least not now. King Yi of Fanzhou established himself so early that he was literally the prey, standing right in front of Qidong. Qi Juyin already had the time to catch a breather and get back in the game. Once she filled in the gap at Bianjuan Commandery, she would have spare resources to deploy troops to Zhongbua, and the first one she was going to fight would be these random kings that had risen from among the common people. There are benefits to being nameless nobodies. Xin Zichuan leaned back slightly. At least if Qi Juyin dispatches troops without any justifiable cause, she would not be able to bypass the other 5 prefectures to come after Cizhou. Cizhou did not have bandits or self-proclaimed kings. Xiao Qia, who commanded the imperial army, was the one the 8 great training divisions were pursuing. Shen Zichuan was at most a fugitive, and Cizhou was at most harboring a fugitive. Zhou Gui had not openly and blatantly hung up the rebel flag, and he was still the prefect in the territory. His turning of a deaf ear to Kudu's orders could be put down to the long distance between Cizhou and Kudu, and just based on this alone, Qi Juyin could not attack Cizhou, not unless she used the suppression of bandits as a pretext to route her troops to the western side of Cizhou, then entered Cizhou with the excuse that she was just transiting through. However, the deployment of troops like this meant that the military expenditure required would increase exponentially, and Kudu might not necessarily be able to spare the money. The best option was still for the 8 great training divisions to deploy their troops. They had support for provisions from Danqing and were located close enough, and they could also use the reason of tracking down Xin Zichuan to take him in for questioning to launch a war with Cizhou. But Han Jin was too impatient. Not only were his troops broken up by Xiao Qia, he was also beaten silly by Xiao Qia. This consequently led the 8 great training divisions into cowering back. But such a situation could not last for long, because the 8 great training divisions were bound to stage a comeback. Once the 3 parties in Kudu entered a period of stability, the Ministry of War would re-elect a new chief commander. It was to guard against this situation that Xiao Qia and Shen Zichuan purchased the Beiyuan hunting grounds from Zhou Gui for use as the imperial army's camp. This way, a 20,000-strong imperial army would be the shield at the west of Cizhou, used for the specific purpose of resisting the 8 great training divisions. But at the same time, the imperial army only had to return to Cizhou's territory, and Qi Juyin would be able to head north and launch a direct assault on Cizhou on the grounds of eliminating the rebel forces. Therefore, Shen Zichuan was in no hurry to get rid of King Yi of Fanzhou. He wanted King Yi to be the mountain that straddled between him and Qidong. However, he could not allow King Yi to expand unchecked either. I once made a proposal for the vice commander to take down Fanzhou swiftly, but it's no longer a good time now. The tea in Yao Wenyu's palm had cooled. He continued, "If the vice commander wants to keep King Yi going, then you have to first hack off the hand he is reaching out to the north with." A few months ago, Xin Zichuan's eyes were clear. Lei Jingzhe was sent back to Mount Luo by Suin, where he became the target of public censure and could no longer command the bandits, resulting in chaos on Mount Luo as the various internal factions turned against one another. Now that King Yi wants to form an alliance with Mount Luo, Lei Jingzhe, who wholeheartedly wants to stage a comeback, will not miss this opportunity. Something stirred in Yao Wenyu's eyes. He said, "Vice commander means to..." Shen Zichuan suddenly opened his folding fan and partially covered his face. With a smile in his eyes, he slowly said, "I'm going to give him a helping hand." The wind had picked up outside the window. It looked like it was about to rain again. Han Jin gouged away at the walls until his 10 fingers were scraped bare. He had been in the Cizhou prison for close to 3 months, and he had gotten so emaciated he was barely recognizable. What's more, he still had to put up with verbal abuse and insults from the others. At first, he could not stand it, and he would even cry himself a river, but as time passed, he gradually grew numb. Mealtime. Carrying a tub in hand, the warden knocked on the cell doors one at a time with a wooden spoon and hollered, "It's mealtime!" They were adept at this and could swiftly dish out the broth and rice, filling the bowl to the brim without missing a drop. On hearing his voice, Han Jin hurried over to the cell door and reached out for the bowl. Unexpectedly, the warden passing by behind kicked the bowl over, sending the mixture of rice and broth spilling all over the ground. Han Jin was so hungry he was having gastric pains. He kneeled and pinched up the rice on the ground with his fingers and desperately shoved them into his mouth. There were grains of sand and gravel among the rice, which made his teeth ache as he chomped down on them. He pressed his head against the cell door and reached into his mouth with his dirty hand to dig out the stones. As he was doing so, he suddenly saw a pair of legs stopping at the other end of the cell door. Han Jin carefully lifted his eyes and looked out evasively. Gao Zhongxiong, who had initially meant to come and take a look at his former master, never expected Han Jin to be reduced to such a state. Han Jin was Han Cheng's younger brother, and he could be said to have been a free-spirited young master in Kuru. He succeeded Shi Guin as the viceroy of the 8 great training divisions, and he had also been there in person during the public ditches case and gone into the waters. At that time, he had great respect for Shaoqia. Gao Zhongxiong felt a lump in his throat. There were several times he wanted to open his mouth and speak, but words failed him. Han Jin looked blankly at Gao Zhongxiong, then abruptly pounced over to grab the bars and ask in a tearful voice, "Is my elder brother here? Tell me, has my elder brother come?" Chapter 160. Rumor. Chapter 160. Rumor shocked by Han Jin, Gao Zhongxiong took a couple of steps back and bumped into the bars behind him. Han Jin could not even stand the mosquito bites when he marched to war, much less endure the dirty conditions in prison. It was very much against his will to end up in such a plight. When he saw Gao Zhongxiong's expression, he could not help but burst out wailing, "You treacherous man! It's all your fault. I'm in this state." Gao Zhongxiong dared not respond and stuck close to the bars as he headed for the entrance. Feeling his hatred rise, Han Jin launched into a torrent of abuses. "You threw in your lot with traitor Shin. How shameless! You disloyal, turncoat slave who panders to a traitor. One Gao Zhongxiong, you're just a wretched soul with nobody to turn to. Don't go, come back, you." Gao Zhongxiong cut a sorry figure as he pushed the prison door open and shook off that relentless, haunting voice behind him. Outside, the chilly wind blew his entire back cold. The literati cherished their reputation. Who didn't want to go down in history as an honorable scholar untainted by political ills? To the words disloyal, turncoat slave dealt such a hard blow to Gao Zhongxiong that he almost could not get back up on his feet. He had tens of thousands of grievances pent up in his chest with nowhere to vent, and they eventually amassed into a wave of nausea so overwhelming that he grabbed at the wall and threw up. Gao Zhongxiong threw up everything he had consumed that day, puking until he had a case of acid reflux. He leaned against the wall, gradually sliding into a sitting position on the ground. As he gazed towards the vast sky, he thought of his elders back in Yuzhou. He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, but the tears would not stop streaming down his cheeks, so he wiped them with his sleeve instead. Eventually, he hugged his arms, rolled over to curl up in a corner, and cried while trying to suppress it. Who would be willing to give up his dignity and bow to power for a pittance? Not Gao Zhongxiong. But without this pittance he would die. In order to seek a way out for himself, he even cast aside his sensibilities. If someone were to tell him 5 years ago that he would bow obsequiously to a yamen runner for the sake of being a lesser functionary in the future, he would rather die. But he had not only done that now, he was even willing to learn to flatter others for petty gains. An unspecified amount of time later, Gao Zhongxiong got up, tidied himself, and edged along the wall as he made his way outside. As he passed by the yamen, he had the sense that the whisperings around him were directed at him, but he did not seem to feel a thing. Like what Yao Wenyu had said, the past was but a dream. He had woken up too. This humble one is Gao Zhongxiong, and my humble courtesy name is Shenwei. Gao Zhongxiong strode into the yamen and bowed as he said to the others, "It is on the personal recommendation of the vice commander that this humble one has come to offer my writing skills for the yamen's use. In the future, this humble one shall be responsible for drafting up all the official proclamations and public notices the yamen needs." In the twinkling of an eye, it was already the end of the 8th month. Kongling and Yu Xiaozai had returned from their trip to Huaizhou. The discussion in Huaizhou had gone smoothly. The only odd thing was that when they passed by Luosha Pass on the way back, they found the attitude of the Luosha Pass's commandant loaded with subtleties. It was far more agreeable than it had been when they passed through on their way to Huaizhou. That commandant from Luosha Pass, Yu Xiaozai said, was trying to dig for information on our vice commander. He made several inquiries on the vice commander's marriage. He couldn't be trying to play matchmaker for the vice commander, could he? Zhou Gui thought of Xiaoqi and hurriedly asked, "Then how did you answer?" "I initially wanted to answer that the vice commander already has a spouse. Yu Xiaozai had darkened a lot on this trip, but Chengfeng advised me not to, so I just replied that he was still unmarried." Both of them did not understand, but Kongling was a discerning and insightful man. He had heard that the hereditary prince's consort of Li Bei had come to Cizhou, so he paid special attention to Luosha Pass's attitude on their return trip. He knew very well the reason for the change in their attitude. No doubt Li Bei had reached out to them in advance, wanting to understand Xin Zichuan through them. He just did not know if it was the prince or the hereditary prince. Kongling picked up the tea and said, "The vice commander isn't married to begin with. It's better to say it as it is when it comes to this matter, lest it provides others with grounds for gossip and leads to misunderstandings." Zhou Gui was just about to speak to Kongling about the screening of the functionaries from the last time when Xiao Tinya lifted the curtains. They rose to greet in unison, "Vice Commander." It was raining outside, and Xin Zichuan had walked all the way over from his residence. Even if he had an umbrella, it was inevitable for him to get wet. On the contrary, Yao Wenyu was all securely bundled up as he was pushed in. The only thing was that he was too thin, and even when he sat in the wheelchair, he did not feel like a living being. Gao Zhongxiong came in last after them. He was dressed very simply, with a pile of books in his arms and half of his shoulder wet. "Gentlemen, please take a seat." Shen Zichuan settled into a seat and wiped away the water droplets on his hand with his handkerchief. "It has been hard on Mr. Qingfeng and Yu Jing on this long trip. There's no need to be in a hurry to return to duty these few days. Take a break." Kongling and Yu Xiaozai said their thanks in succession. "Shenwei, do sit too. There's no need to be formal." Shen Zichuan lifted a palm to motion to Gao Zhongxiong. At the same time, he said to Kongling, "This is Shenwei, a new subordinate of mine who specializes in writing. He is presently gaining experience in the yamen, and there are still plenty of many matters on which he will need Mr. Qingfeng's guidance on." Kongling politely and humbly played down the accolade and sized up Gao Zhongxiong. Gao Zhongxiong had secured his hair up in a simple bun today, as he had to move around in the yamen for the whole day now. Efficiency had taken precedence over everything else, and so he no longer looked so much like a scholar. Gao Zhongxiong set down the books and bowed to Kongling in a greeting. "I've long heard much of Mr. Qingfeng's reputation. It's an honor to meet you." Kongling rose to his feet and returned the greeting. Shen Zichuan waited until they each took their respective seats before saying, "With things going smoothly in Huaizhou and Chazhou, everyone can have a good year this year. The functionaries to survey the fields have already been sent down. To ensure the accuracy of the acreage, there will be 2 more checks carried out after. By the time this is done, it will be the end of the year, but the good thing is that we can finish the surveillance in time for this year. Now that the recording of registrations is done, the moving of Tsijo's autumn harvest into the granaries is completed too. As soon as the snow falls, we should discuss the allocation of lands. Yao, when you spoke up just then, in the past, the land taxes and levies in Kudu were all paid in kind. After the grain was collected and put into storage at the granaries, it was manually audited and converted by people. The labor costs of the transport office also had to be apportioned among them, so it might not necessarily be accurate. We are now in Tsijo, and we can dispense with the escort and transportation of grains. But to increase the expenses for the upkeep of the granary, the most appropriate way to collect silver would be to combine the miscellaneous taxes. The trading of grains is not a long-term endeavor either. Conling said, once Chaozhou is done with the reorganization this year, they can start tilling their lands at the beginning of spring next year. If they can get through it, it will be a bumper harvest for them, and they will no longer need to do business with us. Wouldn't the other 4 prefectures need it? Yu Xiaozai was not as familiar with the situation in Zhongbua as the rest of them. Seems to me that King Yi won't be in the running for long. The 2 prefectures of Fanzhou and Dengzhou are so poor that the people are turning against each other. Yet he's still bestowing awards and conferring titles on a motley crew of ministers for his court. If we aren't doing business with Chaozhou, we can do it with them. The others laughed. Shin Zichuan said, Yu Jing is truly from the Chief Surveillance Bureau. Seeing as Yu Xiaozai did not comprehend, Congling said, when you see others conducting themselves with such behavior, you think about impeachment, forgetting that they're impoverished to the extent that they'd turn against one another. So, how would they have the money to buy grains from us? Human trafficking is rampant in Fanzhou, and traffickers are running amok all around. If we have them purchase the grains, they might even use children to barter. These people are incorrigible. It filled Zhou Gui with contempt just to bring up the subject. This is something that has to be combated, but the source is still at Mount Luo. As for King Yi, he can't die no matter what. Yao, when you relax a little and revealed a smile, he is currently our barrier in the south. Without him, we will come face to face with Qi Juin. Speaking of Qi Juin, Yu Xiaozai rolled up his sleeves slightly. This reminds me of Qi Shiyu. I heard some news. During the wedding ceremony when 3rd Missy Huam married over, the old commander saw what an unparalleled beauty his new wife was, and in a moment of happiness he collapsed. Zhou Gui was stunned. Collapsed. Yu Xiaozai continued he had a stroke. Whether Qi Shiyu had a genuine stroke or a bogus one, this incident made it clear that he would not be sharing a room with Hua Xiangyi. The Empress Dowager got the in-laws relationship she wanted with Qidong, but she had no way to take it any further. If Hua Xiangyi did not beget an heir, Qi Juin would retain her position as the commander-in-chief. With her stepmother in her hands, she had every reason to suppress and hold her other brothers in check. Man proposes, God disposes. Zhou Gui lamented. It's fortunate that Qi Juin is not a man. They laughed and chatted about something else. Congling and Yu Xiaozai had only just returned today, so Shen Zichuan could not really let them sit and chat the entire night. At around the hour of Chou, he dismissed them. Zhou Gui personally saw Congling back to his courtyard and gave him a brief and concise account of the screening incident on their way over. Finally, he said, "We executed an advisor who took bribes and kept the peace in the Yamen until now. But rumors keep popping up recently, saying that the vice commander came to Tsijo to coerce me. Can you believe this? Alas, I can't eat or sleep well these few days, worried that these words will make their way to the vice commander's ears and cause misunderstandings between us." Congling held the umbrella and said, "I reminded you a long time ago that the address of prefectural prefect should be done away with. If this matter had played out before someone who is over-suspicious and distrustful by nature, you and I would have long lost the trust of the vice commander. But I," Zhou Gui said anxiously, "don't know what to change it to." "It doesn't matter what you change it to. What's important is the attitude. Kong Ling tilted the umbrella to allow Zhou Gui to raise up the lantern. Sizhou has already established itself. Naturally, it can no longer leave this matter ambiguous. You may not intend it that way, but you won't be able to hold up against repeated rumors. So distinguish between master and subordinate clearly as soon as possible and make it clear to the others as well that Sizhou has already changed masters. During their discussion, both men had already gone up the steps. The attendants followed behind them. Before Kong Ling stepped onto the walkway, he looked back and motioned for them to slow down and not to follow too close. It's not appropriate to call him the Provincial Administration Commissioner, and it's not appropriate to call him the Viceroy either. Think of one for me. Zhou Gui said after him, and I can get it settled tomorrow morning. Those are all titles designated by Kudu. Of course, they aren't appropriate. Kong Ling could not think of one at such short notice either. He stood for a moment, then said with a headache, Xin Wei was the Prince of Jianqing, but he has been stripped of his noble rank and title. We mustn't allow this relationship to be associated with the vice commander anymore. Both men stood side by side in the chilly night, with the wind rustling past their clothes. It was so freezing that both men shivered simultaneously. Kong Ling was tired and cold, and so he chased Zhou Gui off. Go back and think of one yourself. 2 days later, Zhou Gui submitted a document with a request to change vice commander to prefectural lord. 3. He initially meant to address him as Lord Shen, but the word Shen was associated with Xinwei, so it was revised to the prefectural in prefectural prefect. The word prefectural was flexible. It could progress in tiers according to their future expansion in the region, making it convenient to make changes again. This was the first time Sizhou explicitly recognized Shen Zichuan as the one who reigned supreme in Sizhou. Meanwhile, Zhou Gui demoted himself back into his original position and became a subordinate of Shen Zichuan. Once this matter was made public, King Yi of Fanzhou was the first one to get anxious. He repeatedly issued several notices angrily denouncing Zhou Gui for defecting to the traitor. But Sizhou now had Gao Zhongxiong, an eloquent writer of quick wit and great speed who could twist the narrative in their favor. At the same time, he condemned King Yi for his heartlessness in disregarding the lives and deaths of the commoners in Fanzhou by carrying out wasteful, large-scale construction of extravagant buildings for his enjoyment. He also composed a ballad for distribution to the 4 prefectures east of Zhongbua, singing the story of how Shen Zichuan had traveled thousands of li to deliver grains, but had instead gotten injured. So much that it moved all the listeners to tears. The more that rumor spread, the more exaggerated it became. By the time it reached Xiao Fengshu's ears, it had already become seriously wounded and almost broke an arm. Xiao Fengshu got a fright and went to grab up a diligent Xiao Qia in the middle of the night to ask, "He broke an arm?" Xiao Qia, who had been continuously running errands for half a month, had only just fallen asleep when his old man yanked him up. He was still half asleep, so Xiao Fengshu shook him and asked his question again. Annoyed by the shaking, Xiao Qia asked in a hoarse voice, Who broke an arm?" Xiao Fengshu said, "Shen Zichuan." Chapter 161 Sunset Glow. Chapter 161 Sunset Glow. Xiao Qia felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of icy water that not only sobered him up, but also caused his hairs to stand on end. He sat up and stared at Xiao Fengshu for a moment, yet his mind was blank. It was as if he had been punched so hard by someone that even the insides of his chest cavity were a rotten mess. He abruptly pushed Xiao Fengshu aside and got off the couch to put on his boots. But he knocked against the corner of the table and almost couldn't get up. Where in the hell were those damn boots? Chunyang and Gu Jin were initially standing outside the tent to keep watch for the night when they heard the sound of the flap being lifted and saw Xiao Qia stumbling out like a wandering soul with one foot stepping down on the back of a boot and the other stepping on the ground. He did not even have his outer robes on as he went over to undo Lang Tao Shuejin's reins. Gu Jin was the quickest to react. He strode a step out to tug at the reins and called out in an urgent voice, "Master!" Chunyang followed closely behind, intending to head inside to look for his robes and boots. Xiao Fengshu bent over to step outside and asked in puzzlement, "You didn't know? Didn't this happen a long time ago? When he went to Chazhou?" Chunyang observed Xiao Fengshu's expression, and realization suddenly dawned on him. He slapped his forehead and turned around to shout, "Chazhou! Master, it's Chazhou! Young master is fine!" These shouts were so strikingly loud that they shocked Xiao Qiye's startled soul back into his body. He turned around and made a beeline for Xiao Fengshu, so agitated that his eyes had gone red. When he came to Xiao Fengshu, he spun around on the spot once before he finally wiped at his face and said, "Good grief, father dearest!" The scabs on Xin Zichuan's palm had fallen off, leaving only a scar behind. As soon as the 8th month passed, the rain in Xizhou ceased. The frost intensified, and the weather grew even colder. Yao Wenyu, having caught a cold in recent days, remained indoors with the hand warmer in hand and rarely ventured outdoors. Xin Zichuan still had Fei Xing following him around. Contrary to expectations, Li Xiong hardly mentioned Lei Jingzhe again. "Is Han Jin still in prison?" Xin Zichuan drank his medicine and asked Fei Sheng as he stood by the window. Fei Sheng answered he's still there. Master is benevolent not to kill him, yet he keeps raising a hue and cry the whole day without so much a sign of repentance. Xin Zichuan gripped the porcelain bowl in his hand and looked at the pattern for a while before he said, "He's Han Cheng's younger brother." Fei Sheng lowered his eyes for no reason and shivered. Han Cheng executed Qi Hualien right there on the streets. Based on what Fei Sheng had figured out regarding Xin Zichuan's temper, the reason Xin Zichuan had kept Han Jin alive without killing him was not to coerce Kudu at all, but to retain him for a bigger purpose. Fei Sheng did not dare to guess. He had no wish to guess either. As a guard, he was Xin Zichuan's dagger. Xin Zichuan's wish was his command. Xin Zichuan raised his eyes and looked out of the window at the cold rays of sunlight on the ground, which left trails of tear stains through the frost. He let out an inexplicable smile and said, "Release him." Fei Sheng acknowledged the order. Xin Zichuan added, "Get him a bath and a change of clothes, then give him a meal and a soft couch. There is no need for him to do anything. Just let him play to his heart's content." Fei Sheng did not dare to object and merely uttered his acknowledgement again before taking his leave. The moment he left, Qiao Tianya lifted the curtain and entered. Letter from Li Bei. Qiao Tianya set the letter on Xin Zichuan's table. It was sent post-haste. Must be something Master needs to be informed of. "Is Yuan Zhua doing better?" Xin Zichuan asked as he opened the letter. Before Qiao Tianya could answer, he saw Xin Zichuan's stunned expression as he reread the letter several times. "It's about the frontier trade market in winter." Xin Zichuan paused for a moment. "I'm going to the battlegrounds in person to have a face-to-face discussion with the Prince of Li Bei." The weather in Li Bei was capricious. The remaining clear, sunny weather of autumn was few and far between, but once it made its appearance, it would get so hot that it made one want to strip. Xiao Qie returned to the battleground again at the end of the 8th month and did not leave again for the time being. After that defeat, he had never taken a break. Whether it was to head north to transport military supplies or going west to contact dying, he was the one who led his men to make the trips. It was as if his rough edges had been completely tempered down by Xiao Fengshu to the point that he was starting to willingly serve as a young general in charge of military supplies. When Chunyang went to fetch water, he saw Xiao Qie standing on the withered and yellow grassland training horse. The key word was training, but in truth, Xiao Qie was a lot more gentle. That horse, snow white all over with a patch of black on its chest, was the horse Luigi wanted to keep for Xiao Qie's wife. When Xiao Qie had been running errands for the last month, he brought it out with him, wanting to tame it himself. Xiao Fengshu rode his horse over from the other end, and Meng came swooping down in the wind and brushed past Xiao Fangxu with a swoosh. Then it took off again along the grass and soared into the air, where it spun around once before flying away. Xiao Fangxu dismounted and threw the reins to the deputy general behind him. He took off his helmet, spat out the dust in his mouth, and narrowed his eyes to look at Xiaoqie. After a while, he removed his heavy armor and took off the saddle on the back of his horse. He then flipped atop it once more and beckoned to Xiaoqie from a distance away. Zhuo Qianqiu leaned over the railing, his white hair fluttering in the wind as he watched father and son side by side. Wu Ziyu ran a few steps closer and stepped up the railing to straddle over it. Behind him, the Libe armored cavalry and imperial army came up and crowded around them on this side of the railing, so closely that they were all packed like sardines. It was so squeezed that Tantai, who could not free his hands, so he craned his neck and yelled, "What's this about?" Wu Ziyu held up a steamed bun and shouted at the top of his hoarse voice over the din, "If the second young master wins today, the convoy squad will be the champions this month. They will even have to give us 2 more scoops for our meals." On seeing this, Zhuo said with a laugh, "It will take a few years more before Ai will defeat his old man. The second young master will not let us down." Tantai, who shouted defiantly as he wiped the sweat that had trickled down onto his cheek. It was so scorching hot that his face was tanned and flushed. Zhuo asked, "What if his lordship wins?" Chunyang was just about to say something when he heard Tantai, who say in a booming voice, "Then we will run along the grassland and bark as we run." Wu Ziyu and Gu Jin, who were behind him, promptly leaped up to shut his mouth up. Zhuo did not let the opportunity slip. "Fine. You heard that? If you lose to your father today, your whole squad will have to go woof woof." Xiaoqie lifted his finger and whistled, and Lang Taoshui Jin circled over to his side. He mounted the horse and asked Xiao Fangxu where to. Xiao Fangxu seemed hesitant as he parroted, "Where to?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already spurred his horse on ahead. The imperial army booed in unison. Tantai, who struggled to free his mouth, and exclaimed, "How can his lordship cheat?" Lang Tao Shui Jin shot forward, like a black arrow leaving the bowstring, and the wind started rustling in an instant. The sun in the clear skies on the horizon was blinding, and the back views of father and son as they rode their horse were almost identical. Meng suddenly broke through the clouds and went all out to chase after them, sticking closely right behind Xiaoqie as it looked down upon that pair of arrows, one in front and one at the back. Blades of grass went flying all over as horses' hooves trampled over them, while the wind stirred up the endless expanse of luxuriant grass, sending them swaying in one direction. They rode amidst it, like a duo of big and small stars shooting into the waves of the ocean, leaving a long trail in their wake among the grasslands. Xiaoqie gazed at Xiao Fangxu's back as he listened to the soughing of the wind. Xiao Fangxu was not old yet. How could he be old? He looked so robust and strong, no different than he had been 20 years ago. As long as he raised both arms, he could lift both sons, laughing on the grasslands as he tossed them in turn until they cried. Xiaoqie gradually caught up to him. Lang Taoshui Jin was far more sturdy and younger than that horse beneath Xiao Fangxu. It charged forth, full of vigor, its eyes staring fixedly ahead as if nothing could stop it. Gradually, both men came to ride neck to neck with one another, both riding until they were drenched in sweat. The sun blazed overhead, searing their backs. This was perhaps the last sunny sky with a scorching sun in Libe this year. There was a stone monument at the finishing point with the names of the Libe armored cavalry who had died in battle the past year engraved on it, along with the falcons that had fallen with them and the battle steeds that had carried them. At the very last moment when father and son were about to reach, Meng beat them to it and darted over. It circled once before landing on the stone monument, thereby winning first place. "The falcon is mine." Xiaoqie slowed down and said, "So I win." The land is mine. Xiao Fengshu came to a stop and turned around to face Xiao Qiye while pointing at his feet. I was here 800 years earlier than you. Xiao Qiye apathetically ignored the statement. They dismounted. The sun was already on its downward descent in the west. Xiao Fengshu headed up the stone steps and stood before the stone monument, then reached out to wipe away the dust on it. The wind was strong here. It sent his hair fluttering and tousled up the hair on his temples, revealing some streaks of white. He said, "Herein lie my brothers." Xiao Qiye came up behind him and stood beside Xiao Fengshu. 10 years ago, I brought your eldest brother here. Xiao Fengshu pointed at a certain spot. There was a lad here by the rather unique name of Suining. He was the same age as your brother. Old names on this stone monument would be scrapped off every year and filled in with new ones. This signified that generation after generation of the Libe armored cavalry all existed here, and it also signified that generation after generation of the Libe armored cavalry had vanished here. It was here the stone monument, with its back to the Hongyan Mountains, lay in eternal rest. There were the wind of the Hongyan Mountains, and at the same time the stars of the Hongyan Mountains. I want to be here. Xiao Qiye pointed in the center. The place is big, the location is good, and you can look far out into the distance. That's my spot. Xiao Fengshu said pettily. I want all the spots here. What about my mother? Xiao Qiye turned his head aside to scrutinize Xiao Fengshu. You left her alone and dying. Xiao Fengshu didn't respond. He gazed past the stone monument to look at the Hongyan Mountains. Then, as if dazzled by the setting sun, he turned around and looked in the direction of dying. He could barely open his eyes from the wind. We can look at each other from afar, eyes to eyes, forever. Xiao Qiye followed his gaze and looked over. It is here we are born, and it is here we will die worthy deaths. People from Libe lie on the mountains and rivers with their faces to the blazing sun, men or women. The bones on which the sun shines are all unyielding heroes. Xiao Fengshu opened up his palm, and the wind burst past his palm so softly it felt like the long hair of his wife. This was the only indulgence he had allowed himself in the past decades. One day I will return to her embrace. Xiao Qiye looked at the waves of billowing grass at the other end. It was like a never-ending torrent. The so-called sorrow of parting and joy of reunions, of every single person out, there was merely a fleeting moment in the timelessness of the universe. In just the blink of an eye, it would disintegrate, and from then on, all would be silent, every vestige of it gone. An encounter was truly a very precious thing. Xiao Fengshu turned around and threw Xiao Qiye a punch, then lifted his arms to give Xiao Qiye a tight hug. But very quickly he let go and said, You still need a good several years before you can surpass me. Who knows? Xiao Qiye patted his own chest to hint at his height. Xiao Fengshu took a few steps and made as if to pick something off the ground. Having horse dung flung at him had left a shadow over Xiao Qiye's heart, and so he promptly turned around and ran. The moment he ran, Xiao Fengshu burst out laughing. The wind was still blowing as the father and son made their way back, bathed in the evening glow of the setting sun. Dusk was not yet over. As Xiao Qiye was drenched in sweat all over, he stripped off his upper garments and stood in the river to bathe. The surface of the water shimmered. As he poured water using the wooden bucket, dancing ripples of golden light covered the muscles on his entire back. Xiao Qiye bent over and rinsed his arm guard in the water. The quality iron had been smashed to the point it was no longer usable, but he still did not have it changed. When he took it out of the water, he ripped away the badly worn dogskin rope on it and turned around to say, Hand me a travel-worn Shinzichuan stood on the slope by the riverside, the sunset glow spilling over the hems of his robe with bits of grass on it. Xiao Qiye missed him so much, and here he stood before Xiao Qiye at the very moment the last rays of the setting sun faded away. Chapter 162. Frontier Trade Market. Chapter 162. Frontier Trade Market. The dark blue dome of heaven lay out in a spread behind Shin Sichuan. He lifted his arms to remove his overcoat, exposing the earring on his right ear as he moved. His sleeves slid down to reveal the secured, snow-white sleeves of his inner garment underneath. He was just like a white bird stopping for a rest in this still and silent world, commanding all of Xiao Qia's attention in just a matter of an instant. Xiao Qia did not blink. As he watched Shin Sichuan descend the slope in a few steps, he subconsciously opened his arms. The impact when Shin Sichuan rushed into him sent him half a step back, but at the same time he took all of this white bird into his bosom, embracing him in a tight hug. The swift, running waters of the river crashed into both of their legs, sending up sprays of water. "You scared me." Recovering from his astonishment, Xiao Qia abruptly lifted Shin Sichuan high and laughed as he looked up. "Falling out of the sky the way you did!" Shin Sichuan was a little short on breath as he said, "I'm here for an inspection." Xiao Qia lifted his palm to touch Shin Sichuan's cheek, then covered the back of Shin Sichuan's head with it and held him down for a kiss. Dusk closed in on them on all sides, their lips a scenic scene under the dimness. Shin Sichuan's palms slid up to cup both of Xiao Qia's cheeks as he responded to him passionately. The shimmer of water on the river's surface disappeared, and the subsequent, pervading darkness of the night blurred the boundary between heaven and earth. They clung close together ever so intimately, unbosoming themselves of their fervent longing. Xiao Qia kissed him so hard that Shin Sichuan could not help but suck in a breath when they parted and licked the spot that was nearly torn by his bites. "Go ahead and inspect." Xiao Qia laughed. "Come on. I've already stripped for you to inspect all you want." Shin Sichuan put up his arms over Xiao Qia's shoulders and tapped on Xiao Qia's sturdy back with his dangling folding fan. "I disappeared without a trace the moment I got off the horse carriage. His lordship has yet to meet me yet. I'll inspect you tonight." "Oh." Xiao Qia dragged out the word and said with displeasure as he continued to hug him in this posture, "So you're here to see my father?" Shin Sichuan swung the folding fan between his fingers and said, "That's something I have to do in passing while I'm at it. My heart is all here." Xiao Qia waded through the river and carried Shin Sichuan towards the riverbank. "I don't believe you." Shin Sichuan felt that Xiao Qia looked too dashing like this. When he landed on the ground, he leaned over to scrutinize him. So Xiao Qia raised his arm and pressed against Shin Sichuan's forehead to put a little more distance between them. "You should have seized the chance while you had it." Xiao Qia picked up his clothes and said, "That's all I'm showing you." Shin Sichuan teased him, "I'm leaving then." Xiao Qia put on his robe and tilted his head up slightly to say, "Go ahead." Shin Sichuan nodded in understanding and took a few steps backward. Seeing no movement from Xiao Qia, he turned around for real. But who knew? Even before he had the chance to stride a step forward the moment he turned around, Xiao Qia lifted him back and covered his head to kiss him until his waist went numb. This wide robe that cloaked him was filled with Xiao Qia's scent all over, the coolness and refreshingness of which engulfed Shin Sichuan whole. In that meager film of darkness, he revealed his avaricious nature, breathing hotly to seduce Xiao Qia before he finally said into Xiao Qia's ear, "Your father is coming." The group of well-intentioned guards who had been squatting behind the slope started to cough violently in unison. Xiao Qia pulled back from the brink right in the nick of time and tore off the robe in a fit of pique. Xiao Fengshu had long known that Shin Sichuan was here, but he did not communicate this to Xiao Qia. At present, there were plenty of people in the military tent. The commanding generals from Changzhou Camp, Shatter Camp, and the 3 great training divisions of Luoyang were all present and were in the midst of discussing the news from Dying. If the Biancha troops don't withdraw, this battle will no doubt last until winter. The commanding general of the Shatter Camp was called Jiangsheng, who had been wounded some days back. His shoulders were still bandaged with gauze. He said, "If we are still going to keep up with the fight like this in winter, then the few battalions in the front line will need to consider deploying more military craftsmen. Otherwise, we won't be able to make it in time if we simply rely on the convoy squad to make the deliveries back and forth when the wear and tear of the equipment gets too severe. Deploying more military craftsmen is an option." Zhuoqianqiu warmed himself by the fire and said, "But the need for military provisions will increase as well. If we transfer all the people from dying to the front line, there will be no one back at home to cultivate the fields at the beginning of spring next year." Now that Li Bei had lost the granaries in Jueshi, its military provisions in the future were cut by half. They all had to rely on the military fields in Li Bei to survive. This was a matter that pertained to their success or failure on the battlefields. As the hereditary prince suggested, Zhao Hui said, "Building a new supply camp behind Shar Camp will allow us to mutually guard and assist the Bianbo camp to the south, as well as meet the needs of the battlefields even faster than before. In times of emergency during the war, the territory can scrimp and save to supply the front line. Winter is right around the corner, and the coats have yet to be distributed." Jiang Xing knew everyone was in a difficult position, so it would not do for him to go too far with his words. He frowned worriedly in silence for a moment. The hereditary prince's consort is leading the old and weak, women and children to hasten production for the winter coats back in dyeing, and even the cotton used to make them was given to us by Luoxia Pass. We are in for a tough time this year. If we can't survive this winter, we can forget about discussing anything for next year. You are a veteran general. Xiao Fengshu drank hot milk and said, "So why lose heart? The men on the front line aren't totally wiped out yet. If it's rough going for us, it'll be even tougher on the 12 tribes of Bayantia. Amur has still yet to make it as their great lord. There are only 6 tribes under him that can be truly said to have pledged allegiance to him. The remaining ones merely want to have a share of the spoils and take risks with him. But when it really comes down to the last critical juncture, they might not necessarily be willing to stake it all with him. Bayantia is gaining so much momentum this year." Zhao Hui said, "They must have come prepared." "No doubt they have been planning for it for a long time." Zhuoqianqiu turned both of his palms over and pondered it over for a moment before continuing. In the 3rd year of Xinda, he colluded with others from within and from without to break through the Zhongguo's defenses line. It went all too smoothly that time, giving him a taste of sweet victory. That's why it comes as a surprise now that he's concentrating his attacks on a tough nut like Li Bei. But from this, we can tell that he is indeed now harboring the intent to invade Dazhou, and he wants to first smash down this side of the wall that is Li Bei in order not to repeat the same mistake. Someone out there is supplying grains to Amur. Xiao Fengshu's eyes were sharp and cutting. Jiming was out of commission after the military provisions case, and Amur instantly transferred Hassan north. I don't believe it if you tell me he did not know about it in advance. So we should thank our lucky stars that Kudu did not have Li Bei's military defense map, considering that Amur's inside contact is still hiding in Dazhou. Yi rebelled at the start of spring this year. Was it a bad thing? No, he did good. If Li Bei was still under Kudu's control, this battle would no longer be just a matter of worrying over provisions. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to ward off an arrow in the dark. It's too dangerous. No more eunuchs coming over to inspect the military and breathe down our necks. Jiang Xing finally smiled a little and said, as he shook his head, "This battle is really a comfortable one to fight. There are ways to resolve the issue of provisions next year." Xiao Fengshu set down his bowl. "And it's for this specific purpose I've found someone who can offer us a way." Zhuoqianqiu laughed and rose to his feet. "All right then, I'll invite this little buddy in." Wu Zi wanted to take a look at Shen Zichuan, but it was inappropriate for him to be too brazen. He followed behind Tantai, who asked, "This the one?" Tantai, who looked back and whispered, Just address him as young master later. Wu Ziyu saw Shen Zichuan listening to Fei Sheng. He could not tell if Shen Zichuan was happy or not from his side profile, but his entire person was like a brilliantly colored painting just by sitting there alone. His skin was fair, yet his facial features were so ravishing it was enthralling, so much that one dared not shift their eyes away, even though looking at him for too long would inexplicably give one the chills. But this chill was not obvious, it merely ran up one's spine, so cold it gave no indications of its advance. By the time realization dawned, the person would have already subconsciously sensed danger and felt the urge to dodge his cutting brilliance. Ding Tao shot his mouth off and popped out his head to whisper, "See that jade earring? Our master polished it personally. Young master wears it every day." That jade earring adorned his right ear, and it was still debatable whether Shen Zichuan embellished it or it embellished Shen Zichuan. It was like a needless warning that concealed Xiao Qiye's undisguised possessiveness behind that smoothness, making it clear to all that no one else, other than Xiao Qiye, could touch Shen Zichuan. Wu Ziyu had only just burrowed his way among them and had still yet to decide what demeanor he should adopt to greet and welcome Shen Zichuan. But seeing as everyone around him looked as they usually did, he did the same as well, his prying gaze warded off by that jade earring. By the time Shen Zichuan was able to meet Xiao Fangxiu, it was already nearly the hour of Zi. Chunyang lifted the flap for him to let him enter. Xiao Fangxiu was initially sitting with his leg propped up, but on seeing the white figure entering, he suddenly sat straight up. But then he felt he was really being too unnatural, so he attempted to cover it up by propping his hand on his knee to appear more imposing, only to look all the more conspicuous as he looked at Shen Zichuan without so much a smile. "Sorry to have kept you waiting in the tent for so long." Zhuo Qianqiu guided Shen Zichuan. "It's been a tough journey here, hasn't it? Come have a meal with us first. We'll talk as we eat." With that, he turned his head and signaled to Xiao Fangxiu with his eyes. Xiao Fangxiu scrutinized Shen Zichuan. He still remembered this face, but his aura was completely poles apart from the person he had seen 1 year ago. He thought, well then, he's truly too damn stunning. "Sit." Xiao Fangxiu said coolly. Gu Jin served the tea, and Chunyang brought out the dishes. The meal was simple, consisting of a large bowl of lamb stew, tea blended with fresh milk, piping hot flatbread, and commonly seen cabbages and green vegetables at the front lines. Shen Zichuan stared at the spread before him. They clearly overestimated him. Zhuo Qianqiu gestured for Shen Zichuan to dig in. He tore apart the flatbread and said, "There isn't much good stuff here. We wanted to welcome you with a meal, but there isn't much here, so this will have to do. If we can get a truce during the new year, we will surely not put you through such aggrievement when we are back and dying." Shen Zichuan found the word aggrievement strange. He was here to discuss the frontier trade market and the use of paths with Xiao Fangxiu. Xiao Fangxiu was willing to meet him, so no matter how he looked at it, the word aggrievement should not be part of the picture at all. "It's been half a year since we parted. When we met in Kuta the last time, you were not this thin." Zhuo Qianqiu said, "Is your Shifu well?" Without putting down his chopsticks, Shen Zichuan nodded in reply. "Shifu has been in good health lately and leads a carefree life in Suzhou. He often misses you. Before I came, he specially instructed me to deliver a letter on his behalf." He then looked back and shouted, "Fei Sheng." Fei Sheng handed the letter over to Chunyang, as Zhuo Qianqiu and Shen Zichuan exchanged pleasantries for a few moments. Xiao Fangxiu sliced the lamb meat with a dagger and said, "Are you here to discuss the trade market with me?" "That's right," Shen Zichuan replied, "and the matter of the bridle paths as well. Access to Li Bei's bridle paths will not be given for free." Xiao Fangxiu placed the sliced lamb meat onto his plate. "It's all good as long as you can afford to pay. However, the mutual trade market is not for external loan. If your lordship doesn't permit external loan of the trade market, it will be left vacant this year." Shen Zichuan sampled the flatbread before continuing, The war this year is intense, and the grasslands of the Huiyan tribe have been commandeered for use by the Hanchi tribe. They're now waiting to trade their remaining cattle and sheep for grain at the trade market to get through winter. If the trade market doesn't open up, then thousands of people will starve to death in the heavy snow. Li Bei's willingness to vacate land for the Huiyan tribe to get through winter is already a magnanimous show of benevolence. They are well aware that we are in a difficult predicament this year. Xiao Fengshu wiped the dagger clean and looked toward Xin Zichuan. Do you know what it means to let you have the trade market? It means that your people can shuttle in and out of Li Bei this winter. It's currently wartime. What if bandits of Mount Luo who have defected to the Biantia people infiltrate their way in? Dare you bear the consequences then? I dare not. Xin Zichuan locked eyes with Xiao Fengshu. That's why I will eliminate all possibilities of this. What if? Xiao Fengshu tossed the dagger into the tray at the side. I don't believe that. Then how about I hand the authority to inspect over to your lordship? Xin Zichuan grasped his handkerchief and slowly let out a smile. Xizhou will provide the grains. As for how to send it over, Li Bei will have the final say. What do you want in exchange? Xiao Fengshu asked in a quiet voice. This transaction is not at all a good deal for you. I want a road in exchange. Xin Zichuan stretched out his index finger and drew a line in the air. A commercial trade road that can run through the entire northeastern territories of Dazhou. One that will give Li Bei and Xizhou the opportunity to establish a long-term relationship with one another. Xiao Fengshu did not respond. The flap of the tent on the other side lifted, and Xiao Qie entered. Chapter 163, Boat on River. Chapter 163. Boat on River. Xin Zichuan's gaze roamed over Xiao Qie's body like an imperceptible tease. It lasted merely a split second, so fast that Xiao Qie could only catch that last modicum of it. What benefits will Li Bei get out of it if I let you use the frontier trade market? Xiao Fengshu wiped his hands clean. Li Bei isn't dependent on the trade road for survival. In the past, the noble clans adopted the strategy of befriending distant states while attacking one nearby one in order to hold Li Bei in check. This rendered the southern side of Li Bei powerless and left Li Bei isolated and cut off from assistance. I'm now willing to be the link connecting Zhongbua and Li Bei again, as well as serve as a buffer zone between Li Bei and Qidong. Xin Zichuan said, Li Bei has to fight a protracted war with Biantia, and it'll be too dangerous if it can't be allies with Zhongbua. Xiao Qie sat down next to Xiao Fengshu. After Qinyang presented him with a new pair of chopsticks, he picked up a piece of lamb meat from the plate to eat. Xiao Fengshu glanced at Xiao Qie out of the corner of his eye, then looked at Xin Zichuan and said, You are not the Prince of Jinxing, Xinwei. Your words still don't carry enough weight to represent the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua. I know you wrestled away Zhou Gui's Xizhou using transiting through as an excuse, and you also subdued Luo Mu's Chazhou into submission under the pretext of delivering grains. But King Yi of the 2 prefectures of Fanzhou and Dengzhou, and the bandits of Mount Luo of the 2 prefectures of Danzhou and Duanzhou aren't under your control. Xin Zichuan already had a scheme in mind. King Yi is a commoner forced into rebellion by the bandits. The 2 prefectures of Fanzhou and Dengzhou have less than 30,000 troops. He can't beat the Biantia cavalry to the east, and he doesn't dare to face up against Qi Juin directly to the south. He can only establish a small imperial court in Fanzhou and attempt to join forces with the bandits from Mount Luo. This person is just like a paper tiger, not significant enough to fear. The bandits of Mount Luo are presently mired in internal strife and torn apart by disunity. They're no longer a threat to Zhongbua. Besides, neither of them will negotiate with Li Bei. Only Xizhou comes with a sincere heart. Given that the trade route between Huaizhou, Xizhou, and Chazhou has already taken shape, Xizhou is able to bypass Kudu to conduct monetary transactions with Jueshi. If Li Bei so needs, Xizhou can supply the northeast provisions' bridle path. filthy rich. Xiao Fangxiu and Zhuo Qianqiu fought at the same time. To supply the Northeast Provisions bridle path was to supply Li Bei with military provisions. Xin Zhechuan's greatest assets in Jueshi lay in the Shi clan stores. He had long decided to continue using the Northeast Provisions bridle path when he left Kudu. The military provisions case brought the scalping of grains in Jueshi to light, but it also allowed Xin Zhechuan to lock on to a loophole. Shi Hongxian was held back by the Hua clan of Diqing to the north when he had to go through the Hezhou waterways while dealing in grains in the past. But now that Shen Zhechuan had Huaizhou, he would be able to purchase grains from Jueshi. But at the same time, Xin Zhechuan changed the subject. I hope the newly established garrison troops of the 6 prefectures can receive guidance from the Li Bei armored cavalry and by battle steeds from Hongyan Mountains in the future. This time, not only Xiao Fangxiu turned his gaze to him, even Xiao Qia did so. You want to establish a cavalry too? Xiao Fangxiu's interest was piqued. In Zhongbua along Chashi River, Xin Zhechuan drank the hot milk to warm himself a little. Duanzhou needs a cavalry. Zhongbua had no grasslands, so the garrisons of the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua were mainly infantries. However, Zhongbua's terrains did not enjoy the same natural geographical advantage as Qidong, which had the 2 checkpoints of Tianfei Watchtower and Suatian Pass for protection. The terrain along Chashi River was a vast, open expanse, and the line of defense Duanzhou set up there could not withstand the repeated assaults of the Bayancha cavalry. Zhongbua had long needed to rebuild the Chashi military defense. My elder brother's name was Ji Mu. He was a squad commander in the Duanzhou garrison troops when the troops of Zhongbua suffered a defeat. Xin Zhechuan paused for a moment. He was familiar with the area along the Chashi River. Like Li Bei, it's a wide expanse of flatlands. The defense camps established at that time did not have the beacon towers of the Bianjuan commandery that stretched for tens of thousands of li, nor did they have the falcons' reconnaissance of Li Bei. When they were breached one after another by the Bayancha cavalry, there was no time at all for them to pass on military intelligence. This was one of the reasons for the fall of Duanzhou. The public roads' relay horses could not outrun the Bayancha cavalry, and they were all slaughtered en route to their destinations. With military information delayed in transit, the various cities in the rear could not receive any updates. What greeted them when the city's gates were broken down were the Bayancha cavalry scimitars right in their faces, and this was followed right after by the massacre of the cities. Ji Mu had died with a grievance. All the 40,000 garrison soldiers in the Chashi sinkhole died unjust deaths. They had the determination to die protecting their homes and country, but they never got the opportunity. Heavy snow blanketed the Chashi sinkhole, and from then on, the men of Zhongbua became the stray dogs of Dezhou. Duanzhou needs a light cavalry. Xin Zhechuan said firmly. After the defeat of the troops, the area along Chashi River fell into the hands of the Bayancha people, and whatever few were left of the Duanzhou's defense camps all fell into disuse. To rebuild them, Duanzhou needs an army of light cavalry. Xiao Fangxiu stroked his chin. There are plenty of options if you only want a route to pass on military information efficiently. Re-establish a dense cluster of relay stations along Chashi River and repair the bridle paths as soon as possible, and you can be as swift as you want. But if you want an army of light cavalry that can rival the Bayancha cavalry, then Li Bei can't help you. Zhuo Qianqiu nodded and said to Xin Zhechuan, the Bayancha cavalry's strength lies not only in their speed, but also in how far more adept they are on horseback than any of Dazhou's soldiers. This is something that not even the Li Bei armored cavalry can compare to. Furthermore, a Duanzhou that relinquishes its defenses is akin to an infant in swaddling clothes. Through his peripheral vision, Xiao Fangxiu watched Xiao Qia stealthily push that plate of meat with his fingers toward Xin Zhechuan. He shifted his foot and stomped on his son's foot under the table. Xiao Qia sucked in a breath and said, I think it's feasible. The hell you know. Xiao Fangxiu reproved. Xiao Chia turned his thumb ring around twice. I actually do know something. He looked towards Shen Zichuan again and felt a very subtle itch when their gazes met. Xiao Qia knew exactly what Shen Zichuan was thinking. Why must this light cavalry compare to the Bianchi cavalry? Even if we remove the heavy armors of the Libei armored cavalry, we will not achieve the same results as the Bianchi cavalry. Xiao Qia felt a little lazy after eating his fill. Lance Hao still has the imperial bodyguards in his command, and using them for information gathering, data tracking, and record-taking is too much of a waste. But as long as you pair the imperial bodyguards with the best horses, they'll have a chance to break through Bianchi's defenses along Chasha River. How many men are there in the imperial bodyguards? Xiao Fengshu scoffed. Their addition to the battlefield is comparable to a strand of hair on an ox. The imperial bodyguard can always be expanded according to their selection criteria if there aren't enough men. Not only does Lance Hao have the fastest intelligence gatherers in Dazhou, he also possesses assassins who are the most adept in the art of camouflage. Xiao Qia said, Is having few men a shortcoming? Not always. As a light cavalry of assassins, being small in number is their advantage. Rather than calling them a strand of ox hair, why not call them a piece of steel needle? Two use this needle in the right place, and even a vulture will fall. Shen Zichuan was inspired by Xiao Jiming's mode of warfare. If he were to establish camps along the Chasha River that could supply the front line, then he still lacked a military force that could act as a heavy hammer like the Libei armored cavalry. But there was no way the Libei armored cavalry could be replicated. So Shen Zichuan swapped the hammer for a steel needle. Think about it, a sufficiently fortified defense wall that could be built spanning from Danzhou to Duanzhou. If Shen Zichuan had the infantry shifted behind this wall and transformed into bowmen equipped with additional defensive weapons, then had a troop of light cavalry with eccentric whereabouts placed along the Chasha River, he would possess a bird's-eye panoramic view of everything within and beyond the wall. This cavalry, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call them the assassination squad evolved from the imperial bodyguards, would be able to go under disguise. They would remain Shen Zichuan's eyes and ears on the ground, silent and omnipresent. As long as Shen Zichuan so desired, he would be able to hear everything. Zhuo Qianqiu inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air. Having been stationed in Tianfei Watchtower for so many years, he understood best the stealthiness of assassins such as this. This assumption was enough to give one the chills. Silence descended upon the tent. Everyone was waiting for Xiao Fengshu to speak. Xiao Fengshu thought for a long time before he said to Shen Zichuan, You may trade grains for horses, but if you were to succeed in establishing this light cavalry, don't ever let them take a single step into Libei. He pushed the plate away, propped up his arm on the table, and said to Shen Zichuan with a smile, Or I'll kill them and kill you. An imposing aura that was all too substantive came bearing down on him, crushing him. Before Xiao Qia could get to open his mouth, Shen Zichuan pressed down on his arm. He stood his own against the weight of the alpha wolf's gaze on him and, in that long, endless moment, slowly replied, Deal. Xiao Fengshu bent his finger and flicked it at the rim of the bowl, retracting his imposing aura just as freely as he had released it. When everyone had dispersed, Xiao Fengshu sat by the fire and rotated the dagger to heat it. It's still not too late, Zhuo Qianqiu sat down, for regrets. Light from the flame cast upon the side of Xiao Fengshu's face. He said, This lad is too dangerous. You do know who his teacher is, don't you? Zhuo Qianqiu soothed him. What's more, he's Ji Gang's disciple. He's really not bad at heart. Don't try to fob me off with that. Even brothers born of the same parents differ from each other. Qi Hualian is not one to keep to his own devices either. Xiao Fengshu caressed the blade with his thumb. Cracks abound everywhere in the world. Men like this can't fight battles, yet they can come out on top to stand upon a mountain of corpses amidst a sea of blood. After a long period of silence, Zhuo Qianqiu asked, Then why are you still willing to agree to it? Xiao Fangxiu looked at that sliding glint of the blade as light from the flame bathed it in red. He examined his own reflection on the blade under the small crackling of the bonfire. Eventually he said, "My son has himself made into a lock." Shen Zichuan undid the clasps on his coat as he faced the candle flame, looking a little weary. He had not had this kind of feeling for a very long time, the sense of setback from being exposed for his bluff. Shen Zichuan had never told anyone about Duanzhou's light cavalry, not even Qi Hualien and Xiao Qie. Many of what he did in the past had their roots in impure motives. As long as he got his hands on it, he would fully exploit it. He called all of those hypocrisies, and they were even more atrocious before Xiao Qie had come into the picture. That was why he dared not tell anyone. Shen Zichuan loosened his collar, as if he would be able to breathe by doing so. The sounds of footsteps rang out outside the military tent. Xiao Qie spoke to the guards, and Shen Zichuan stopped what he was doing when he heard his voice. Just then, Xiao Qie lifted the flap and entered. "Yi." Shen Zichuan did not turn around and merely inclined his head slightly to the side as he called out to him. Xiao Qie pressed his chest against him from behind. Shen Zichuan melted under Xiao Qie's breathing, and the feeling earlier eased up some. As they nuzzled each other intimately, the temperature gradually rose. So hot was it that they were both sweating. Shen Zichuan breathed out hot air. It was as if Xiao Qie's kiss had scalded him. He put on an expression similar to pain, but the corners of his eyes brimmed with pleasure as he indulged and lost himself within. He was fond of Xiao Qie's kisses. Xiao Qie took hold of both of Shen Zichuan's hands and brought them behind the ladder as though he was binding him up. He extinguished the candle, and amid the remaining wisps of white smoke, edged along the nape of that neck where he buried his own despondency. "Lanzhao." Xiao Qie savored the word in his mouth. All of a sudden, the table was swept clean. Shen Zichuan wanted to reach for the edge of the table, but his hands were bound and grasped so tightly by Xiao Qie. Shen Zichuan tilted his head up until he could see the side of Xiao Qie's face. "Kiss me." Shen Zichuan mouthed silently, but Xiao Qie did not. He remained where he was a small distance apart and did not move again. Chapter 164, Sunrise. Chapter 164. Sunrise, there was clearly only a little distance between them. Xiao Qie watched Shen Zichuan attentively, his gaze sliding from his brow to his lips as he said in a hoarse voice, "Oh, how I love you so!" Shen Zichuan felt a shiver rise through him. That was a tremble of defeat. He was like the captured knight in the dim light, a pervading darkness that would still entwine Xiao Qie. The grip on him was too tight, so much so that all that lay in his eyes was fully bared to Xiao Qie. Xiao Qie inched closer in a confrontation that was almost a kiss. He murmured, maliciously and wickedly, "I love you so much." Shen Zichuan felt like he was about to be driven astray by Xiao Qie's words. This line ended him over and over again. He could not keep up an ounce of pretense, and what remained of Shen Zichuan lay fully exposed before Xiao Qie. This was a side of him that Shen Zichuan himself could not bring himself to face. All that had to do with hypocrisy, deceit, and hostility was swept up into the tidal waves of desire. Shen Zichuan was panting. The word love signified holding nothing back. Xiao Qie made Shen Zichuan's eyes wet. That feeling of being filled surged through Shen Zichuan's body while he was pressed against the edge of the table, causing him to cry out softly as he clung on to Xiao Qie's warmth without reservations. Xiao Qie restrained both of Shen Zichuan's wrists. Leading up from the curve of his waist was a crescent moon. He seized on the opportunity his height afforded him to press against this lustrous smoothness, thrusting in and out with overwhelming force. It was as though he wanted to nail the words, "I love you so much," into Shen Zichuan's body, and then brand it deep into his bones and blood. The jade earring was polished until it gleamed with a watery shine. There were still the sounds of the patrol squad on their rounds outside the military tent, of someone chatting a short distance away, and of the soughing of the wind as it roamed. But all of that belonged to another universe. None of them belonged to Shin Sichuan. He could only hear the table being bumped out of place, the climax of their union, and Xiao Qia's heartbeat. Every single thrust spelled, "I love you so much." This was too much to bear for Shin Sichuan. He was about to come undone, be it his voice or another part of him. He trembled, unable to stand firm on his feet, and as his cries unraveled, he extended a finger on his restrained hands to hook it on the hem of Xiao Qia's clothes. This one hook melted Xiao Qia's heart into a puddle of mush. Xiao Qia kissed Shin Sichuan on his nape, as though he was holding him in his mouth. He was clearly so fierce, and yet he was also this tender. Shin Sichuan leaned back against Xiao Qia, intimately joined in unison from the cavity of their chests to every single part of them. A beautiful line extended from the small of his back, accentuating it. Xiao Qia undid the restraints, but Shin Sichuan gave up reaching for the edge of the table. Nothing in this world could be relied on, nothing except Xiao Qia. Xiao Qia murmured something into Shin Sichuan's ear. It was as if he was egging him on, and at the same time showering him with praises. Shin Sichuan was the jade. Xiao Qia kissed him. Water droplets fell from the corners of Shin Sichuan's eyes. He closed his eyes, damp with tears and with all the self-restraint he could muster. He called out in a soft, trembling voice, "Ei Yi!" Xiao Qia buried his face in the side of Shin Sichuan's neck. He was intoxicated, taunted all day by this evil man who called his name as he pleased, his every word an invitation. He dawdled, as if he had woken up from a nap, and naturally responded, "Suin!" Shin Sichuan turned his head to face Xiao Qia, their breaths intertwining. In a show of near innocence, he called out like a toddler learning to speak, "Oh, how I love you so!" Xiao Qia lost his hold on Shin Sichuan's waist. His mouth was parched as he pulled out with difficulty. He quickly picked his Lanzhao off the ground and took a few steps to the edge of the couch, where he turned him over. Xiao Qia pulled up Shin Sichuan's hands and kissed him deeply. They had to do it face to face, so that they could take in all the worst and the best of each other's expressions into their eyes. Xiao Qia pushed aside Shin Sichuan's damp hair. Even their imperfections were congruent with one another. All that was abominable, eccentric, and even ruthless of them could leave no chasm between them. They entangled intimately in secret, indulging to their heart's content, sweating in never-ending torrents amidst the howling winds on the battlefield. At the third quarter of the hour of Mao, Xiao Qia carried Shin Sichuan on his back and made his way to the frost-covered grasslands. "It's taking so long." Shin Sichuan gathered the fur collar around him and buried himself into Xiao Qia's back. He said in a muffled voice, "Start running." "Exhausting me to death?" Xiao Qia jolted him once. Shin Sichuan grasped the little braid concealed under Xiao Qia's collar with his fingers and said, "I'm already exhausted to death." The day was still early, and the eastern mountain ranges blocked some of the views in their field of visions. Both men were covered under the same cloak under the strong wind. Before the day broke, they had already walked out of Shai camp. There was a small watchtower to the north that had already fallen into disuse, and it was here that Xiao Qia was heading to. Both men huddled under the cloak together and sat atop the old watchtower, facing the east as they waited for sunrise. "I thought you came to propose marriage." Xiao Qia moved Shin Sichuan's inclined head onto his own shoulder. "I'm getting old from all this waiting." Shin Sichuan was sensitive to the cold, and the wind was strong. He stretched out half a finger to lift up the overcoat and burrowed his way inside, wanting so much to bury all of himself into Xiao Qia's bosom to seek refuge from the wind. "I'll come again when you're 80. Shin Sichuan said. "By then, your father won't be able to hack me." Xiao Chia planted his chin on top of Shin Zichuan's head with the overcoat between them. At the very least, you're the prefectural lord, so you still ought to possess the audacity to elope. He thought about it, then continued, The old man does admire you so. Was the reason Shen Zichuan wanted a light cavalry of assassins truly to place them along the Chasha River? A squad like that required inhuman self-restraint, because they were simply too good to utilize. How long of a preparation time would Shin Zichuan need to put together such a squad? If he went to all the efforts and succeeded, the problem would bring them back to square one. Could this squad continue to be placed along the Chasha River? Did Shin Zichuan truly only want to deploy them along the Chasha River? This was a blade that would kill without restraint. It had a darkness that mirrored another side of Shin Zichuan. If he did not have Shao Chia pulled the cloak down a little to reveal Shen Zichuan and said, Here it comes. With his eyes peeking out, Shen Zichuan looked towards the east. Shao Chia lifted him directly by the chin. Thick clouds rolled on the horizon, while the wind ran rampant amidst the dim world. Shortly afterward, golden rays of light broke through the gaps, like countless arrows of light piercing through the layers of clouds. The sun, which seemed to bear the load of immense weight, launched out from the waves of clouds, pulverizing the floating clouds into foam as it rose magnificently in all its majesty. The vast expanse of grasslands was instantaneously illuminated, igniting the thin frost such that they sparkled as they paved the earth. Withered grass roared to life, its billowy surge in the wind clear and distinct to the ears. Shao Suin! Shin Zichuan inexplicably called out. Shao Chia poked him in the cheek. Shin Zichuan grabbed hold of his finger, revealing the redness between his wrists. He seemed to be considering something. Golden waves of brilliant rays rippled out of the sky, and in no time, blue spread out like ink on a piece of rice paper one to paint the entire canvas of sky over their head. The vast white, snow-capped peaks of Hongyan Mountains stood against the summit of the clouds, where falcons cried out as they hovered. A golden hue washed over Shin Zichuan and Shao Chia in the wind. The deluge of wind was so swift that Shen Zichuan had the illusion he was about to be blown away. But Shao Chia was like a steady rock, shielding him from the back as he gradually moved to grasp his hands in return. You can do as your heart desires. Shao Chia whispered into his ear. With me here, you will never fall. Chapter 165. Shuang Yi. Chapter 165. Shuang Yi. Shao Chia gave the horse that Luigi left behind to Shin Zichuan and accompanied Shin Zichuan horse riding on the grasslands of the war zone while he still had time to spare. This horse was snow white all over, with only a small patch of black on its chest. It was both pretty and intelligent, and even more lively than Lang Tao Shuejin. There was nowhere going on today. Shao Fengshu sat on top of the railing in his armor and watched as Shin Zichuan made rounds on his horse. He said to Zhuo Qianqiu, This habit. Zhuo Qianqiu squinted his eyes against the sunlight to look at the prescription in his hand. Complete your sentence, man. Is like A Yi's mother. Shao Fengshu stretched out a finger and traced Shin Zichuan's trajectory twice. Can't ride straight. He stays in Kudu all year round and is an adept at horsemanship. Just let A Yi take him out riding more often in the future. Zhuo Qianqiu raised his head. Have you found eating? The venerable master is an elusive one. His comings and goings are unpredictable. He's not easy to track down. Shao Fengshu was still holding his helmet in his hand as he brushed the dust off it. Why? Zhuo Qianqiu said gravely, We have to get eating to take a look at this child's illness. I saw him in Kudu last year. Although he appeared weak and frail outwardly, there was no major internal damage. But looking at him now, he's already showing clear signs of deterioration. Shao Fengshu sized Shin Zichuan up. That serious? You have to pay the price twofold for consuming the medicine this long. Zhou Qianqiu said, "He successively suffered misfortunes thrice in Kudu, and what happened with Qi Hualien was a heavy blow to him. The good thing is that A Yi and Ji Gang are both paying attention. Can he be treated?" Xiao Fangxi withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhou Qianqiu. With a slight frown on his face, Zhou Qianqiu folded up the prescription and returned it to his bosom. "I think it's tough. Let's get him nursed back to health first." Shen Zhechuan's table had an extra bowl of fresh milk during mealtime in the afternoon. He did not understand the distribution of supplies on the battleground, so he merely thought that it was on Xiao Qiye's instruction. But later, when Xiao Qiye entered, he brought with him another bowl of fresh milk for Shen Zhechuan to drink his fill. Xiao Qiye said nothing as he ate his meal, believing the milk to be from Zhou Qianqiu. Just as he was about to go thank his Shifu, he bumped into Qinyang, who had come to collect the bowl. "Is it Shifu's?" Xiao Qiye nimbly put on his outer robe. "I'll send it back to him." Qinyang set the bowl in the tray and said in a hushed tone, "It's our lordship's." Xiao Qiye's movements slowed. His lordship instructed Wu Ziyu in the morning to give his own portion to the young master. He even got the Bianbo camp to send milk-producing cows and sheep to Cizhou. Qinyang picked up the tray. Then he made a special point of telling us not to make it public or tell master about it. This old man. Xiao Qiye nodded. "Give mine to my father tomorrow morning to make up for it." After a moment's hesitation, he called out to Qinyang just before the latter was about to leave the tent. "Forget it. I understand." Shen Zhechuan could not stay for long in the war zone. The weather in the Hongyan Mountains underwent an abrupt turn, and he had to return after staying for 2 days. Heavy fog descended on them on the day of departure, and the humid wind in the eastern mountain range blew so hard it sent the military banners flapping. Xiao Qiye secured the cloak for Shen Zhechuan and put the fur collar on him. Seeing as Xiao Qiye was still wearing a single piece of garment, Shen Zhechuan asked in a quiet tone, "It's about to be winter here soon. Is there still no word on the winter coats for the military?" "Eldest sister-in-law is thinking of a way." Xiao Qiye shielded Shen Zhechuan from the wind and propped himself against the carriage door. "After the New Year this year, come to dine with Ji Gang Shifu." Shen Zhechuan cast a glance behind Xiao Qiye and moved in to whisper, "Can I?" Xiao Qiye answered in a whisper too, "Hurry up and come marry me to make things clear to my father. Otherwise, we'll keep looking like we are having a clandestine love affair." How would Shen Zhechuan know that Xiao Qiye had already laid out his cards on the table to Li Bei? He actually nodded on hearing him and said, "Eldest sister-in-law even gave me a set of bracelets the last time. I'll send a gift in return during the New Year." Xiao Qiye found Lanzhao adorable. He laughed and stroked Shen Zhechuan's cheek again. "The armored cavalry will follow along on your way back. Write me a letter when you reach Cizhou. I'll return to Bianbo camp in another 3 or 4 days. It's closer. I'll write you a stack." Shen Zhechuan slowed down his speech, as if that would slow down time. "The fan isn't made yet. I was so busy I forgot all about it." Xiao Qiye touched the jade earring lightly with his fingertip. "I'll craft a new one for you after the New Year." Shen Zhechuan said, "Then I'm leaving." Xiao Qiye lowered his head to enter, but before he could move closer, Shen Zhechuan cupped his cheeks and kissed him. This kiss was brief, a touch lasting just a fleeting moment. Xiao Qiye rose to leave the carriage, then put the curtain down and took a few steps back. Fei Xing stood at the side, wanting to say a few words to ingratiate himself with him. But before he could say a word, Xiao Qiye pressed him over. Wherever Lanzhao is, the expression in Xiao Qiye's eyes was cold and detached. "You better be there." One Fei Sheng felt as if it was an iron vice gripping him by the nape, suffocating him until he could scarcely breathe. He nodded hastily and Xiao Qiye let him go. The horse carriage began to roll. Xiao Qiye stood where he was and watched as the carriage left. Shen Zhechuan, tugged the curtain open. Half of the Hongyan Mountains behind Shaoqie were partially concealed among the clouds and mist while the wind howled. At this very moment, Shaoqie's figure oddly overlapped with the Hongyan Mountains. Xin Zichuan gazed at him. Several falcons suddenly circled out of the wind, and the head of the cast of falcons, Meng, let loose a cry that reverberated through the camp. Military tents of all sizes instantly lifted their entrance flaps, while a long whistle sounded from the top of the watchtower. When Xiao Fangxiu stepped out of his tent, his battle steed was already in position. He held his blade and flipped atop the horse, where he said in a deep voice, "Squad 3 to guard the camp. Vanguards to move first. Convoy squad, turn around immediately and retreat down to Shatter Camp to protect the military craftsmen." As Shaoqie stepped back, he put on his helmet and turned to mount Lang Tao Shuijin, which had just trotted over. The wind was so strong Xin Zichuan could not open his eyes. He clung on to the carriage door, watching as Shaoqie receded further and further away amidst the strong wind. The clouds dispersed, scattering into millions of snowflakes that danced in the skies of Libei. The first snow of the battlefield had come. At the third quarter of the hour of Yin, Li Jianting opened her eyes right on time. She sat up, and the palace maid in attendance stepped up to pull up the heavy drapes. Fengquan, dressed in the official robes of eunuchs, nimbly and diligently helped Li Jianting to put on her shoes. Mu Ru assassinated Li Jianheng, and Fengquan found a scapegoat. All this while he had been hiding in the Shui's residence, and after Li Jianheng's burial, he became Li Jianting's personal eunuch. Now that Li Jianting was living in the palace, Fengquan returned with her. At first, Shui Xiuzhou did not plan to use him again, but Li Jianting insisted, so Fengquan changed his name and continued to stay at Li Jianting's side. Li Jianting did not sleep well. She did not seem to have adapted to this massive bedchamber as yet. All the palace maids serving the heir apparent to the throne knew that Li Jianting only allowed Fengquan to remain serving in the hall at night. As they waited outside, they would occasionally hear the sound of her being trapped in the throes of a nightmare. The people in the bedchamber moved lightly and softly as they soundlessly helped Li Jianting dress. When she was all properly presented, Fengquan stepped forth with a bow and lifted his sleeve to carefully affix the flower embellishment too on her forehead. The heir apparent to the throne did not suit fair colors. She was best decked out in scarlet red. By the hour of Mao, Li Jianting was already waiting under the eaves for the various officials participating in the classics colloquium to come over for lectures. It was windy today, and Fengquan covered her with a cloak before standing at the side to shield her from the wind. He was so freezing cold that his lips turned purple. Li Jianting looked at Fengquan and said, "It's already autumn. Didn't the caps and kerchief service issue new coats?" Fengquan was not permitted to look at Li Jianting directly, so he turned slightly to her and answered, "To reply, Your Highness, they did." Li Jianting raised a finger to touch her own cloak, but it promptly dawned on her that every single move of hers as she stood here was being watched. It was indeed inappropriate for her to undress for an eunuch, and it would easily give others grounds for gossip. She looked towards the upturned eaves shrouded in gloom a short distance away and paused for a moment, but in the end she did not say a word more. She did not know if there had been a delay on the way here today, but the officials were late to arrive. Li Jianting stood until her legs went numb. She looked at Fengquan again, and this time she saw Feng Chuan's ear in the dimness. Fengquan thought Li Jianting was cold, so he said, "This slave shall send someone over to take a look. You have an ear piercing." Li Jianting gazed fixedly at Feng Chuan's ear. Fengquan looked abruptly at Li Jianting and subconsciously thought of blocking his ear. But very quickly he lowered his eyes and nodded quietly as he cautiously slowed his breathing. He found this tiny hole in his ear a nightmare, one that made him gag indistinctly and amplified his panic under Li Jianting's silence. After a long interval, Li Jianting saw an eunuch leading the officials over towards the eaves. She nodded her head respectfully and waited for them. As she lowered her head, she said softly, "Looks really nice." At the same time the officials lifted the curtain. Feng Quan threw a swift glance at Li Jianting. But Li Jianting did not look at him. It was as if she had not spoken at all as she bent over and followed the gentleman in. The fists that Feng Quan had hidden under his sleeves broke out in sweat. He retreated to the side of the door, and after a long period of time he stealthily looked askance through the gaps in the door curtain where he saw the hem of Li Jianting's skirt, feeling bewildered and uncertain of her words earlier. Shin Szechuan's return journey was not considered quick. The roads were difficult to maneuver on a rainy and snowy day, and Fei Xing dared not be careless for fear that Shin Szechuan would fall ill on the way. As such, he attended to everything personally. Even with the Libe armored cavalry's accompaniment, the inner sides of the horse carriage continued to be guarded by the imperial bodyguards. The daily brewing of medicine was also supervised by Fei Xing himself. The horse carriage came to a stop after passing the Bianbo camp. The bridle paths had been damaged by mudslides, and repairs would delay the journey by a day. Consequently, the troops opted to spend the night in the open. Shin Szechuan stepped off the horse carriage and brought Ding Tao along to walk the horse further ahead. "Has young master given this horse a name yet?" Walking backwards, Ding Tao pillowed his arms at the back of his head and asked, "Feng Ta Shuang Yi." Leading the horse along, Shin Szechuan stroked its mane. Ding Tao clenched his fist in understanding. What a great name! It goes perfectly together with Master's Lang Tao Shui Jin. Shin Szechuan looked towards the south, and Ding Tao turned to do the same. He said, "Riding in that direction for 8 or 9 days will bring you to Danzhou." So close. Shin Szechuan had not expected that. "I don't see any of Li Bei's relay stations in the vicinity." "They used to exist, but were deserted afterwards," Ding Tao said. "Now everyone has headed northeast to fight with the Biancha people." Shin Szechuan let out a breath of hot air, turned his gaze away, and continued strolling for a while more with Ding Tao. At night, Fei Shun led his men on overnight duty. He sat alongside the Libe armored cavalry and warmed himself by the campfire. He shrank his neck back and said, "Libe is seriously cold. It isn't even winter yet, and there is already snow on the battlefields. It's indeed not easy on my fellow brothers. Here, have some meat." The accompanying Libe armored cavalry was a brigade commander of the Mobile Corps. He did not stand on ceremony with Fei Xing and sat around the fire with the rest of them as he gorged on meat. The snow in Libe always comes early. In previous years, we would be going home around this time, leaving only a few battalions to guard the frontier. I don't think this war will stop. Fei Xing accepted the proffered on horseback and took a few mouthfuls. The resulting burn made him cheer with appreciative satisfaction. "If it wasn't for all of you holding the fort here, all the prefectures down south would have to suffer. It can't be helped." The brigade commander ate until he was all ruddy in the face. "We are the Libe armored cavalry." Fei Xing got emotional in an instant. "Everyone says that the Libe armored cavalry is the bastion of iron of the north. All of you are true warriors of iron. I was already in great awe back in Kudu. That old Han dog loved to get all jealous when he saw that Li Bei was in the emperor's favor and kept spouting bullshit. I couldn't take it lying down and contradicted him multiple times. Now that I've actually arrived in Li Bei, it turns out that I was right. All my fellow brothers here are men worthy of befriending. In the future, if anyone were to come to Tizhou for work, don't prepare a thing. Once you get off your horse, go to the yamen and give them my name, and I'll make the arrangements for everyone here." Thrilled, the brigade commander patted Fei Xing and commended, "A worthy friend indeed." Everyone had a merry time chatting and feasting on quite the amount of meat. The fire was not extinguished at night to prevent wolves from being lured in by the aroma. The Libe armored cavalry had a night patrol squad which made a few rounds in the vicinity. When they returned, They leaned over and said a few words in the brigade commander's ear. The brigade commander wiped his mouth and curbed his expression. "Put on your armors." Fei Sheng immediately stood up after him. The imperial bodyguards in the back were instantly wide awake too. Xin Zichuan had yet to sleep. He sat in the horse carriage, reading the latest letters from Cizhou under the candlelight. On hearing footsteps, he asked without raising his head, "Someone's nearby?" Holding on to his blade, Fei Sheng stood by the carriage and spoke quickly. Li Bei's night patrol squad discovered traces of horse carriage tracks in the south. "Master, this place is close to Bianbo Camp. When the Bianbo Camp was attacked during the 6th month, it was also from the south that the stone catapult had come around." Although Fei Sheng was a chatterbox, his observation skills were impeccable, and his intelligence gathering was first-rate. While he did not possess Ding Tao's photographic memory, he could retain everything he had ever transcribed in his mind. He would not miss out on any traces. Let the armored cavalry lead the way. Xin Zichuan donned his cloak and disembarked the horse carriage. "Send someone to follow after them first. Don't alert the enemy." Fei Sheng responded with a sound of affirmation. Xin Zichuan observed the canopy of heaven, then looked towards the south. "The southern side is adjacent to Danzhou. If we really run into the Biancha cavalry's transportation escort squad, then it is very likely that they took a detour around Danzhou." Fei Sheng dredged the mud by his feet and got up. "It just snowed a few days back. The bridle path here has fallen into disrepair, making the path hard to travel. The military supplies they carry are extremely heavy, so they must have arranged for quite the number of people to follow along as guarded escorts. Send someone to follow them first." Xin Zichuan thought for a moment. "The carriage shall follow after. We can make it in time to Danzhou for a look." The Prince of Jianqing's residence was in Danzhou. It was Shen Wei's former home grounds. Fei Sheng did not dare to make wild guesses. He turned around to instruct the men, then extinguished the campfire to wipe out all traces of them before keeping up pace with the others under the cover of the night. Chapter 166. Luo. Chapter 166. Luo early in the morning. Shen Zichuan stared fixedly at those messy footprints and asked Fei Sheng, "Does it belong to a grain wagon?" The tracks left by the wheels were very distinct, a clear sign that it had been carrying a heavy load. Heavier than a grain wagon. Fei Sheng dropped to one knee and scrutinized it for a moment. "It looks like it was carrying some kind of heavy weaponry. Master, they went to the trouble of taking a detour to Li Bei. Could they be thinking of launching another raid?" The Shasen camp is now well-equipped and well-trained. With Guowei stationed there and its location so close to Bianbo camp, it would be difficult to get anything good out of a raid without a large number of troops to back them up. Xin Zichuan faced the south. Furthermore, they are coming from Danzhou. It's possible that they're thinking of transporting supplies to the border along the Chaosha River. But what was there in Danzhou? Duanzhou's granaries had long been squandered clean by the bandits. Furthermore, there were no garrison troops in Danzhou, so why bother taking an unnecessary detour? Xin Zichuan thought carefully for a moment, running through everything he remembered about Danzhou. He recalled that the Biancha cavalry had used a stone catapult when they raided Bianbo camp during the 6th month. Taking a few steps along the wheel tracks, he suddenly spoke. Military supplies, provisions, armaments. He turned back. After the defeat of the Zhongbui troops, the Ministry of War didn't reclaim the armories of the 6 prefectures, intending to leave it for the re-established garrison troops. However, Kudu was later negligent in their inspection rounds, and all of these armories were not mentioned again. Not bothering with the mud on his knee, Fei Sheng stood up. "Among them are plenty of heavy weaponry meant for sieges. If they fall in the hands of Biancha, then Duanzhou will be in imminent danger. Continue to follow them." Xin Zichuan said. The wheels got stuck in the mud, and the horses could not pull them out. Luo, who was wrapped up in a coat and wearing a Bianga hat, One wanted to huddle up into a bundle, but he did not manage to do so. That Bayancha man disguised as a traveling merchant yanked him by the ankle and dragged him off the wagon. Then he lashed at him with the horsewhip to wake him up as he cursed. "Get up. Go push the wagon." Luar awed a few times and hurriedly crawled to his feet before limping over to push the wagon. He was advanced in age, and his hands were shaky. Someone stomped on his feet and nearly made him kneel from the pain. There were many bandits escorting this wagon. All of their blades had been seized by the Bayancha men, and they were now toiling as manual labor under the cracks of horsewhips. The bandits of Mount Luo returned home crestfallen following their defeat in Sizhou, and news that Lei Jingzhe was a spy for the imperial army spread like wildfire. Subsequently, Mount Luo split up into over 10 small mountain strongholds that fought tooth and nail with one another. Luar, Dingniao, and the others each formed their own band of bandits, wanting to recreate Lei Changming's glory and become the chief of Mount Luo. But who knew that they would be disbanded in Duanzhou by bandits who had the help of the Bayancha cavalry? Not only did they lose their main forces, but they were also recaptured as the Bayancha cavalry's prisoners. Ding Niu refused to transport grains for the Bayancha cavalry and was killed at the end of the 7th month. Luer, cherishing his life, did not dare to resist any further and was now transporting the grain wagons for the Bayancha people. Luer hunched over like a monkey, his long, drooping eyebrows quivering along with his movements. He blended in among the crowd, not daring to slack off right under the Bayancha men's eyes. But even so, he did not escape a lashing. Luer grimaced in pain and tried his best to make himself smaller so that others would block the blows for him. The road was hard to navigate, and ragged panting filled the chilly night. These bandits, who were used to riding roughshod over the others, could not hold up against the lashings of the Bayancha people, and there were quite a number of people who were whipped until their skins flayed open and their fleshes were torn. The horse wagon came to a stop only during the hour of evening. Several rows of cavalry roved around the surroundings, hollering at the bandits to assemble and stand properly. Luer's coat had been shredded to ribbons by the whips, with wads of cotton spilling out. He held his arms around himself and waded in the muddy marsh with a build-up of a thin layer of ice on it. His robe was already a piece of rag now, and both legs of his trouser fluttered to reveal a pair of legs that looked like hemp stalks. The old man was so freezing cold that he shivered. The Bayancha men wanted to eat, so the bandits could only stand at their sides to shield them from the wind. Luer folded his arms up his sleeves. He was so hungry he was seeing stars. He licked his lips and quietly squatted down to take a rest. When will these shitty days come to an end? A former subordinate before him muttered as he took off the cloth bag stuffed on his back and secured it on his waist. "God damn it, they're going to whip me to death this trip. These motherfuckers really don't hold back, whipping people like we are some livestock." Luer shifted his feet. He was so hungry he could taste the bile in his mouth, and yet he was still thinking of taking a smoke. He fumbled in his sleeves for a long time before fishing out some tobacco, whereupon he brought it to his nose and sniffed hard. They aren't educated. That's why they treated people as livestock, no? Those tattoos on their bodies are all of beasts and birds of prey. Heck, they even drink blood raw. The former subordinate spat. If I had known I'd end up this way, I'd have switched camp and joined the Imperial Army back in Sizhou. Damn it. At least it wouldn't have given the Bayancha people an advantage. Bullocks. Luer stuffed the tobacco back and sneakily peeked at the Bayancha men through other people's legs. We are all bandits. What good ends can we come to by defecting over to the Imperial Army? We would still be traitors. These military weapons are being sent over to fight Li Bei and Zhongbua. Who knows? Maybe even the Emperor in Kudu will be taken prisoner when the time comes. We might still even have to kneel to a Bayancha emperor. Luer had not even finished his words when his former subordinate suddenly pulled him up. With his legs trembling, Luer stuck close to them and stood straight, not even daring to glance around arbitrarily. The Bayancha man was called Jida. His head was cleanly shaven, and the muscular arms he exposed had a poisonous scorpion tattooed on it. He passed by them while wiping his mouth, the expression in his eyes causing Luar's legs to tremble even harder, so much that he was about to pee his pants. But Jida did not give them any trouble tonight and merely led his man to the front where the supply wagon carrying the mounted crossbow too was parked. The Bayancha people were very interested in giant siege weapons such as the mounted crossbows. The bandits remained where they were and rested. All their field rations were soaked and smelled musty. With his yellow tobacco-stained teeth, Luar ate the rations. The few of them huddled together to keep warm. Fortunately, it did not rain tonight, or the amount of people who froze to death would be more than just a few. They sat on the ground, not daring to fall asleep. But Luar was old. It gradually became harder for him to hang in there, and he eventually dozed off against the wheel. Such a small number of troops following along. Fei Sheng squatted down once again and examined the footprints. Most of them are bandits pushing the wagon along. There aren't that many Bayancha cavalry. The brigade commander put on his helmet and sat on his horse like a statue cast in iron. As he pulled the reins on his horse, he spoke in a deep, muffled voice. They are in disguise because they don't want to alert others. I'm afraid they still have planted agents in Mount Luo. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to penetrate this far with these few people. Prefectural Lord, if you want to get to the bottom of who is on the inside collaborating with them, then we have to intercept them before they enter Mount Luo's territory and interrogate them. There were not that many men from the Libe armored cavalry following along, but they were all elites on the battlefields who had fought the Hanshi tribe with Xiaofangshu. With the imperial bodyguard's assistance in battle on such a dark night where the frost was heavy, intercepting this small batch of people would not be a problem. Shen Zichuan took a look at the darkness of the night and ordered, Ding Tao, stay where you are. Fei Sheng, go with the Libe armored cavalry. Luar woke up from the freezing cold and rubbed both of his feet, feeling as if he was going to freeze to death. He raised his head and saw the Bayancha cavalry standing a distance ahead, crowding around the mounted crossbow. This crossbow was not something that could be drawn on one man's strength alone. Usually it would be used to bring up the rear and hold the battle array or to defend cities. It was an absolute heavy-duty weapon in combat and common in the Libe's camps. The Bayancha cavalry had suffered and taken quite the beating in its hands. Luar did not call out to anyone. He propped his hands on the ground and used the wagon as a cover to make his way quietly to the back. He crawled under the bottom of the wagon, sticking close to the ground to hide from view. When he crawled to the end, he practically kicked out with his shoes and lunged forward, cutting a sorry figure as he broke into a run. Jida was wiping the arrow when he caught a flash in his peripheral vision. He bellowed in Bayancha language, "Someone's fleeing!" The Bayancha cavalry instantly mounted their horses and brandished their whips as they bellowed and chased after him. How in the world would Luar expect Jida to be so sharp-eyed? To think he could still catch sight of him from such a distance away and in such a dark night too. He thought of stopping and giving them the excuse that he was merely taking a pee, but when he looked back and saw all those scimitars drawn out of their scabbards, he knew he would die if he did not escape tonight. Luar anxiously tightened his waist sash and kicked off his shoes in the mud. He fell, then climbed to his feet. All he could see before him was the way Ding Niu looked when he died. They were able to rise to prominence on Mount Luo all because of the Bayancha cavalry, and now it was also all because of the Bayancha cavalry that they had become prisoners on Mount Luo. Luar muttered unintelligibly as he prayed for help and pleaded with all the deities and Buddhas he knew of. Sores that had formed on this old man's sawls made him scrunch up his face in pain. He was so fearful of death to the extent he even wanted to kneel now and beg for mercy. But the bellows and cursings of the Bayancha cavalry made it clear that it would not be a simple matter of capturing Luar back. They had no lack of people. What they lacked were chickens they could slaughter in public. Luar shivered and fell into the mud hole. The Bayancha cavalry surrounded him, and Luar promptly burst out crying. He raised both hands and felt himself peeing his pants in the icy cold, muddy water. The foul, turbid stench of urine soaked through the legs of his trousers. Luar could not understand the Bayancha language and could only kowtow to the cavalry in terror. "I'm at fault." Luar wailed hysterically. "Don't kill me." The Bayancha cavalry coughed a couple of times and spat thick phlegm on Luar's face. They smashed their scabbards down into Luar's back, making him sprawl in the mud hole and drink filthy water. Both of Luar's long, drooping brows were lifted by the scimitars, and he drank that water in fear, crying and laughing as snots and tears soiled his face. Jida stood where he was and watched as the cavalry amused themselves with Luar. He propped up a leg and kicked away the fabric cover of the mounted crossbow, then shouted for the men to drag Luar further away so that he could use Luar to test the crossbow. Luar was scared out of his wits on hearing the sound of the mounted crossbow being shifted. He kneeled on the ground as they dragged him away, slapping himself with both hands while cursing. Why the heck did he run? Luar slapped himself until his cheeks were red and swollen. They hoisted him up and hung him a distance away. Luar bent over at the waist and took in huge gasps of air as he watched the cavalry load the mounted crossbow with an arrow. That arrow was as thick as a child's arm, and its arrowhead was unusual, with a rounded end cast out of iron. When they rained down from the sky, the impact could send one's brain matter splattering all over. The wheel and axle started turning with a click. As long as Jida pulled the trigger, Luar would be able to see that arrow springing up high in the sky before hurtling down on himself. Luar voicelessly moved his mouth. In an unexpected burst of courage, he bared his yellow-stained teeth and burst out cursing. "Fuck your ancestors! Fuck all of your ancestors!" Tears streamed down Luar's face as he choked with sobs, so hard he looked as if he could breathe his last any time. He used to be a bandit in the past too, but he was not alone. He had a son and daughters back at home, and his wonderful wife was his childhood sweetheart who had followed him out of the village. It was only when husband and wife were past their prime that they bore 3 children. Of them, 2 were daughters who had been match-made in the 3rd year of Shinda and would have been able to get married once winter that year passed. His son wanted to join the garrison troops, and Luar spent a long time buttering up to Lei Changming before he managed to send his son into the Duanzhou garrison troops. But in the end, the entire Duanzhou garrison troops perished in the Chashur sinkhole that year, the year the Bayancha cavalry came to massacre the city. Chapter 167. Guest. Chapter 167. Guest warning. Violence, brutality. The sky was dark and devoid of stars. Luar huffed white puffs of air in between gasps. He could no longer tell if he was dead or alive. He hung there, light as a feather, like a piece of cotton wadding in the wind. Jida could not operate the mounted crossbow. He shoved aside the subordinates by his side to check on it and continued to inquire about it in the Bayancha language. As they were unfamiliar with such heavy weaponry, the subordinates called for a few bandits to take a look. Jida unscrewed his canteen to have a drink of water as he stood bare-chested in the chilly night and waited, fearing that he would be implicated and face the same outcome as Luar. The former subordinate lay prone on the ground, not daring to move an inch. He stared at the trampled mud on the ground and saw the subtle tremors coursing through it. Thinking that it was caused by his own rapid breathing, he used both hands to cover his mouth and nose. But those tremors did not stop. Instead, they became even more pronounced. Jida was the first to sense something amiss. He stopped drinking and listened intently for a moment. Suddenly, he threw his canteen onto the ground and shouted, "The armored cavalry is here!" But it was too late. The Libe armored cavalry that had been creeping forth for half the night in the darkness was like a fierce tiger pouncing with force so great that the wagon by Jida's side overturned with a loud crash. The startled horses neighed as they were dragged to the ground by the wagon that weighed up to 100 jin. That mounted crossbow sent mud splashing, and the wagons beside the former subordinate also shifted along with it. Several of the supply wagons haphazardly collided against one another without warning, and at that moment Chaos erupted as men and horses were thrown off their feet. Jida retreated swiftly and kept calm as he shouted, "Mount your horses!" The Libe armored cavalry's battle steeds wore a full body of armor, and the sound of their hooves as they drew nearer sounded like muffled thunder to the ear. The heavily armored cavalry held no fear of the scimitars. They were like a dark, swarthy wall that directly cut across and broke the formation of the Biancha's transportation squad. The battle steeds, donned in armors of iron gilded with long and thick spikes at the chest, were unstoppable when they charged straight on. Unable to run fast enough, the Biancha cavalry was thrown to the ground and successively trampled to a bloody pulp before they could get back up. The helmeted brigade commander gestured with his hand to Fei Xing at the side. Fei Sheng, lightly armored one on his horse, circled over into position and lowered his long sword two together with the brigade commander, and in one coordinated move, charged towards Jida to flank him in a pincer attack. Jida mounted his horse, as if he had not sensed Fei Xing approaching. He leaned over, and the pony under his crotch broke into a run like the fearsome wind. Jida stared fixedly at the brigade commander as their horses crossed paths in the blink of an eye. The brigade commander abruptly swung his long sword, intending to hack off Jida's head. But his swing had missed the mark, for Jida seemed to have disappeared into thin air. In the next instant, a blunt weapon slammed hard into the back of the brigade commander's head. The force of the impact instantaneously made him bleed from the mouth and nose and deafened him. That nearly sealed and airtight iron armor could stand up to blows from all sharp weapons, but had a fatal weakness. It could not withstand the impact of blunt weapons. The brigade commander tumbled off the back of the horse and fell headlong to the ground. His ears were ringing like crazy, and he even felt sharp, stabbing pain. He tried to crawl to his feet, but his entire body was trembling too violently. Blood trickled out through the gap in his helmet. He could not hear his own voice clearly, but he continued to move his lips. Take off the hell! The iron hammer smashed down onto the back of the brigade commander's head once again. Blow after blow rained down on him, crushing that helmet until it was all deformed. Blood plasma spilled all over the ground. The brigade commander went silent. Jida squatted on the brigade commander's back and wiped off the blood on his scorpion tattoo, then stuck his fingers into his mouth. Contained in those sturdy muscles of his was a shocking amount of explosive strength. He lifted the iron hammer and locked his gaze on Fei Sheng. Fei Sheng felt his hair stand on end, while the horse under him tossed its head in fear. Fei Sheng swallowed with difficulty. He had served as an imperial bodyguard for so many years, and to think he would be daunted back into a retreat by the expression in the other party's eyes. This was no ordinary Biancha cavalryman. This was not even one of the Biancha's elite forces. They were unlike Hassan's elite troops who carried scimitars and pike daggers. Instead, they were equipped with scimitars and iron hammers with protruding spikes. This was a Biancha force that had never made an appearance before on the Libe battlefields. Too terrifying, a strangled gasp escaped from Fei Sheng's throat. If such an iron hammer were to be delivered to the battlegrounds, then the Libe cavalry would become livestock at their mercy. All the advantages they derived from their armors would be rendered useless. Retreat! Fei Sheng yanked the reins and suddenly bellowed, "Retreat!" They had to shake them off. Fei Xing turned the horse around and broke into a desperate run. But things did not go as planned. This peculiar, treacherous troop tailed him like shadows. It was clear that Jida had locked onto him as a target as he relentlessly followed hot on his trail. Both parties engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase in the darkness of the night. Fei Sheng had finally gotten his taste of the Biancha cavalry that rumors were made of. The horse beneath him was a fine steed too, but it could not throw them off and widen the distance between them at all. Jida remained close on his heels. Jida's iron hammer came swinging at the back of Fei Xing's head, and Fei Xing, on sensing it, dodged by the skin of his teeth. The horse was running too fast, and all those jolts and bumps nearly caused Fei Xing to slip off. He was far from being as adept at horsemanship as the Bayancha cavalry. At this moment, both parties were hundreds of paces away from the convoy squad. Fei Sheng came to the realization that he would not be able to shake off the other party. Likewise, the other man did not give Fei Sheng another chance to retreat either. Jida had already caught up with him. Fei Sheng was not one of the Libe armored cavalry. The iron hammer was not that much of a threat to him. Thus, Jida swapped back to his scimitar. That crescent, moon-like, blade caught on to Fei Sheng's Xiuquan blade. Three of the squads behind, having already converged together, began to fight at close quarters. Both men were still galloping on their horses as they barged headlong into the sparse forest. Withered branches lashed hard against his face. Fei Sheng could not draw back his ensnared blade at all. Jida revealed a cruel smile as he said to Fei Sheng in the Dazhou language with perfect enunciation, "You are welcome to be our guest." Fei Sheng wanted to retort back, but he was too preoccupied to speak. At the same time Jida leaned forward, he yanked his scimitar back, and Fei Sheng's Xiuquan blade promptly slipped from his hand and went flying. Following right after, his horse was rammed from the side, which knocked Fei Sheng off it. In the instant he rolled to the ground, he reached for the short blade from the side of his waist and brought it up before his face to parry the blow. Jida's scimitar slipped from his hand along with the Xiuquan blade. He relaxed his entire right arm and swung the hammer up into Fei Sheng's face. The blade Fei Sheng used to ward off the blow caved in from the impact, and his forearm went numb. He reacted swiftly and rolled away, then cast away the ruined blade. Unarmed, he maintained a certain distance away from Jida. Stooping over at his waist, Fei Sheng continued his retreat. He adjusted his breathing, then made a shoo sound at Jida as if to drive him away. Enraged now, Jida gripped his hammer tightly, but at the very moment he swung it up, he felt a sudden weight on his back. Ding Tao strangled Jida's burly neck with an arm from behind and strained to call out, "Daxiong." Before Ding Tao could finish his words, Jida grabbed him by the arm and yanked, intending to fling Ding Tao over the side of his shoulder to the ground. But a figure sprinted out from the side and lunged headlong at him, slamming his head into the side of Jida's waist. The impact from Li Xiong caused Jida to stagger, and Ding Tao seized the opportunity to break free. Li Xiong had been hiding in the horse carriage these days, having the time of his life eating. He stretched out both arms at once to wrap them around Jida's waist, then assumed the horse stance with the intent to lift Jida like he would a tree trunk. Jida swung the hammer and slammed it into Li Xiong's back. Li Xiong cried out in pain and shouted, "Taozi, that hurts!" Ding Tao rubbed his numbed arm and said quickly, "Hit him with the Ji clan's fist." Thus, Li Xiong loosened his grip and bellowed as he threw out a fist at Jida's chest. Surprisingly enough, the force knocked Jida back 2 steps. Happy, Li Xiong followed up with several consecutive punches, every blow of his striking flesh. He remembered all that Ji Gang had taught clearly. With the air of one unrivaled, he looked back and said, "He can't fight." Li Xiong had yet to finish his words when Jida backhandedly smashed him with a hammer and knocked him over to the ground. Even if this lad was a sturdy one, he could not withstand the blow. Fortunately, he reacted extremely swiftly and bent his arms to shield his head. But even so, the force of the blow knocked a tooth out. With blood in his mouth, he spat the tooth to the ground and felt the first spark of anger. "Blockhead, get up!" Ding Tao yelled anxiously. Unable to get to his feet in time, Li Xiong could only roll out of the way for all he was worth. That hammer scraped past his cheek and slammed into the ground. Mud splashed Li Xiong full in the head. He repeatedly spat out the muddy water in his mouth. Ding Tao hit upon an idea in a display of quick thinking and stirred the mud with his brush. Treading on Li Xiong's shoulder, he said, "Go!" With a sudden flick of the brush, muddy water splashed into Jida's eyes. Jida hastily wiped it away. Taking advantage of the opportunity Ding Tao accorded him, Li Xiong propped both hands against the ground and slid over in an attempt to slip through under Jida's crotch. But he was too sturdy and he had only just slid halfway when he got stuck. This lad had a one-track mind. He just had to go this way, and as he lifted himself with brute force, he knocked Jida over instead of sliding his way out. Ding Tao wanted to praise Li Xiong. Unexpectedly, Jida wiped away the muddy water and hauled Ding Tao by the ankle that Ding Tao had yet to retract. Ding Tao had come to grief many times in the past with this move, so he had long since learned to play it smart. The instant he felt the grip on his ankle, he promptly lifted both arms to protect the back of his head and closed his eyes as he plummeted to the ground. Immediately right after the fall, he shouted, "It doesn't hurt. I'm fine." Li Xiong climbed to his feet from the mud and tried to lunge over to hold Jida's neck in a chokehold, but he had only just pounced when Jida, who was already on guard, bent his elbow and slammed it into the bridge of Li Xiong's nose. Li Xiong instantly felt a stinging ache on the bridge of his nose. Jida followed up with another blow and sent Li Xiong flipping over into the mud, using so much force that blood spurted out of Li Xiong's mouth and nose. Jida moved his shoulders and arms about, the creak of which indicated that the fight earlier was just a joke in which he had been merely fooling around. His arms were far more thick and burly than Li Xiong's. As Li Xiong lay in the mud covering his nose and mouth, he caught a vague glimpse of the poisonous scorpion on Jida's arm. Ding Tao was lifted upside down, and the brush and notebook in his bosom slipped out along with the poisonous needles and secret weapons on him when Jida swung him up with all his might. Ding Tao reached out with both hands to grab them, failing which he yelled, "My candies!" But before he could bat an eyelash, Ding Tao saw his oil paper-wrapped candies fall into a hand. Wind swept past their ears, and in this very instant, Jida saw a flutter of white sleeves descend onto the muddy surface, like a piece of drifting snow that arrived with the wind and then took off into the air again. The cold glint of Yang Shan Shui was like the crystal-clear ripples of autumn waters as it suddenly shot right towards Jida's chest. Jida could not retreat, so he cast Ding Tao aside in an attempt to free a hand to grab hold of Yang Shan Shui's tip. However, Yang Shan Shui was too fast. It took just an instant for the blade to make its way before his chest. Jida failed to grab hold of it, and Yang Shan Shui flicked up in tandem with the white sleeve to slash towards Jida's throat. This time, Jida swung his shoulder over to dodge it, using his shoulder to take the blow in the flesh instead. An expert, Jida's alarm bells went off, but then it instantly dawned on Jida, even though Shen Zhechuan was as swift as a thunderbolt, that one blow of his earlier had also exposed the frailty of his constitution. Jida let loose a sardonic smile and struck out towards the side of Shen Zhechuan's neck with a lightning move of his hand. As the white robe withdrew and seamlessly dodged out of the way like clouds and mist, he closed in and balled his fists to counter Shen Zhechuan's attacks, then grabbed hold of Yang Shan Shui with a turn of his hand. With Yang Shan Shui held down, Shen Zhechuan's arm also ended up being grabbed by Jida. Jida knew the other man was not an easy one to capture. With the latter's leg movements coincidentally restricted, Jida seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and turned around so that his back was pressed up against Shen Zhechuan, then lowered his shoulder to fling Shen Zhechuan over to the ground. Shen Zhechuan almost coughed out blood from the force of it. He did not manage to break free when he got up, and sharp cracks rang out as he traded two blows with Jida with his hands. Jida, however, warded off his blows with sheer brute force. Jida was not that meticulous in his study of martial arts, and he did not want to waste too much effort on Shen Zhechuan over this. As he parried the blows, he sensed Shen Zhechuan abandoning the use of Yang Shan Shui, so when Shen Zhechuan rose with a lift of his waist, he swung his hammer over. This strike sent the hammer smashing into the tree trunk, and as he had expended too much force, Jida could not pull it out. Shen Zhechuan was relatively shorter, and as his pitch-black eyes locked onto Jida, Jida heard the crack of something snapping. While he could not figure out what this sound was at the moment, he could acutely sense the danger he was in. Almost immediately, he abandoned his hammer. But before Jida could make a move, Shin Zichuan had already struck out at him. He was much faster than before this time, as though he had been planning for this moment since the start, waiting and luring Jida in until the latter was accustomed to the rhythm of his movements. Jida even went as far as to suspect that Shen Zichuan was not injured at all, that his frailness from before was all an act. But Jida did not have the chance anymore. Fresh blood spewed from his neck, spraying all over Shin Zichuan's face. His throat bobbed. He could not believe he would be defeated in this place. He shifted his gaze sluggishly and saw a pair of deep, unfathomable eyes. Shen Zichuan seemed to finally remember to say his greetings. With his expressive eyes half closed, he said amicably to Jida, "You are welcome to be our guest." The moment the words left his mouth, Jida fell over on his back to the ground, with half a brush sticking out of his neck. Ding Tao was still badly shaken when Shen Zichuan let his fingers drop to toss the candies into his arms. Ding Tao caught it in a daze and saw that oil paper red with blood that had already seeped all the way in. Chapter 168, Scorpion. Chapter 168, Scorpion all at once. Fei Xin calmed down. He promptly propped himself up and came over to pick up Yang Shan Shui for Shin Zichuan. But when he bent over, he noticed something odd about Shin Zichuan's right arm. As his gaze glided up from the opening of Shin Zichuan's sleeve, he realized Shin Zichuan's entire right arm was trembling. Thick, sticky blood coated the tips of Shin Zichuan's fingers. Jida had almost broken off his fingers when they traded blows earlier, and this kind of trembling was not something he could control now that the combat had suddenly come to a halt. But he could not reveal the slightest hint of pain, given that the armored cavalry had just suffered heavy casualties. Jida had hammered the brigade commander until the latter's brain matter had splattered right before everyone's eyes. Shen Zichuan had to stabilize their morale so that it would not continue to plummet. Master," Fei Shen called out in apprehension. "They are already assembling the bandits in the back to reorganize the convoy squad." Shin Zichuan always brought along the blue handkerchief on him, but he could not bear to use it to wipe the blood. This was something he had taken from Shaoqie. He continued, "Tell the Libei armored cavalry to take off their helmets. Don't panic. With the mounted crossbow bringing up the rear, the foes will be merely sitting ducks." Both of Luer's hands were shivering. He had already been released and lowered. The blowing wind was so cold it gave him a chill between the legs. The former subordinate took advantage of the chaos to drag him along, pushing and shoving as he urged, "Run! Run!" Luer looked stiffly at the convoy squad that had been thrown into confusion and asked feebly, Who came?" "The Libei armored cavalry." The former subordinate tore off the cloth bag on his waist and threw it away along with the chains he had been fitted with. "Let them fight. Let's go." But the former subordinate failed to move Luer, so he pinched him and cried out in anxiety, "Old man Lu, what are you doing?" Luer's feet scraped across the ground as he stooped over and refused to leave. With a savage expression, he said, "We'll leave, but we also have to give these bastards a stab before leaving." He pushed the former subordinate away and staggered forward. "Son of a bitch aimed at me with the crossbow. Those bastards." He fell onto the ground, then got up again and muttered, "I want to smash them to death. Smash them all to death." The men in Shin Zichuan's retinue who had arrived after Shen Zichuan summoned the bandits together to work as one and pull up the overturned wagon. The mounted crossbow was stained with mud, and Luer hastily wiped it clean with his sleeve. He squeezed among the crowd, exerting force in regular bursts along with the shouts as they hoisted the long arrows up and pulled. 100 paces away, Fei Sheng scrambled out and blew a quick whistle at the Imperial bodyguards still engaged in battle with the Bayancha cavalry. The Imperial bodyguards promptly pulled back and retreated as they held up against the remaining Libei armored cavalry. The Bayancha cavalry who still remained in the clearing waited, but never got Jida's commands, and by the time they realized it, it was already too late. The very moment the click of the trigger sounded, Luo felt intense pain in both arms. He watched those long arrows shoot into the sky before plunging, their impact slamming the Bianchi cavalrymen who had nowhere to hide onto the ground along with their horses. It was almost instant death for the men. Luo raised both arms and burst out laughing madly. He stood on tiptoe, finding this moment to be the most gratifying time in his life. Very quickly, the arrows were depleted, and the Bianchi cavalry, who had been dealt severe blows, were too powerless to resist. Their small numbers prevented them from getting into formation, and it just took a couple of rounds from the mounted crossbow for them to break up and scatter. The former subordinate pulled Luo by the collar and shouted over the din, "Old man Luo, we should run now!" Although they were captives, they had escorted the transportation of military supplies for the Bianchi people. What's more, they even led them towards Zhongbua. The Libe armored cavalry and the Bianchi cavalry were sworn enemies with a blood feud between them. So if they were to fall into the Libe armored cavalry's hands, they would still have to die. Luo hurriedly leaped off the wagon and limped along. "Go, go, go! Move!" As if in tacit agreement, the bandits wanted to take to their heels and flee the moment they saw the cavalry retreating. But the squad behind them was long prepared for this and drew their blades to surround them, blocking off their paths so that they had no choice but to return to their original spot. Thrown into disarray, the bandits crowded together within the ring of horses' hooves. They wanted to break through the encirclement, but they had no blades. Gradually, they all squatted down amid the shouts at them and held their heads, not daring to make a ruckus again. Fei Sheng and a few of them sent Xin Sichuan back to the horse carriage. The moment the curtain fell, they heard the dull, muffled sound of coughing. Gripping his candies, Ding Tao's eyes reddened. He was at a loss as he tugged on Fei Sheng's sleeve and said in a teary tone, My young master." Fei Sheng covered Ding Tao's mouth with his palm and gestured around him to have the imperial bodyguard surround the horse carriage, thus setting the carriage apart from the armored cavalry and bandits. Xin Sichuan bent over the seat. On his open palm was blood that he had just coughed out. The index and middle fingers on his right hand were racked with hot, searing pain, as if they were being ripped apart. He had not been over to pick young Shan Shuep earlier because he could not lift it. He lowered his head, pressing against his forehead, and forcibly swallowed down the blood that still wanted to gush up his throat. A long time passed. Xin Sichuan's voice sounded particularly low and deep across the curtain. "Do a head count of the bandits and get them to continue pushing the wagon. Send someone to rush post-haste to Bianbu camp and convey the news about this squad to Suin. Then send someone to hurry to Tizhou and inform Yuanjua to reassure Zhou Gui before my return. As long as King Yi has not dispatched his troops, Tizhou must not make the first move, no matter what King Yi says." Then the Bianchi captives. Fei Sheng moved close to the curtain and asked carefully, "Are we to keep them?" "Remove their blades and hammers." Xin Sichuan clenched his palm and shifted his gaze under the darkness. "Execute them on the spot." The sky cleared up the next day. Li Xiong crouched beside Jida's corpse, looking as if there was something he could not figure out. He kept fiddling with Jida's arm and looking at that poisonous scorpion over and over again. Fei Sheng came over to boot Li Xiong and said, "Master had the others clear away the bodies. Why aren't you allowing them to?" Li Xiong was still angry. He pulled Jida's arm up and pointed to the scorpion. "Why does he have the scorpion too? He can't have a scorpion." Fei Sheng initially wanted to make fun of this silly lad, but the gears started turning in his mind, and he crouched down as well to ask Li Xiong, "Why can't he have a scorpion? Have you seen this before?" Li Xiong pointed to the back of his neck and answered, "My big bro has one lying here." Fei Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. With his heart in his mouth and sweat trickling down, he said, "When did Lei Jingzhe have it tattooed? Why has there never been a word of it on Mount Luo?" Li Xiong tried his best to think as he pulled at his hair. "I don't remember either. He had it a long time back. He already had it when he raised me. Gadale has a lot of scorpions. My big bro took me there at that time and even wanted to have it tattooed on me. Gadale! Fei Xing stood up at once and turned around to hurry towards the horse carriage. Xun Zichuan was still resting. He drained the medical decoction from the morning like it was water. Ding Tao, who was keeping guard outside the carriage, heard Shen Zichuan cough several times. The medicinal smell wafted out from within, but no one dared to lift the curtains. Fei Sheng did not dare to either, but this was a matter of great importance. So he placed a hand on the carriage for support and called out in a soft voice, "Master, master." Shen Zichuan was sleeping lightly. In fact, he had been semi-conscious the entire time. He leaned on his side against the pillow. The delayed onset of pain of the injuries on his back was taking hold now, and he was in so much pain that he could not lie flat. He removed the jade earring and wiped it for a long time before it was clean. Only then did he open his eyes and make a sound of acknowledgement. Fei Sheng, even more cautious now, reported what he had heard earlier. There was only silence from the interior of the carriage for a long time before Fei Sheng heard the rustling sound of sliding sleeves. After another moment, the curtain was lifted by a folding fan. With the fan in his left hand and earring on his right ear, the expression in Shen Zichuan's eyes was much more piercing than ever. The situation last night had been so critical that no one had paid any attention. With Li Xiong now standing beside Jida, the one thing that they had overlooked had become all the more apparent. Physique-wise, Jida was essentially what Li Xiong would grow up to become as an adult. They were both powerfully built, far more than the average man. Their shoulders and arms were broad, their muscles rippling with astonishing, explosive power. Shen Zichuan lowered his folding fan and moved Jida's arm over. "Is it exactly the same?" Li Xiong squatted and nodded sullenly. "Big Bro's scorpion is a little smaller." Shen Zichuan said to Fei Sheng, "Strip these corpses of their clothes." Not long after, the Bayancha cavalry, who perished last night, lay stark, naked across the ground. Fei Sheng examined them one at a time and found that all of them had scorpion tattoos. It was just that the scorpions were all freely positioned and hidden at locations that were hard to discover, such as the nape, pit of the stomach, side of the waist, and even behind the ear, but they were all on the upper body. Shen Zichuan asked the Libei armored cavalry, "Are there scorpions like this on the battlefields?" The remaining squad commander of the armored cavalry looked carefully at the tattoos and solemnly shook his head. "Never seen them before. The 12 tribes of Bayancha indeed have the habit of tattooing their bodies, but those are either tribal totems or symbols of meritorious service. There are no scorpions in the 12 tribes." Shen Zichuan had an ill sense of foreboding. This was a squad that could deal a heavy blow and inflict heavy casualties on the Libei armored cavalry. Once they became a prevalent force in the war, the standoff on the battlegrounds would take a sudden turn for the worse. It would catch the generals of Libei off guard and put them at a disadvantage. If they were really establishing a squad based on standards that Li Xiong exemplified, then it would not matter even if they were to lose their battle steeds. As long as they could breach Libei, all of Dazhou would be in imminent danger, let alone Zhongbua. Scorpions are everywhere in Gadale. Big Bro called them brothers. They are our friends. As Li Xiong spoke, he looked at Shen Zichuan. "They have many small scorpions, too. They are very young and never come out to play." Fei Sheng. Shen Zichuan said immediately, "Copy down this scorpion and bring it to Libei together. Not just Libei, but also Cizhou and Chazhou. Tell Zhou Guo and Luo Mu to start checking the commoners in the territories immediately." He paused for a moment, then emphasized his words, "especially the garrison troops." Lei Jingjia was a native of Dazhou. In the years that Zhongbua was out of control, anyone could freely get in and out of Zhongbua as he did. They could let in the scorpions and even send the scorpions deeper into Dazhou. What Shen Zichuan had thought of at this moment was not just the war, but also of the decaying of government administration since the reign of Yongyi. From the Zhongbua troops' defeat to Xiao Jiming's poisoning, and Feng Yixing's death in battle to Lu Guangbai's desertion. They used to focus their attention on Kudu and the noble clans, but it had all become rather odd starting from the military grain case onward. Xue Xiuzhua wanted to resurge Dazhou. Forcing Lu Guangbai into desertion would not do him any good. Why would Kudu make light of Qidong military provisions when they knew full well that there was ill will between them and Li Bei at the same time? Xin Sichuan's memories swiftly went backward in time. Watching scene after scene of the past flash away felt like he was once again standing in the summer heat of Kudu. Who exactly had delivered the relay report to Wei Huaigu's desk and subsequently forced him to his death? Xin Sichuan suddenly broke out coughing. He clutched the blue handkerchief and covered his mouth and nose. But this cough was so violent that it not only startled Ding Tao. Even Fei Sheng's face turned pale. "Master." Fei Sheng made to support Xin Sichuan by the arm. "Escort the military supplies back to Tizhou." Xin Sichuan said behind the handkerchief, "There's no need for the armored cavalry to follow any further. Leaving a few men behind will suffice. We'll head for Danzhou today in disguise." Gadale had Bai Cha's portrait, while Danzhou had Shenwei's prints of Jianqing's manor. These were the two key locations where it all began, along with the two bloodkin with inextricable ties to Xin Sichuan. "I want Lei Jingzhe as well." Xin Sichuan's expression was cold and detached as he enunciated each word. "Alive." Chapter 169, Duinzhou. Chapter 169. Duinzhou, the military supply wagons were placed under the guard of the Li Bei armored cavalry and manually transported back to Tizhou by the bandits. Xin Sichuan only brought a dozen or so imperial bodyguards, and some goods with him as he disguised himself as a traveling merchant heading north. They did not head down to Danzhou directly, but took a detour to the public route leading from Fanzhou to Danzhou and entered through the west gate. Luer, with his Bayanga hat, followed behind Fei Sheng with his, but sticking out. As long as his eyes started roving, the imperial bodyguards would sandwich him in the middle so that he felt suffocated and could not move. He used to be Lei Jingzhe's messenger, so he was well informed and the most familiar with the ongoings in Danzhou. They would save a lot of trouble by getting him to lead the way. But this old man was a very crafty one. At first, in order to escape, he had smeared his face until it was all dark and swarthy, causing Fei Sheng to nearly miss him when he blended in with the group of bandits. Xin Sichuan's medicine never stopped coming, and after being on the road for 5 days, his cough gradually subsided. However, he was still unable to apply too much pressure on the 2 fingers on his right hand. Given that he could not even pen letters these days, the messages to Li Bei and Tizhou were all written by Ding Tao on his behalf. "When we enter the city, we have to first go to a pawn shop to register the goods." Luer tugged on the side of his Bayanga hat to hide his face, then folded his arms under his sleeves and craned his neck to say, "It's very chaotic now in Danzhou. Only merchants who are registered and listed at the pawn shop can enter the city and stay at the inns. All the parties are playing it cautious. This is an unspoken rule. Anyone who doesn't know the rules is most certainly fishy." Xin Sichuan rested his folding fan on his knee. He remained concealed from view in the carriage, revealing only a vague silhouette. "Who owns this pawn shop?" "The Yan clan of Hezhou." Luer lowered his voice and moved closer to the side of the carriage curtain. When Lei Changming still had the Yan clan to fund him, this place was a terrible mess. While it was said that Lei Changming was the one in charge, he was, after all, not the provincial administration commissioner. Bandits, like us, don't have that many staff and runners either, so we turned a blind eye when it came to what's happening down there. But there were too many merchants coming and going. Who knows if they are spies? So young Master Yen suggested Lei Changming set up a pawn shop here and hang up the words Tongming. Brothers who conduct business deals with the Mount Luo bandits naturally know how to answer upon entering the shop. The Yen clan later fell out with us, but Lei Changming kept this pawn shop as a show of respect for young Master Yen. The corner of Shen Zhechuan's lips shifted ever so slightly. And with that, the Yen clan has the comings and goings in Danzhou firmly in their grasp, with records of every business transaction Lei Changming has ever made. This young master, Yen, must no doubt be better acquainted with these years' accounts than Lei Changming himself, right? He's a child prodigy, yes? Luer smacked his lips. Not one business deal Yen Heru conducted himself has ever been unprofitable. This person may be young, but he's a mercenary man who loves money very, very much. There's no business he doesn't dare to dip his fingers into. Lei Changming saved his life. There must be a reason that caused them to fall out with one another. Xin Zhechuan recalled the incident regarding the lawful grandson of the Shao clan and asked in passing. Throughout the journey here, Luer had been going all out to ingratiate himself with Shen Zhechuan for fear that Shen Zhechuan would kill him off once he outlived his usefulness. He immediately weighed up the stakes and sold Lei Changming out. Lei Changming had an addiction, and it grew progressively worse in recent years. The commoners in the two prefectures of Danzhou and Duanzhou were very much afraid and did not dare to keep their children at home around for fear that we would carry them off and give them to Lei Changming. At first, Lei Changming kept the Yen clan in the dark and did not dare to bring it up. But later, he asked the brothels in Fanzhou for some young ones, and the children the procuress came over to deliver were recorded in the pawn shop as rice flour. This was uncovered by the Yen clan's audits, and young master Yen flew into a terrible rage. Lei Changming promised Yen Heru that he would turn over a new leaf. But how could he change something like this? With Kai Yu fanning the flames on his end, it didn't take long for them to fall out for real. Yen Heru cut off the monthly funds to Mount Luo, and grain stopped heading our way. Having said to this point, Luer faced the carriage curtain. It was because of this that we were starving so badly on Mount Luo. Lei Jingzhe had Lei Changming demand grains from Xizhou. Zhou Gui had no troops in power then, and he gave in time and time again. It just so happened that the emperor in Kudu passed away. When the Marquis rebelled, the uncle and nephew pair plotted to use Hanjin to exchange for noble titles. In any case, no one's keeping Zhongbua under control. If it really worked out and they get conferred with the title of a prince or something, then we would transform into a regular local army. Xun Zichuan tapped with his fingertips and said, Lei Jingzhe is truly a good child. Lei Jingzhe was the brains behind Lei Changming. How could he have let Lei Changming take a tumble over such a simple matter like Fanzhou's delivery of children? It was because the Yen clan cut off Lei Changming's monthly funds that Lei Changming would turn his main forces on Xizhou. He marched his troops to Xizhou in such an ostentatious display and ended up being targeted and killed by Xiao Qiye and Xin Zichuan. He was indeed a target set up to be a scapegoat. In all probability, Lei Jingzhe had long wanted to usurp and take over his position. They might have gone to Hancheng in an attempt to exchange for noble titles, but Hancheng might not necessarily be willing to acquiesce to both men's presumptuous demands. Throw in Lei Changming's insatiable greed into the mix, and it remained to be seen whether they could even reach an agreement. So, Lei Jingzhe took Lei Changming, his kin maternal uncle, out of the equation and let him die conveniently in the strife without ever tying himself directly to it. This suggested two possibilities. The first was that Hancheng was not a scorpion, and the scorpions were far less capable than Xin Zichuan feared. The second was that they were all pawns and did not need to mutually know each other. They just had to stay in their place and do what they ought to do to complete the mission. Shen Zichuan had his own theory regarding both of these conjectures. He lost himself in his thoughts and did not speak again. It was already the hour of high when the horse carriage entered the city, and, as its name suggested, Tongming Pawn Shop was indeed brightly lit. Fei Shang brought Luer along to register themselves and saw horse carriages of all styles and colors outside the pawn shop. There were the Longyu merchants that had come around from Jueshi, as well as human traffickers from Fanzhou. A hubbub of abacus beads being flicked and all sorts of shouts filled the place, wherever imaginable where was on sale. It was already such a late hour, and yet the place was still bustling with activity. As the hub, Tongming pawn shops sat in the center with large lanterns hung up on both sides of it. Wine taverns and stores operated all night, with the hustle and bustle keeping up until dawn. There were plenty of beggars, but they were all being bossed around. Prostitutes of all ages drew close to the coming and going wealthy men and pulled them to the inns so that they had a place to sleep for free for a night, relying on this to earn some money for food. Amidst the surge of crowd, Fei Xing noticed a few Biantia faces. This place did not seem to have been once defeated in war. The stench of wine and meat gone sour permeated the air along with the fragrance of perfumes and spices from Jueshi and the Chaosha River. They jostled against one another for prominence, subsequently turning into a fusion of smells that made one's knees weak. This street was like a Milky Way reflected from the vault of heavens that converged the remaining bright lights in Zhongbua together, making the surroundings look pitch dark in comparison. There were so many people around that Fei Xing did not dare to be too conceited and careless. Armed with the tips Luer had given, he headed inside the pawn shop and looked around for someone to submit his registration. The goods were miscellaneous grains from Huaizhou. The store clerk busily and methodically checked them one at a time according to the sequence of the hanging tags. He moved quickly, and the younger assistant following behind him was even quicker in noting it all down. When the shop clerk came before the horse carriage, he did not presumptuously reach out to lift the curtains, but bowed at it in all earnestness. You, sirs, come from the west and are all-powerful connoisseurs of the trade, and since you have made your way to our danzhou, we dare not be poor hosts, so we will just lay it all out here first. You must be fatigued from the journey, so treat it as some entertainment tidbits to relieve your boredom. Shen Zichuan did not answer. This shop clerk had seen his fair share of traveling merchants, and he had prior dealings with both magnates and bandits before, so he knew that some of these customers had terrible tempers. He remained firmly on his feet with a neutral expression and said, "Once you have entered the city, it's all entirely up to you whoever you decide to have business dealings with. No one can interfere, for it's nobody else's business. As fleeting as our encounters are, we are all fellow travelers whose paths have crossed. Our coming here for the same purpose makes us acquaintances who should mutually get along and help each other. Danzhou is remote and out of the way, so let's all look out for one another. If you require mediation for any issues, feel free to send someone to the shop to let us know. No matter where these people are from, the assistants will always be standing ready to assist without delay as long as you so command. However, there is one rule that must be made clear to you. Any goods that are meant for purchase and sales have to be recorded down on file in the shop, and every good on record in the shop has to be a genuine product. By having yourself registered for business in our shop, you can be considered as having received the nod from the Yan clan. In Danzhou, we share prestige and wealth together." After the shop clerk was done speaking, he bowed once more to the horse carriage, then turned aside and lifted his arm to guide them. "A courtyard has been especially prepared in the back for you. Please choose the attendants as you please. We have all kinds of fresh, seasonal fruits available for your enjoyment. As long as you stay in Danzhou, you can ask for anything you would like to eat or enjoy. Our Yan clan will take care of it all for you." Fei Xing was secretly rendered speechless. The Shi clan was wealthy, but they were nowhere as generous as this. This Yan Heru was truly incredible. Rumor had it that he loved money as much as he treasured his life, but he also spent money like water. He was an ostentatious man who loved gold. He invested all of his capital into Danzhou and won over the hearts of all the traveling merchants. It was no wonder that the Shi clan's chain of shops could not make their foray into the market in the east at all. The shop clerk did not waste any more time on superfluous talk and shouted, "The 16th courtyard of Tianji welcomes its distinguished guests." The horse carriage started moving with a rumble, guided into the courtyard by a specially deployed errand runner. With his face to the carriage window, Shen Zichuan heard the melody that drifted from the upper floors of the wine tavern in the darkness. The dazzling display of lanterns in a kaleidoscope of colors through the carriage drapes looked like multicolored waves of shimmering water so gorgeous that one was left mesmerized and captivated. The moment Luer entered the courtyard, he clicked his tongue in wonder. He took his shoes off before stepping on the porch and held them in his bosom as he followed behind Fei Sheng and cast glances all around. He thought out loud, "Hot damn! Just how much silver would you need to spend on all these?" Fei Sheng took a look at the hallway. "Not unless you have 1,000,000 to splurge." Luer had never before seen this much money, and neither had Fei Sheng. It had to be known that during the reign of Xianda, the military budget allocated to Libei and Qidong totaled to merely 2,000,000 tops. The imperial court officials had to reduce their salaries and scrimp and save to provide for the Libei armored cavalry and Qidong garrison troops. The imperial court was so ridiculously poor it was driving all of them insane. And yet here Yen Heru was splurging hundreds of thousands of taels at a mere wave of his hand, all just for the sake of entertaining his guests. The journey had truly been difficult. Fei Sheng did not dare to make Shen Zichuan endure it for any longer and attended to him as he drank the medicine. He then called for a subordinate to prepare water and make the bed. He did not dare to urge Shen Zichuan to take a rest, and so he quietly instructed Ding Tao to do so. Fei Sheng did not call for any of the attendants from the Yen clan to serve in the yard. The courtyard was guarded by rank after rank of imperial bodyguards, with Fei Sheng staying in the innermost layer to stand guard under the eaves of Shen Zichuan's room. Not only were the imperial bodyguards on guard duty on the ground, but they were also stationed on the ridge of the upturned eaves. Ding Tao, having slept his fill in the carriage during the daytime, was now sitting up there writing and drawing with Li Xiong. The words that Xiao Jia had said before they had set off would pop up from time to time in Fei Sheng's mind, so much so that Fei Sheng's heart would leap into his mouth if Shen Zichuan so much as let out a cough in the night. Shen Zichuan was not familiar with Danzhou, yet for some reason the nightmares hit him hard that night. Chasher Sinkhole had disappeared, and the prince of Jianxing's manor had replaced it in its place. The deaf and mute auntie sat under those dark and gloomy eaves, while Shen Zichuan stood in the dimly lit room, feeling thirsty. As the table was so very tall, he stood on tiptoe to reach for the teacup, but ended up brushing it onto the ground. Broken fragments of porcelain that had shattered by his foot went flying all over, cutting his finger. Shen Zichuan started to sob. He felt inexplicably upset, as if he had broken something precious. But no matter how much Shen Zichuan sobbed, the auntie merely continued to focus on her embroidery with her back to him. She extended her arm and pressed it down, which subsequently elongated her shadow all the way to Shen Zichuan's foot and turned it into a grotesque, long-limbed creature. She repeated this one action over and over again, her surroundings shrouded in dead silence. Shen Zichuan's finger was burning with searing pain. He clutched his robes in his anxiety and bandaged the wounded finger. Blood very quickly bloomed through his robe, like a camellia that had broken apart upon falling onto the snowfield, red and vivid. Chapter 170, Creature. Chapter 170. Creature. The two fingers on Shen Zichuan's right hands trembled violently, the blazing pain jolting him awake in a split second. He wearily raised his right arm and spread his palm open, only to realize that he could not move his two fingers freely. The window paper glowed indistinctly with light. To think he had slept until this hour. Shen Zichuan set down his arm and let the sweat trickle down along his temples. After a moment, he rolled over and got up, his two fingers slightly curled as he put on his clothes. On hearing the sound of movements, Fei Sheng turned back and beckoned to the subordinate bearing the medicine to come over and attend to Shen Zichuan. The door opened, and Fei Sheng lifted the hem of his robe and strode in. Shen Zichuan was standing and washing up by the copper basin. "Master." Fei Sheng went around to the side and said softly, "We called for a physician early in the morning. He's waiting out there. Shall we summon him in to take a look?" Xin Zichuan placed the handkerchief back into the basin and, in a rare moment in which he did not refute him, said, "Call him in." Delighted, Fei Sheng immediately shouted for the physician. In the interim, he said to Xin Zichuan, "We released the men last night." With Luer's connections with his old acquaintances, the news came in pretty fast. "Master, Lei Jingzhe is right here in the city." Xin Zichuan stood by the door and looked back pensively at Fei Sheng. The fact that Lei Jingzhe reacted so quickly illustrated that they had committed the transportation route of the military supply firmly to mind, with even the possibility of a delay taken into account. Thus, Lei Jingzhe immediately headed down to Danzhou when the squad did not arrive these couple of days. It was likely that he wanted to get to the bottom of who had robbed the scorpions. The military supply wagons to Tizhou have the Libei armored cavalry keeping watch over them along the way. The news can't have spread that fast. They should have entered Tizhou by now. Whether or not Lei Jingzhe can get to the bottom of the matter, the stuff and men are ours now. Fei Sheng stepped aside and watched as Xin Zichuan drank his medicine. But it's too tough to catch Lei Jingzhe alive in the city. Master, there are still 400 scorpions watching over the bandits they took captive, and these men could also be considered as Lei Jingzhe's soldiers. Our numbers are far too low. The medicine was so bitter it put a slight frown on Xin Zichuan's face. To date, Lei Jingzhe still has yet to put Mount Luo and Duanzhou in order. This indicates that he doesn't have enough soldiers under his command to deploy. He likely smuggled the armaments to ingratiate himself with Bianxia. So, the 400 scorpions in the city of Danzhou might not necessarily be willing to listen to his orders. Besides, we came to Danzhou to make money on amicable terms, not to seize what's others by force. We can take our time. He handed the empty bowl to Fei Sheng. Tizhou has nothing of importance to attend to lately. I have all the time in the world to have my fun with him. When Fei Sheng took the bowl, he saw Xin Zichuan's hand dangling from the opening of his sleeve. The color drained from his face, and he lifted the hem of his robe and kneeled. "That hand's broken, isn't it, master? We were in such a rush during our journey. I'm really blind. To think I never—" Time was of the essence then, and it's not like we could find a decent physician midway into our journey. Seeing how panicked Fei Sheng was, Xin Zichuan said, "It's just 2 fingers that are broken, not severed. Let the physician set them with steel needles and have them bandaged later. They'll be fine after half a year of healing." Xin Zichuan downplayed his injuries and responded in such a nonchalant manner, but listening to him filled Fei Sheng with fear and trepidation. In an act of either genuine sentiment or feigned sincerity, Fei Sheng's eyes reddened as he braced himself against the ground with his hands and said in a trembling voice, "When the master is wounded, his subject deserves death for letting it happen. It doesn't stand to reason for a guard to be right by his master's side and still let his master get injured." As he spoke, he raised a hand and slapped himself several times on the cheeks. "It's all because we are so useless that Master even has to come personally to our rescue. Master, I beseech Master to bestow our deserved punishments on us." Fei Sheng was now leading the imperial bodyguards, and by kneeling here to slap himself without the slightest trace of hesitation, he was also effectively slapping the faces of those men outside. He was lowering himself to let everyone in here and out there understand that this incident was a wake-up call. Such an oversight could not be made ever again. Xin Zichuan must never get hurt. From the moment they arrived in Zhongbua after being forsaken by Han Cheng and were rejected by Xiaoqia, Xin Zichuan was the only candidate left to be their master. Qiao Tianya had a knack for managing his subordinates too. In fact, he was even more well-liked by the subordinates than Fei Sheng was, but he was much too uninhibited. At times, he seemed to treat Shin Zichuan more like a friend than a master. Fei Sheng had already garnered much from Shin Zichuan's act of deploying Qiao Tinya over to Yao Wenyu's side. Could Yao Wenyu's body heal soon? If not, then Qiao Tinya would stay by Yao Wenyu's side for as long as several years. The vacated position beside Shin Zichuan was given to Fei Sheng, which in Fei Sheng's view was a hint that he had to accomplish what Qiao Tinya would not do while in the same position. He had to make it clear to the current imperial bodyguards that it was out of respect for Ji Gang that Shen Zichuan did not pursue their dereliction of duty. But they must never, ever repeat the same mistake again. As long as Shen Zichuan had not given the nod, Fei Sheng would never take action. Likewise, as long as Shen Zichuan gave the command, good or bad, Fei Sheng would execute it and see it through to the very end. He was far more aware of his own place than Qiao Tinya was. He was Shin Zichuan's guard, not Shin Zichuan's friend. As such, he would not privately report Shin Zichuan's injury to Xiao Qie. The imperial bodyguards followed suit and kneeled too, their faces burning with pain as they listened to the sounds of Fei Sheng's slaps. Fei Sheng smacked himself until his cheeks turned red, and even so, he was still lifting his hand for another slap when a folding fan suddenly intercepted his hand. There can be no progress without pain. As long as you don't repeat the same mistake, it's all right. Shin Zichuan shifted the fan in his left hand away. All the people in the courtyard are good men. Punishments will come to those who have done wrong. I naturally have my own arrangements for when we return to Cizhou. You may rise now. The fact that Shen Zichuan did not let Fei Sheng continue to slap himself meant that he had no intention to humiliate them. He gave scholars their due respects, but he did not treat the imperial bodyguards shabbily either. Their monthly salaries were issued in a timely manner and converted to ready silver based on Kudu's standard, and the imperial bodyguards' residences were all spacious, well-lit rooms. What's more, there was Ji Gang to give them martial arts pointers at all times. At first, they all thought Shin Zichuan to be a capricious man who was a tough one to serve. But over time, they realized that Shin Zichuan was pretty much set in his preferences. He duly meted out rewards and punishments as needed, and his commands were all decisive and straightforward. There had never been an incident in which he took out his anger on his subordinates. Fei Sheng wiped his tears and kowtowed a few more times to Shen Zichuan before rising to his feet and taking his position at the side. Ding Tao stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him and felt a great wave of guilt wash over him. The physician outside happened to arrive just then, so Fei Sheng lifted the curtains and invited the physician in. Both of Shen Zichuan's fingers had indeed been broken, but they were fortunately not severed. As he expected, the physician had them set and secured with steel needles. With half a year of recuperation, they should be more or less healed. My lord should not wield a blade or draw a bow these days. The physician was an old man. As the fee they paid him was generous, he made a special point of giving further instructions when he got up. You've been putting off having this injury treated for quite a few days. Fortunately, you didn't delay it past today. Otherwise, it couldn't be set back into place even with the steel needles. My lord seems to me to be in poor health, and it's now coincidentally the 8th month where sudden fluctuations in weather temperature are a common occurrence. Pay more attention to your meals and attire. Don't fall ill again. The physician lifted his sleeves to pack his medical case when he remembered something else. Is my lord always having trouble sleeping? He said, business has to be conducted, but it's taxing on the mind and body. No human will be able to take it if they keep getting haunted by nightmares over a long period of time. I'll get you a brocade pouch later and fill it with some incense to help you sleep. You can put it under your pillow at night and see if it works. Fei Sheng bent over to help the physician carry his medical case and saw him out. Shen Zichuan sat on the chair and sized up his right hand in the momentary silence that followed. 2 of his fingers were bound together so securely that it proved inconvenient for him to stretch them. He could forget about grasping his blade now. It was really by a stroke of good fortune that they were not severed. But why would he dream of the prince of Jianxing's residence? Last night's dream played out on what seemed to be a yellowish, worn-out rag, where only the back of the auntie was visible because Shen Zichuan no longer remembered how she looked. He cried so sadly for that cup of water. But had it been really for that cup of water? Shen Zichuan rested his elbow on the chair handle and leaned back slowly. His gaze shifted along the half-lowered bamboo blinds to the eaves shrouded under the shadow of a tree. He slowed the dream in his mind in an attempt to lay every scene out for deeper scrutiny. The deaf and mute auntie sat under the eaves. The courtyard was tiny, and the direction in which the house was facing was terrible. Once dusk fell, the interior would get dim rather quickly. Shen Zichuan was still short, so short that he did not have to bend over to look into the inner chamber. He wanted so much to drink that cup of water. His entire throat seemed to be on fire, but he could not reach it. Thus he stood on tiptoe. Shen Zichuan tilted his head up slightly. He stood on tiptoe. This was not the first time this had happened. He knew it was possible that the teacup might fall onto the ground. So at the same time he stood on tiptoe, he looked inside. The inner chamber was too dark. The windows were all unopened, and that half-lowered beaded curtain was bereft of life. It remained still and unmoving, a tint of white in the darkness. Shen Zichuan frowned and continued to pry further, as if in a trance. Why did he have to look in? The young Shen Zichuan stood on tiptoe and leaned over the edge of the table to look at that mass of darkness. He blinked several times and did not withdraw his gaze, but he could not help but reach his fingers out to touch the rim of the teacup. Someone stirred in the darkness, and at the moment his attention was diverted, Shen Zichuan accidentally brushed the teacup aside and dropped it. The sound of the teacup shattering was so crystal clear it was as if it had been smashed right beside his ear. It startled the person in the inner chamber into turning around. The strange shadow of the auntie, who kept lifting her arm, soundlessly grabbed Shen Zichuan by the foot, and it was at this very moment Shen Zichuan saw a terror-stricken face. Shen Zichuan suddenly sucked in a breath as he snapped back to his senses and found that he had subconsciously clenched his right hand into a fist. Intense pain throbbed in those two fingers. The weather was hot today, but Shen Zichuan's back was all drenched in a cold sweat. He had seen Shen Wei. Shen Wei's face that was all contorted with terror was so jarring on the eyes that it jolted Shen Zichuan to his feet. He irritably relaxed his right hand and faced the shadow of the tree under the eaves, but he could not recall exactly what Shen Wei had been doing. Why was Shen Wei so panic-stricken? The inner chamber was too dark. Shen Zichuan could not see a thing at all. Even Shen Wei's face seemed to be lodged in a thick black mass of shadows. He kept thinking back to it, but still made no progress. His memory seemed to have been stuck in time, frozen upon the frame of Shen Wei's face. Damn! Shen Zichuan knew how to restrain his irascibility firmly under an icy demeanor, but not this time. The abhorrence his expression exposed was a clear indicator that he was already standing on the brink of the precipice. He was just like a trapped beast as he shut his eyes in the sunlight, the sweat oozing from his temples. Blood oozed out from his cut finger, staining his robe. Once again, pale white juxtaposed with vivid red, the beaded curtain was clearly dead, but it swung violently as it came back to life again in the scenes that flashed by. The strange shadow grabbed hold of Shen Zichuan, whose finger was still bleeding. Meanwhile, the auntie kept up with her never-ending embroidery as her arms stretched longer and longer until the expanding shadow mutated into a scorpion swinging its tail. Thud! Shen Zichuan abruptly shifted his gaze over. Ding Tao's legs gave way, and he fell onto his, but on the ground, looking as though he was looking at a stranger. All the hair on his body was standing on end. His candy tumbled out and rolled on the ground, where it bumped into Shen Zichuan's snapped fan. Shen Zichuan leaned over to pick up the candy off the ground and handed it to Ding Tao, but Ding Tao did not reach out for it. Instead, he shifted back a little in fear and trepidation to flee from Shen Zichuan's shadow. Shin Szechuan's throat bobbed. It was as if he was a demonic creature stripped of its skin to be thoroughly exposed under the stinging sunlight. The pale sides of his neck revealed his vulnerability, and as the wind huffed at his sleeves, he let loose a laugh into the long, endless stillness and gently tossed the candy away. Chapter 171. Tattoo? Chapter 171. Tattoo Ding Tao was petrified. In that instant when their eyes met, he thought that he would die like Jida had. He could still remember the expression in Shen Szechuan's eyes when the latter killed Jida, and the same expression had been in those eyes as they locked on him just a moment ago. He wanted nothing more than to run, and when Shen Szechuan handed him the candy, he lost the courage to raise his arm. It was silent under the eaves. Shen Szechuan had already retreated back into the room. The harsh sunlight blazed upon Ding Tao's frame. He had yet to recover his wits. That kind of feeling was indescribable, but one thing was for sure. This was not the young master he was familiar with. Ding Tao lifted both arms and wiped haphazardly at his eyes. He wanted to pick up the candy, but it had long melted from the heat of the sun. The delicate sweetness of osmanthus attracted a colony of ants. Ding Tao remained kneeling in place. He did not know why, but the tears had begun to pitter-patter down from his eyes. Shen Szechuan's interrupted memories could no longer be strung together into a coherent whole. It had been too dark in the dream. He simply could not remember any more details. He stood behind the bamboo blinds and heard Ding Tao sobbing beneath the eaves. Shen Szechuan told himself he must not dwell too deeply on this dream. He had to sieve the truth from falsehood as soon as possible, and decipher if the contents of this dream were real scenes he had genuinely seen before, or if they had been a figment of his imagination. For 6 years, he had been subjected to the compulsion of nightmares. He knew best that such dreams were sometimes a mixed bag of reality and fiction. It was just like how he used to dream of the Chashire sinkhole in the past, although the sight that greeted him in the sinkhole would change according to his state of mind. After Shen Szechuan had gotten injured during his trip to Chazhou, he dreamed of himself lying in the sinkhole. That was the prelude to his mistrust of his own body and his realization that he had begun to fear death. Frequent nightmares could mess with memories, and in truth, Shen Szechuan could no longer be certain of the words that Ji Mu had said to him before his death. How dangerous! Shen Szechuan thought self-deprecatingly to himself. It was just one Shenwei. Luer's network of connections came in very handy. They hid all over the city, in every street and alley, and as long as they were paid enough, they could become eyes of varying sizes. By capitalizing on these informants, Fei Sheng could snoop into every nook and cranny of Danzhou without even stepping foot outside. However, Lei Jingzhe's movements were intriguing, to say the least. Lei Jingzhe has been brazenly carrying out his search for 3 consecutive days. He's checked through all the goods entering and exiting. Fei Sheng said in a hushed tone behind Shen Szechuan, "Master, could it be that he already knows that we're in the city?" Shen Szechuan was wearing a jiang hat, one that was common in Kudu. If that's the case, he should be checking the wagons and carriages of the merchants coming and going rather than the goods themselves. This batch of military supplies was very important to Lei Jingzhe. Otherwise, he would not have promptly rushed over to Danzhou to check on it personally. Based on Shen Szechuan's guess, Lei Jingzhe wanted to exchange this batch of supplies for something else of equivalent value from the 12 tribes of Bayansha. Yet he did not search to the west immediately when he arrived in Danzhou. Instead, he wandered around the city of Danzhou. Shen Szechuan lifted his arms to lean over the edge of the railing and surveyed the restaurant from top to bottom through the sheer fabric. He took his time organizing his thoughts, then said, "Checking the goods shows that Lei Jingzhe thinks those supply wagons will still return to Danzhou." How strange! Shen Szechuan tapped his fingertips on the railing. How could Lei Jingzhe be so sure that the supply wagons would return to Danzhou? The numbers of powers in Zhongbua who could devour this batch of provisions were few and far between. Xizhou was one of the primary suspects. Shen Zichuan was even prepared to challenge Lei Jingzhe openly, but as it turned out, Lei Jingzhe had not suspected him at all. Master, even if Lei Jingzhe thought someone else robbed the supplies, who would resend them back to Danzhou? Fei Xing could make neither head nor tail of it. There are still scorpions stationed here. Transporting the supplies back would be walking right into the trap. You're right. Shen Zichuan, who had been having difficulty sleeping these days, wearily massaged the center of his brows. Who in the world would rob the goods and send them back later? This made no sense at all. The informants we have successively planted in Danzhou turned out to be of no use precisely because it's too chaotic over here. Fei Sheng plucked up his courage and said, "Could it be a bandit who is unwilling to defect to the Biancha people scheming against Lei Jingzhe?" Shen Zichuan thought about it carefully and gave a slight shake of his head. After the split of the Mount Luo bandits, there has never been a leader who could win over the masses. Ding Niu and Luer were taken captive because they never thought of joining forces to oppose Lei Jingzhe. It's possible for them to be small-time bandits based on their current size, but they would never have the courage to lay their hands on such a big batch of supplies. Military armament was not like other things. They could not be taken apart and hidden like grains. Given that this batch of supply wagons required hundreds of bandits to push it, it was easy to imagine just how heavy it was. Those small-time bandits could not have swallowed it at all. Shen Zichuan's ability to transfer them hinged on the fact that he did not kill off that batch of bandits. Along with the fact there was also the Libe armored cavalry tagging along to hold the bandits in check. Otherwise, he would not have easily gotten his hands on this batch of stuff. This matter was so bizarre it was a little ludicrous. Fei Sheng did not dare to laugh. He thought about it for a moment. If only Mr. Qingfeng or Yuanzhuo were here, he would not have needed to speak up. But there was no one besides Shen Zichuan at present, and Fei Sheng would look like a blockhead if he just stood there without moving, so he thought hard about it for a moment and said, "Could it be?" A sudden stir of commotion downstairs cut off Fei Sheng's words. Shen Zichuan lifted the veil of his hat and squinted his eyes at the main hall. Being on the 5th floor, they had a full view of the situation in the main hall. This restaurant belonged to the Yin clan. Shen Zichuan was here because Lei Jingzhe would be here tonight to entertain a certain someone. The identity of said person was unknown for the time being. His informants were not good enough to pull off that level of information, but Shen Zichuan more or less had a guess who it was. The scorpions. Fei Sheng lowered his voice. Lei Jingzhe brought the scorpions. Shen Zichuan looked down at Lei Jingzhe. The latter had just recovered from his injuries, and his hair had been cropped short. One could hardly distinguish him from the Biancha scorpions crowding around him. Due to the distance, Shen Zichuan was unable to get a clear look at the tattoo on Lei Jingzhe's nape. Lei Jingzhe apparently had matters to attend to. He stepped across the hall and hurried up the stairs. If he's here for the feast, Fei Sheng slowly furrowed his brow, then that's quite the number of people he has brought along with him, isn't it? There were plenty of merchants in this building, but no one dared to stand in Lei Jingzhe's way. He had indeed brought a lot of men with him. There were at least 30 of them. A few of them followed him up the stairs, while the rest took their seats in the main hall. The imperial bodyguards in their various disguises kept their composure and watched Lei Jingzhe as they drank, made merry, and even brushed past him. Shen Zichuan picked his teacup up and watched Lei Jingzhe head up the 5th floor to the area across from him. He sipped his tea and said, "When you get back, give Luer some monetary reward for his accuracy in pinpointing the location." Fei Sheng acknowledged the order. The party on the opposite end lowered the bamboo blinds to keep out prying eyes. The few men Lei Jingzhe brought along stood guard outside. Fei Sheng, who had great eyesight, carefully searched for the scorpion tattoos on these men's bodies with the help of the lit lanterns. A little less than an hour later, the lanterns in the building were all raised. The party on the other side called for their food to be served, and waiters weaved in and out of the area. Fei Sheng attempted to shift his position, but the screen at the other end had been so cleverly erected that he could not find the chance to snoop. Lei Jingzhi's feast stretched on for a very long time from the hour of Yu to the hour of Hai, and they still had yet to call it a day. Shen Zichuan had already finished an entire pot of tea and was leaning sleepily against his chair. Another 2 hours passed, and the vibrancy in the atmosphere in the building turned up a notch instead of evaporating. "It's the Yan clan's show now," Fei Sheng reminded Shen Zichuan in a whisper. "Master, this is a signal for the various merchants to have fun among themselves." Shen Zichuan breathed an acknowledgement and tiredly opened his eyes to look downstairs for a while from his seemingly drab seat. "A free market it is. The Yan clan profits from playing the mediator between the various parties here. What they collect is privilege money. Tell them in a while to sell the grains we brought over as well. Human traffickers." Fei Xing looked attentively at the people below. "That's the procuress from Fanzhou." The procuress of Fanzhou was a rotund, heavily made-up woman, ostentatiously decked out in loud, showy apparel. When she came here in the past, it was for the specific purpose of bringing children for Lei Changming. She had never carried out any transactions with the other merchants. But her business in Danzhou was impeded when the Yan clan fell out with Lei Changming, so she reluctantly switched to selling women, whom she took in from the various prefectures in Zhongbua. In those few years where the starvation among the people was at its worst, a dough of grains could be exchanged for an entire family of young and old. "Master." Fei Sheng half bent over and began to introduce in detail. "This procuress's name is Cuiqing. We dug into her background in passing while we were monitoring the prices of commodities in Fanzhou. She and Lei Changming have a shared past. She was initially a native of Duanzhou, and before the defeat of the Zhongguo's troops, she worked as a procuress too. Later, she went to Fanzhou and continued to ply her old trade there. Lei Changming was the one who forked out the deposit. That was why she was willing to take the risk and deliver the children to Lei Changming." Grasping her handkerchief in hand, Cuiqing twisted her body to squeeze through the group of merchants. No one dared to take advantage of her in this place. On the contrary, however, she would think of ways to get her hands on whoever she occasionally took a fancy to. As an old-timer in the 3 prefectures of Danzhou, Duanzhou, and Fanzhou who had dabbled for a long time in the trade, she had some involvement with Lei Changming and Kaiyu, although she had yet to board a big ship like the Yan clan. Cuiqing was so obese that she squeezed a few men out of the way when she sat down. She crossed her legs and reclined against the side of the table. The fair-faced man following behind her kneeled to light her pipe for her. She tilted her head to suck in a few mouthfuls, then blew out puffs of smoke. "My eldest nephew hasn't come down yet?" Cuiqing cast a few glances up. "They are taking such a long time. He should have been done by now even if he was messing under the sheets, let alone having a meal." The merchant sitting by her side said, "What good stuff has the madam brought along this time? Take them out while you can and show them to us. We'd be keen too if there's one suitable." "Bah." Cuiqing examined the gold and jade bracelets on her right hand. "Are you even worthy of the good stuff? The ones we brought along this time are not salacious goods worth a mere few dozens of silvers. Those are all young virgins in the prime of their youth. In Kudu, you can forget about taking them away without at least a few hundred taels. How is a virgin worth this sum? Whores are all temptresses, so it's only natural for them to be more expensive the more seasoned they are. You guys are only worthy of fooling around in those lousy brothels." Cuiqing stroked the fair-faced man's cheeks with her manicured finger that had been painted with nail polish and cackled. "Back in the old days when Duanzhou was still the money spinner of Dazhou, all the girls in my stable were unrivaled beauties. Which of the cheap sluts from other brothels has even been able to beat my girls in all the years the establishment has been ranking them?" Cuiqing generally did not bring up the past given how pathetically she had fled during the defeat of the Zhongguo's troops. But the atmosphere was great tonight, with flattery freely thrown around left and right. She smoked her pipe, looking very pleased with herself as the others clustered around her. Not to boast of my high standards, but if it had been in the past, the goods I brought along today would only be worthy enough to serve tea in my establishment. The rouge on Suiching's lips was bright red, and her thick makeup concealed much of her wrinkles. From the contours of her face, it was visibly apparent that this one had also been a great beauty several decades back. "Come on, give us names." With a contemptuous smile, Suiching said the top 3 in the ranks were all girls from my establishment, and each one of them married well. Today, prostitutes and performers are inseparable from one another. But back then, they were as different as the waters of the Jing and Wei rivers. 3 all of you have to spend gold just to catch a glimpse of those who sell their arts, and they can simply refuse to see you when they were in business. They were even more precious than the young missies from rich, prominent families. My eldest nephew's mother was also a girl of mine, the famous Zhao Yinliai, of the Chasha Riverside, who married into the Zhu clan in Duanzhou. As Suiching spoke, she pinched the man's face and blew smoke into his face. These were all small potatoes. The one I doted on the most was the number 1 in the establishment. Ever heard of pure as white jade, as if made of porcelain? Back then, just putting up her name alone would have the whole city of Duanzhou turning up in full force. Even the emperor himself, who was far away in Kudu, wanted a glimpse of her ravishing appearance. The surrounding merchants clapped their hands and said in delight, "That's Bai Cha." Under the spiraling wisps of smoke, an entranced Suiching put up her hand, looking as if she was still reveling in her past as she snorted and murmured, "Bai Cha ha! Do you people really think pure as white jade is a fabrication?" She was what it truly meant to be like jade and porcelain. If all of you were to see her, I'm sure all of you would no doubt kneel down to be her footrest if she so much as furrowed her brows. No one could bear to let her get sullied by the dust on the ground. The hall reeked of smoke so thick that several courtesans who were sitting with them coughed. But girls like them who earn a living by prostituting themselves did not dare to cover their noses and mouths for fear that the patrons beside them thought that they were being disdained. So every one of them held it in until their powdered cheeks flushed red as they remained squeezed in the middle, all drenched in sweat. Suiching got someone to set up the cards with the intention to play a couple of games that were all the rage in Kuru. The handsome man she brought along remained kneeling by the side to massage her legs. Not a few moments later, one of the courtesans simply could not stand it anymore and knitted her brows as she covered her mouth with a handkerchief and let out a light cough. The smell seemed off to her, so she took a couple more sniffs, then jerked to her feet with a cry of surprise and exclaimed, "Fire!" The merchants and courtesans in the hall instantly panicked. Everyone watched as billows of smoke rose. Those few attendants who had been serving them had long died. Cries of alarm echoed from all directions as everyone swept up the silvers in a fluster and tucked the money into their bosoms, without even knowing if the money was even rightfully theirs. The cards had fallen and scattered all over the ground. Suiching, being too obese, tottered on her feet from being jostled against. Even the hairpiece by her temple had fallen out. "Open the door!" Those who had made it to the door first pounded on it, shouting, "Why is the door locked?" Tables and chairs tipped over. Some people even attempted to climb out of the windows, but the windows were sealed too. Lei Jingzhe abruptly popped his head out and looked down. When Suiching saw him, she quickly waved a handkerchief at him and shouted, "My dear nephew! Hurry up and think of a way to open the door. The back hall is on fire." Fei Xing's hand was already on the hilt of his blade. All it took was for Shen Zichuan to give the command, and the imperial bodyguards would immediately swarm the building. But Shen Zichuan continued to drink his tea without saying a word. Fei Xing could not help but call out, "Master." As Fei Xing spoke, a hand suddenly grabbed onto the railing in front of Lei Jingzhe, and from there, a man heaved himself up and leaped over. Lei Jingzhe's countenance instantly changed. He moved backward to dodge the other party's incoming scimitar and ended up knocking the screen over with a loud crash, exposing the table and chairs in the middle. To their surprise, there was only Lei Jingzhe himself. Fei Sheng blurted out in shock. He didn't invite anyone at all. This was a bait meant to lure a snake out of its hole. 5 Xin Zichuan felt for his folding fan, but belatedly remembered that he had broken it. He drained the tea and watched the men that Lei Jingzhe had left downstairs rush up the stairs. Oddly enough, other than the area Lei Jingzhe was in, the rest of the place was very quiet. Fei Sheng, with his sharp eyes, suddenly stuck his head out and stared fixedly at the fight across them. He watched them carefully without missing a single of their moves and exclaimed in bewilderment, "Master, this man is also a scorpion!" The man who came to assassinate Lei Jingzhe had, in the thick of the action, inadvertently exposed the side of his neck, where a tattoo of an impressive scorpion identical to Jida's was inked. Chapter 172. HRU. Chapter 172. Haru Fei Sheng subconsciously thought. They were already fighting tooth and nail on the other side. Lei Jingzhe's old injuries had yet to heal, and he was presently having difficulty parrying the other man's savage attacks. All he could do was to keep dodging. In the midst of blows being traded by the 2 opposing teams of scorpions in the cramped private room, Xin Zichuan saw scimitars and piked daggers. Fei Sheng was itching to take action. He wanted to make up for the humiliation suffered earlier today and reclaim the dignity of the imperial bodyguards who had been making mistakes after mistakes. Heaven did not fail him. It arranged such a dog-eat-dog scene to give him a helping hand. He drew out his Xiuquan blade and said, "Master, let's take this opportunity to take down Lei Jingzhe and put him on trial." "What's the hurry?" Xin Zichuan said at his own pace. "They're giving us a monkey show." Fei Sheng originally did not understand, but he saw how nervous Lei Jingzhe looked, and the latter did not seem like the person who planned this. Both sides were equal in numbers, and the sound of things shattering during their fight persisted as glazed lamps and jade vases were smashed to pieces. He observed carefully and noticed that Lei Jingzhe was already showing signs of intention to retreat. It was pandemonium downstairs, but after the thick smoke dispersed, all was still and quiet again. The lanterns were raised as usual, with huge, glazed palace lanterns of various dazzling patterns hanging in the center of the main hall. The dead maidservants and attendants were all disposed of, and even the bloodstains on the ground were wiped clean. With a lift of the curtain at the back, a new batch of maidservants came pouring in bearing trays in their hands. They picked up those overturned tables and chairs and pulled the various merchants back into position with smiles and chatters. A bronze gong one suddenly sounded, and the attendant they had initially seen in the pawn shop stepped onto the stage in his new robe. He struck the gong he was carrying in his hand a few more times and announced in a loud, clear voice, "Mount Luo's chief of bandits, Lei Jingzhe, versus Duanzhou's little scorpion, Harigu. Tonight, when martial arts expert meets martial arts expert, who will live and who will die. Gentlemen, place your bets." Fei Sheng did not expect such a turn in the course of events. Even though he was used to seeing all kinds of unpredictable and tumultuous situations in Kudu, he still blurted out in shock, "They are betting on lives?" The bamboo blinds in the 5th-floor rooms were promptly lifted to reveal the wealthy merchants relaxing in their seats, drinking their tea, waving their fans, and smoking their pipes. Lei Jingzhe wanted to leap out of the window to make his escape, only to realize that the window in particular had been nailed shut. "I've long heard that the young master of the Yan clan doesn't do anything that doesn't profit him," Shan Zichuan said. "To think he could do such roaring business, too, when it comes to such a trade." The screen in the private room was cleared aside, and the swift sounds of abacus beads being flicked rang out like the pelting of rain. The other man grinned. Men flock together and part ways for the sake of their own interests. 2 even blood brothers still have to settle their accounts clearly. One ought to make the most of things at their disposal. Having said that, he stopped what he was doing and held on to the windows to poke his head over and give Fei Sheng the once-over. He winked at Shen Zichuan and said with a smile, "It's not easy to find an imperial bodyguard. This gentleman seems to me to be dignified in appearance and of the right stature. I can take him to Madame Suiching later as an apology. My lordship, sell him to me, will you?" On hearing him point out Shen Zichuan's identity with just one sentence, Fei Xing could not help but tighten his grip on his blade and stand before Shen Zichuan to shield him. This man was 3 or 4 years older than Ding Tao. He had a childish air about him, and he was fair-skinned and exquisite-looking, with eyes that seemed to be soaked in honey. He looked particularly likable. Lei Jingjia, who was on the opposite end, saw him and flew into a rage. Holding himself back with great difficulty, he said, "Why did the young master deceive me? You'd rather offend Gadale for the sake of a couple of scorpions. Gadale is far away on the eastern side of the Chasha River." Yan Heru retracted his head and said, "Your maternal uncle owes me 580,000 taels of silver, while you owe me 340,000 taels of silver. Isn't it only right and proper for you to pay off your debts?" Lei Jingjia snapped the chair's leg broken and did his utmost to dodge the sudden glint from the blade. He suffered a setback in Xiao Qia's hands the last time and had to rely on Li Xiong to escape by the skin of his teeth, and now he found himself encircled once again, except this time he had played right into the hands of his own people. Yan Heru leaned over the railings and swung his legs as he watched Lei Jingjia fight for his life. He shouted towards those downstairs. A battle between formidable foes of equal strength is a rare sight to behold. So put up your names to register yourselves and take your hands off after placing your bets. Double your profit if you win, and if you make a loss, treat it as post-meal entertainment. As long as you're in Danzhou, I, Yan Heru, will not let anyone walk out of here a broke man without even a pair of pants to cover his ass. Lei Jingjia was trapped in a deadly battle for his life. He had only brought along 30 men because he had been a fool to believe Yan Heru's lies. Now that Lei Jingjia had the support of the Biancha cavalry along with 400 scorpions stationed in Danzhou, Yan Heru would have to show him due respect as long as he still intended to run his business in the East. But for all his machinations, Lei Jingjia had never expected Shen Zichuan to be the person who had seized the military supplies. The iron cage in the hall was already up by now. Both Lei Jingjia and the scorpions in the other camp had suffered heavy casualties, with more than half of their men wounded and dead. Lei Jingjia spoke to the man that had come to assassinate him in Biancha tongue. "Harigu, we are all brothers from Gadale. So why fight each other to the death here? Join forces with me to get out of this predicament tonight, and I will not pursue what happened to that batch of military supplies." But the other man did not respond and swept his seaweed-like hair back before pulling out his piked dagger to pounce on Lei Jingjia. Yan Heru spoke as he poured the wine. "Is your lordship not curious how I knew you'd come? Lure's informants all come with their own prices." Shen Zichuan peeled an orange and brought it to his mouth. "As long as the money is enough, any news can change hands and be resold." Yan Heru laughed again. "It sounds like I'm not smart enough when you put it this way, but I actually got an inkling right away. Huaizhou's miscellaneous grains other than rice and wheat to the east have all gone into Xizhou's granaries. There's no one else capable of taking them out in such large quantities other than you, Shen Zichuan." "What a coincidence, then," Shen Zichuan said, "to be meeting you here." "Don't be so modest," Yan Heru spoke. "Your lordship is here to lie in wait for the opportunity to present itself, aren't you? I truly find it strange. How did you know that the person Lei Jingjia invited tonight was me?" Shen Zichuan finished up the orange before continuing. Lei Jingjia's trip to Danzhou, this time to search through the goods, surely offended all the merchants. Yet the Yan clan didn't step forth to obstruct him. This suggests that both parties have been keeping each other in the loop. In that case, he would have to invite you over for a drink, wouldn't he? He can also seize the opportunity to mend his relationship with the Yen clan. What's not to like about that? For that purpose, he even went as far as to select a restaurant owned by the Yen clan as a show of sincerity to you. Delighted, Yen Haru commended. You're so smart. Yen Haru placed his interests first and foremost in everything he did. Yet he appeared to be especially innocent and naive as he held that heavy golden abacus in his bosom, looking all like a child god of wealth. If it weren't for him being adorned with gold and jade from head to toe, Fei Sheng would never have been able to guess that he was the current head of the Yen clan had he been walking down a street. On the other side, Lei Jingzhe was already fatigued from the fight when he saw yet another wave of men rushing up from below. They were vastly outnumbered and trapped in this private room. Lei Jingzhe was unwilling to yield, and the scorpions in the back smashed the window panels with their elbows. The night breeze immediately drifted in from the outside. Lei Jingzhe did not make the first move. He merely watched as the scorpion who had created the opening stuck his head out, only to meet with calamity right in the face. In the blink of an eye, his head had been decapitated. Yen Haru grunted. This is my restaurant. You leave when I tell you to leave, and you stay when I tell you to stay. It was teeming with people both inside and out. The circle of men surrounding Lei Jingzhe shrunk as they closed in on him. All the merchants at the foot of the building were men who acted depending on the individual in question. So when they saw that Lei Jingzhe was no longer in the position to turn the tables, they hurried to follow in Yen Haru's footsteps and place their bets against Lei Jingzhe. All of them were waiting for him to die. The atmosphere started to heat up with restlessness. Suiqing clutched at her handkerchief, not bashful in the slightest, as she removed all the bracelets on her arms and bet it all on Haragu. She had long forgotten about her eldest nephew, Lei Jingzhe. Xin Zichuan abruptly asked, Did you scheme to kill Lei Jingzhe because you knew I was in Danzhou? A bored, stiff Yen Haru answered, That's right. I have to go where the wind blows. The trade route between Huaizhou, Cizhou, and Chazhou is kind of interesting. There's even the Libe armored cavalry for added security, and you can get a ride up to the frontier trade market if you head up. Imagine if we join forces. The 3 territories in the northeast of Dazhou will be as good as ours, yes? I can keep a chokehold on Qidong's military provisions for you, and you can take me along for the ride, each with our own needs. As he spoke, he switched his posture. The way I see it, you are gunning for Kudu. You have a bright future, full of limitless possibilities ahead of you. So I see. Shen Zichuan rose to his feet and motioned for Fei Sheng to get his cloak. Aye. Yen Haru rocked his chair as he looked at the shadows and wondered in puzzlement. The show isn't over yet, and the man has yet to be slaughtered, so why are you leaving already? Don't you want Lei Jingzhe's head? Xin Zichuan secured his cloak and looked back. There's no one to mind those 400 scorpions, is there? Yen Haru answered, Your lordship is here. Get your Cizhou garrison troops to annihilate them. Then I'll have to apologize. Xin Zichuan said with a smile, I brought only a dozen or so people with me. The words had only just left Xin Zichuan's mouth when the doors to the main hall suddenly crashed open. Yen Haru craned his neck for a look. Scorpions filled the area outside, and they had even taken out the last remaining head cart 3 in the armory. Lei Jingzhe leaped onto the railing and let loose a short whistle to signal the scorpions to attack. The men outside the building were all martial pugilists Yen Haru bought over with money. But pitting them against the scorpions who were specifically trained to fight battles with the Libe armored cavalry was no different from throwing an egg against a rock. In no time their broadswords and daggers were all flung away by the hammers. A crash rang out from the private room as a chair overturned. Yen Haru bunched up his robe and climbed to his feet with the golden abacus in his arms, intending to flee. The moment he opened the door, he bumped into Fei Sheng. Fei Sheng lifted him up by the back of his collar, and as both of his legs left the ground, Yen Haru cried out, "What the hell?" "We're on the same side." Yen Haru's guards tried to seize him back, but the imperial bodyguards had already risen with their blades drawn. Shin Zichuan said, "Let's leave together. We can get to know each other on the way." Unable to break free, Yen Haru could only let Fei Shin carry him downstairs like a quail, although he did not forget to yell, "Haragu, we're leaving. Come on." Chaos descended upon the hall once again. The Biantia scorpions did not give a damn about anything else and simply swung their hammers to smash anyone they came across. Suiching watched as blood and brain matter spurted out of the head before her and splattered her all over. Rattled, she held onto the table for support and recalled the savagery of the Biantia cavalry as they massacred the city several years ago. She could not help but shriek as she scrambled backward in an attempt to dodge. "Eldest nephew, save me!" There was complete mayhem at the foot of the building, and the exit was completely blocked off. With Yen Haru in tow, Fei Sheng stopped on the third floor and kicked the window of the private room open before stuffing Yen Haru out. Yen Haru shut his eyes and yelled in the wind, "Stop! I'm your master." The martial pugilists who were still standing guard outside the building hurriedly kept away their blades. The wind whistled past. Yen Haru opened his eyes with some difficulty and said resentfully, "What the heck did you come here for when you didn't bring your troops?" Fei Sheng said to Shin Zichuan, "Master, there is a shop down from this place, and our carriage lies across the street from it." The moment Yen Haru heard it, he clung on to the window and shook his head hard. "I'm not going this way. I don't know martial arts." Shen Zichuan could not be bothered to waste his breath on him, and so with a lift of his leg he kicked Yen Haru down. Wind filled Yen Haru's wide-open mouth as he plummeted down with his arms and legs flailing and watched himself plunging right towards the ground. The fabric tarp at the top of the shop suddenly sank from the weight, but did not rip apart. With one hand lifting Yen Haru, Fei Xing climbed the ledges of the building with an arm and swung in the air for an instant before leaping off with Yen Haru and landing on his feet. The imperial bodyguards were all lithe and dexterous men, and this move did not take them much effort to execute. The moment Fei Sheng landed, he tossed Yen Haru to his subordinate, took 2 swift steps back, and shouted, "Master!" Shin Zichuan landed deftly on the eaves and stepped on Fei Xing's shoulder with help from the fabric tarp before landing on the ground as well. All hell broke loose as the sound of slaughter in the building rose through the roof. Fei Sheng did not dare to confront the scorpions head-on, so the moment Shin Zichuan was sent into the carriage, he waved his hand in a signal to retreat. The imperial bodyguards moved swiftly and drove into the busy streets in the blink of an eye. Lei Jingzhe pushed the windows open, but there was already no trace of Yen Haru to be seen. He pounded his fist against the window in a fury and turned around to continue speaking in Biantia tongue. "Don't let these traitors go!" It was silent all around when the horse carriage came to a stop. Yen Haru clung close to the wall of the carriage, covering his chest with his hands as he pleaded, "If nothing else, we can talk it over, and the prices are all negotiable." "My lordship, don't get mad." Shin Zichuan took off his jiang hat and tossed it aside, then said to Fei Sheng, who stood outside, "Lift the curtain." Fei Sheng lifted the carriage's curtains, and a turbid smell immediately drifted out of the carriage. Fei Sheng thought there was something wrong with this scent, and Yen Haru followed up with a shy, embarrassed smile. "Whenever I get anxious, I'll feel like farting." The imperial bodyguards outside immediately started coughing. Shen Zichuan let loose a laugh, and Yen Haru promptly felt a chill run down his spine. He pedaled his legs to squeeze against the wall of the carriage and heard Shin Zichuan say in a gentle tone, "Strip him." My mother was right. Yen Haru was now anxious. Good-looking men are all beasts. Don't do this. I don't swing that way." Fei Sheng held down the back of Yen Haru's head and stripped him in no time, although he fortunately left his pair of pants untouched. The nights in the 8th month of Danzhou were chilly, and Yen Haru, being such a delicate and fair-skinned lad, was so freezing cold that his teeth chattered and caused him to stutter. Fei Xing said, "Master, there's no scorpion on him." Shin Zichuan slowly folded his arms and went straight to the point as he looked at Yen Haru. "What's your relationship to the scorpions?" Yen Haru rubbed his arm and blinked his pair of doe eyes hard. "Why are you asking me this? Your lordship, that's not right. You should be asking what your relationship to the scorpions is." Shin Zichuan's eyes were unfathomably deep as he asked, "What's my relationship to the scorpions?" After a few moments of silence in the carriage, Yen Haru answered innocently, "I have no idea." Shin Zichuan continued, "Fei Xing." Fei Xing reached out to drag Yen Haru out. On seeing this, Yen Haru started to struggle to get up. "I really don't know. Harigu, you tell him." A man tumbled out from behind the horse carriage and fell to the ground panting. It was the man who first attempted to assassinate Lei Jingzhe earlier. With his prominent nose and deep-set eyes, he had the distinct appearance of a Biantian native, but he had black hair and black eyes, and the contours of his face were much softer than Huhilu's and Hassan's. As he turned over, he revealed the scorpion tattoo at the side of his neck. Harigu was wounded. At the same time he covered his wound, he looked at Shen Zichuan behind the flashes of swords and answered in a low, deep voice, "Son of Gadael." Chapter 173, Black and Amp. White. Chapter 173, Black and Amp. White. This was the second time Shin Zichuan heard of Gadael. Gadael was located to the east of Chasha River, and it fell under the jurisdiction of Biancha's territory. It was initially the temporary site of residence for the Zhongbo bandits. Shen Zichuan was pretty sure he had never been there before. His understanding of Gadael was limited to the Bai Cha portrait that Li Xiong had once mentioned. Going by the way Harigu meant it, Shen Zichuan could also call himself a son of Zhongbo. "We are all sons of Gadael." Harigu stood up, his eyes alert as his gaze wandered among the imperial bodyguards. He lifted a hand gently and said, "We have a reason to sit down for a chat. My brother died on the battlefield." Shin Zichuan was unmoved. "Before you make yourself clear, we are enemies. Your enemy is the Biancha cavalry." Harigu tightened the bandage around his wound. "I'm the enemy of your enemy. We can be friends." "Sure, friend." Shin Zichuan said, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Harigu pursed his pale lips and paused for a moment before saying, "We can join forces to kill Lei Jingzhe." Moonlight streaked across the shadow of the carriage. Shin Zichuan's expression was cold and detached. He could not even be bothered to answer, but his meaning was clear. If Harigu continued to beat about the bush without explaining himself clearly, then he would not deign to give him any response. "I know that the Emperor of Dazhou is dead and that it's the Emperor's mother who is managing governmental affairs now. You were driven out of Kudu, and then you fled back to Zhongbo. You want to exact revenge, and you hope you can stage a comeback." Harigu looked at Shen Zichuan with a complicated expression. "You are swallowing up Zhongbo right now." With his elbows propped on his knees, Shen Zichuan stuck his face out from the shadows and looked down from above at Harigu. "Your information is too detailed." Harigu kept his hands raised as though he was pacifying some kind of beast and said, "This is information I have to dig out if I am to survive in Zhongbo. Please do not take offense. You have already erected your own city walls in the west, and now you want to head east and take back Danzhou, Duanzhou, and even the Chashur sinkhole. But Lei Jingzhe is standing in your way, and it will be very troublesome for you if you can't kill him. Brother, I want to kill him too, so we can join forces." Shin Zichuan raised a finger and pointed to the side of his neck. "You both have the same tattoo. Because we are all sons of Gadael." Harigu repeated this phrase. "Lei Jingzhe is a white scorpion. They are all men from Dazhou who have defected to Amur." As Harigu spoke, He spread his upper garment open to reveal the scorpion tattoo on the side of his neck. "I'm a black scorpion." Fei Shang observed it carefully and said, "There's no difference at all between your tattoos. We don't tell each other apart by our tattoos." Harigu explained, "The tattoos are just markers the Bayancha people use to distinguish those from Gadale with the others. Gadale lies within Bayancha's borders, and it falls under the control of the Liaoying tribe in its early days." Xun Zichuan said, "So what's the difference between you people and the Bayancha people?" "If you understand the Liaoying tribe in its former times, then it will occur to you why we are being differentiated from the others." Harigu put on his clothes. Before the Liaoying tribe had Amur, they were eagle slaves from the various major tribes. The Gadale that was under their control was even more lowly. The bandits of Zhongbua did business in Gadale by selling women, and these women were very popular with the various major tribes. The noble Hanshi tribe in particular was very fond of women from Dezhou. But they were besieged. Fei Sheng tossed a water canteen to Harigu. These bandits ran rampant along the Chasha River, and the women from decent families in Duanzhou suffered greatly. The Zhu clan, unable to deal with the disturbance, reported it to Xinwei and requested for Dunzhou to deploy troops for assistance. The commander of the Dunzhou garrison troops, Tan Tai Long, promptly sent his troops to fight their way to Gadale and crush these bandits. But the respite was temporary. Harigu took the canteen. Those bandits had the protection of the Liaoying tribe. They threw in their lots with the Liaoying tribe and became the Liaoying tribe slaves, but they were never respected. They became the lowest class of people among the 12 tribes of Bayancha and continued to round up women for the people of Bayancha. These women were sent to the various tribes, where they became exchangeable commodities. Tan Tai Long failed to eradicate the bandits completely, and it did not take long for them to return to Gadale, where they established their base. The children born to the women from Dazhou were called Womenjian. Harigu tugged at his black hair. That is bastard in Dazhou tongue. These bastards could not exist in the various major tribes. They would carve out a portion of the purebred cattle and sheep when they grew up. So the various tribes drown them in the Chasha River or throw them back to Gadale. Fei Sheng, having been born of the Fei clan, was unable to comprehend the rationale behind this move. These children all carry the blood of the various tribes. Even if their mothers are not honorable enough, there's no need to go to the extent of drowning them, is there? Do you know Hassan? That's the son Amur truly acknowledged. The 12 tribes are different from Dazhou. In the desert, women take charge of childbearing in the tribe and even the distribution of cattle and sheep. They are an indispensable aid to tribal survival and are capable of standing on an equal footing with men. It takes an honorable mother to decide the future direction of a child. Amur has so many sons, and there are plenty of smart ones among them. But the moment they were born, they all lost the qualification to fight for power with Hassan. And this is precisely because Hassan's mother is the most honored and respectable woman in the Hanshi tribe. Her role in Amur's formation of the elite forces in the north is indispensable. Harigu took a few sips of water. Bastards are unworthy of taking on the surnames of the tribes, and so we were branded with a tattoo along with the bandits. Xin Zichuan made some inferences from the timeline and said, "Since you are distinguished between black and white, then you must each have your own uses. You have to understand one thing first. The so-called scorpions is a form of a dress that came about after Amur's rise to prominence. Before Amur's time, Gadale was a place where the bastards lived together. It was only after the rise of Amur that Gadale was really put to use. White scorpions, with their appearance resembling those of Dazhou, could infiltrate deep into Dazhou." Harigus screwed the canteen shut and made a crawling motion with 2 fingers. "They can penetrate deep within, and they have played their roles to unimaginable effect in the last 10 years or so. Meanwhile, the black scorpions are left behind in Gadale, where Amur gives us the best teachers to train us to be strong enough to stand up to the Libe armored cavalry. Mutual assistance between black and white. You were helping each other. Realization dawned on Shinzichuan. There are no iron mines in the desert. To equip yourselves with that kind of hammer, you'd have to steal it from Dazhou. That's right. Harigo tossed the canteen back. The white scorpions secured equipment and grains for us from within Dazhou. Other than those, there were military maps too. The military map of the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua. Whose information did AMUR act on 6 years ago when he attacked Zhongbua? Hariga spread his hands apart and said, I don't know. I wasn't involved. But I can tell you that AMUR has countless inextricable links to Kudu. The defeat of the Zhongbua troops was merely a trial run to test the waters, and it proved to be remarkably effective. Libe was held in check, and the repercussions are still being felt a few years later with the subsequent disintegration of Dazhou. Fei Sheng inwardly drew in a breath and looked at Shen Zichuan in shock. Why do you call me a son of Gadale? The jade earring on Shen Zichuan's right ear glinted. Harigu inclined his head and said, Because by Cha split. Harigu had yet to finish his words when an arrow fired in secret pierced through the wind with a swoosh and stabbed into the carriage. Yen Haru, who had been too afraid to make a sound and who had been hanging in midair playing dead, promptly yelled, They are here! Fei Sheng immediately yanked the curtains down and commanded, Get on the horses! The carriage charged into the darkness of the night under the escort of the imperial bodyguards, while Yen Haru was thrown back into the carriage. The downtown streets of Danzhou were wide and spacious. The Yen clan had expanded it to facilitate the smooth passage of the various merchants' carriages. At present, the streets were bustling with activity, with carriages coming and going in never-ending streams. Yen Haru tripped all over the place as he put on his robe and said in a hurry, Head for the Prince of Jianxing's manor! I tore down the former site of the Prince of Jianxing's manor and reconstructed a private residence in its place. There are 100 or so compound guards in there. Fei Sheng promptly turned the horses around. The glazed tiles of the Prince of Jianxing's manor had long been torn down. After Shen Wei's self-immolation, all that was left of this place was its dilapidated ruins. Yen Haru loved the place, so he had reconstructed it into a private residence modeled in the style of those in Kudu. A tall building with double-eaved roofs had been built within this residence, and if one were to stand on top of it, they would get a panoramic view of Danzhou. Fei Sheng carefully surveyed the manor before he entered. He found Yen Haru rather strange. The latter had actually built a wall of bricks on the outer layer and knocked down a hole in the wall to install bows and arrows, with the mechanism connected to the parapet. Looking at just how thick the wall was, it could even stand up to an assault from a stone catapult. As businessmen, we fear being targeted in the dark and stabbed in the back. There are plenty of unscrupulous people who would do these kind of asshole deeds. I cherish my life. It surely stands to reason for me to have a safe haven in Danzhou, and I won't feel at ease if I don't construct an impregnable fortress. Yen Haru invited Shin Sichuan upstairs. This place is known as Fuxian Peak. Aye, it's a tall one. Your lordship, please come with me upstairs to have some drinks and enjoy ourselves. We'll see how that silly fool Lei Jingzhe gets all distraught with anxiety and frustration outside. Fei Sheng could not hold back from asking, Aren't you scared he'll fight his way in to hack your head off? Yen Haru turned his head back from atop the stairs and looked at Fei Sheng with a brilliant smile. What do I have to fear? A real man isn't afraid of a big scar. At most, my head will roll. But I'd still be a hero again in 18 years. One Yen Haru might have been exceedingly flippant with his words, but he was genuinely unafraid. He was pertinent to the businesses of the merchants from the 2 prefectures of Zhongbua, so many people depended on him for their livelihoods. Despite having suffered such a massive humiliation tonight, Lei Jingzhe would not dare to kill him for real, for Yen Haru still had Hezhou as his shield. In reality, Lei Jingzhe's relentless pursuit was directed at Harigu. This little brat was an extremely crafty one. Shen Zichuan guessed that the reason Lei Jingzhe and Harigu were embroiled in such a fierce fight with each other in Danzhou was likely because Yan Heru had been adding fuel to the flame. His past support of Lei Changming failed to reap any results, and it was only due to Lei Changming's respect for him that he could retain the store in Danzhou. If it had been anyone else, this piece of business would have been long gone. For this reason, he was apprehensive about the monopoly on power Lei Jingzhe's party possessed. As such, he secretly funded Harigu's batch of scorpions to let them mutually hold each other in check until they both eventually had to rely on the Yan clan. The maidservants entered in a single file and lit up the lights in successive order. Thick and heavy draperies were lifted, while pearl-white sheer fabrics were let down to take its place. There was even a small covered veranda hanging with climbing figs and devil's ivy, surrounded by a murmuring stream the width of an arm. An open-air pavilion was erected in the middle of it, adorned with a refined rock garden that sat at an angle. The entire sky of stars seemed to be within reach if one were to just gaze out into the distance from here, along with an unobstructed view of the lantern displays in Danzhou. This building was built for the purpose of ascending high enough to appreciate the view. If you stand here and look far out into the east, you'll be able to marvel at the Chasha River, which mirrors a jade belt too in heaven and on earth. This is a magnificent view you cannot find anywhere else. Yan Heru leaned against the railings and said to Shin Zichuan, "It's impossible to leave Danzhou for the time being. Your lordship can go ahead and stay here, and we can discuss business." Shin Zichuan's cloak fluttered in the wind as he held onto the railing and looked down. He could see Lei Jingzhe's forces coming through the streets. "You sure are a dauntless one." Yan Heru flicked the beads on the golden abacus. "Money is king. Lei Jingzhe himself has to call me granddaddy. I have nothing to fear. On the other hand, your lordship will be in danger if the Tizhou garrison troops are really not coming." "I come and go silently," Shin Zichuan said. "It's easy for me to leave if I want to. Bai Cha is the reason you came to Danzhou this time." Yan Heru said to Shin Zichuan with a smile, "Harigu knows everything. You almost got a glimpse of the whole story, so you must be burning with anxiety now, right? Bai Cha's exact relationship to the scorpions is something Harigu knows best. Your lordship, I'm sincere in discussing business with you. As long as you agree, Harigu will be at your disposal. If we join forces to get rid of Lei Jingzhe, occupy the territories in the north and east, and develop the trade route, the silver will come flowing in like water, no? What happened in Chazhou will be written off immediately. I will not blame you for Kaiyu's death." Shen Zichuan bent over to lean against the railing too and laughed. Yan Heru's smile gradually vanished, and he asked unhappily, "What are you laughing at?" "Lei Jingzhe came here today for Harigu. If you don't hand Harigu over, Lei Jingzhe will settle the score with you. You are now thinking of using a forfeited pawn to trick me into doing business with you. Such a good deal doesn't exist in this world." Shin Zichuan looked out at the far end of Danzhou in the direction of Duanzhou. "The trade route between Huaizhou, Xizhou, and Chazhou belongs to me. If you want a share of the pie, you have to first convince me." Yan Heru fell silent for a moment as he faced the wide expanse of the night, then laughed again. "Is your lordship still trying to deceive me at such a juncture? Without your troops now, you are merely a trapped beast. I won't hand over Harigu, but I can hand you over. You plotted to butcher Lei Jingzhe tonight. Going by Lei Jingzhe's character, this feud is as good as already inked in blood. Even if he can tolerate you for a moment for the sake of money, he will never let you off in the future. Moreover, you've already shown your card that is Harigu tonight." Shin Zichuan tilted his chin up slightly to bathe in the breeze. "Even if Lei Jingzhe is willing to bury the hatchet with you, the same can't be said of the 12 tribes of Baiansha backing him. Harigu was not one man. He had also brought along a bunch of scorpions who were similarly living a vagabond life in Zhongbua. These people hid themselves all over the place, and most of them had defected from Gadale. Yan Haru had provided them with financial assistance in order to keep Lei Jingzhe in check, and there was no doubt that the 12 tribes of Bayancha would be settling this score as well. At least I won't die tonight, Yan Haru said softly. Then let us just perish together. Shen Zichuan tapped his icy fingers on the railings. Hand me over to Lei Jingzhe tonight. Once I die, I can wait for you down there in the underworld. After tonight, I have plenty of ways to leave Danzhou. Yan Haru snorted childishly in a loud voice. Then let me tell you this. Shen Zichuan looked at him out of the corner of his pitch-black eyes. If I die, Danzhou and Duanzhou will die with me. No one will remember Zhonggua's lost territories. Kudu is too preoccupied with its own affairs, and Libei and Qidong can't be in two places at once. This place is a wide-open strategic gateway of Dazhou that can provide the Bayancha cavalry with direct access in. They did not launch an assault in the past 6 years because the granaries in Zhongbua had yet to be fattened up. The time is now ripe, and Dazhou is already torn asunder by disunity. Sooner or later, this place will become the territory of the Bayancha people. Xiao Fangxi will not sit and do nothing. This place has a bearing on Libei's battlegrounds in the southeast. Yan Haru said quickly. Qi Juyin has a well-trained and powerful army too. You're just trying to scare me. Shen Zichuan, without you, Zhongbo will have just a few more random, self-proclaimed kings. The overall situation won't change at all. In that case, Shen Zichuan raised his eyebrows slightly. What makes you go to such lengths to discuss with me? Oh shit, Yan Haru bemoaned to himself. To think he had been led by Shen Zichuan's words. As they spoke, they heard a thunderous noise beneath them. Yan Haru shifted his gaze over to look and could not help but freeze. Why are there so many people? Ever since stepping foot into Danzhou, I've been puzzled by a question. There is clearly a bridle path leading right to Duanzhou, so why did Lei Jingzhe still forgo what is close at hand and seek what is far afield instead? Then there is his proficient way of searching the goods in the city. My guess is that this isn't the first time he has been robbed. The people hiding here are the thorns in his side. Shen Zichuan smiled slightly. Even I could guess that you are the one funding Harigo, so do you really think Lei Jingzhe won't be able to make the same guess? He came prepared this time. That invitation was indeed to lure a snake out of its hole, but the one who took the bait was you. The lanterns on the streets were knocked over as the sounds of horses' hooves flooded in from outside, while the cavalry with no end in sight resembled dark clouds that completely devoured the river of lights from view. The troops Lei Jingzhe had brought over had been hiding outside the city, all for the purpose of getting rid of the mortal malady that was Harigo once and for all. Fei Xing saw the Saker falcons in the night sky. He briskly walked around the railing and realized that those dark clouds were presently steamrolling across the entire city of Danzhou. He doesn't dare to kill me. Yan Haru involuntarily exposed his panic as he hugged his golden abacus to his bosom and took several steps back. Hezhou, the head cart 3 Lei Jingzhe brought along, crashed heavily into the front gates. Unable to withstand such a violent impact, the iron sheet-covered latch on the other end of the door let loose a shrill shriek in protest. Horses snorted and grunted urgently, while circling Saker falcons stirred up the overcast clouds. The starry sky earlier had dimmed, leaving only the wind to continue howling in never-ending torrents. There was no use for scheming in the face of a strong army. These iron hooves had no qualms trampling over the heart of Zhongbo once before. What's not to say they couldn't do it again this time?